So, hey, welcome everybody to the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. I'm Phil Johnson. I'm with the Stormfront Freaks podcast, but I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go around the horn this morning and introduce the collaborators involved with this 12-hour event today. We're all excited about this. But first off, I'm going to hit James Brierton. He's also kind of helping to direct things, but James with the Carolina Weather Group. Good morning, James. You got your coffee this morning?
I did, thanks to a special delivery from you. My wife was like, you got a box from Johnson in Ohio. And I was like, it's coffee. So Phil is fueling the control room this morning. Thank you, Phil. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all this morning for the start of our 12-hour-long telethon supporting the American Red Cross and nerding out with all of our weather fandom across the country. And I got to say, this was Phil's brainchild. So thank you, Phil, for inviting us on to your idea. I mean, Stormfront Freaks probably could have ran away and did a great job all by themselves, but it really speaks to the collaborative nature of the weather community. So we're happy to be here with you this morning.
This is great. No, it's been a fun team working with all of you, including Gabriel Harbor with the Chaser Chat podcast. Good morning, Gabe. Thanks for being a part of this as well.
Absolutely, Phil. So excited to be here doing this with all of you folks today. And I just want to give a shout out as well to James, Jared, and Tim, who are holding things down in the control room today with all the production stuff. My job is just to sit here and look pretty because you guys are taking care of everything else. So really, really stoked.
Well, sweet. You got that part covered. So we're definitely in good hands. Then we got Bill Murray from Weather Brains, and Bill was able to join us and bring his group on as well. So we're looking forward to having him involved. But good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Phil. It's nice to see some of our folks already in the chat over there. And I've got to get the YouTube feed going on that side. But I wanted to shout out, too, to all the incredible technical support. James Brierton last night helping me get our feed set up and ready to roll. He was just amazing, just watching him do his thing. So a lot of work, countless hours went into this thing. And thank you, Phil, for setting it up. It's a really great cause. It's going to be a fun day.
It's good having you. And you know, as Bill mentioned, this is a live event, folks. This is 12 hours straight of a live event. And all of this has been coming together with some great help, including Carly Sisson has been involved in helping us out behind the scenes with some great graphics and great ideas. So Carly, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. First of all, James, feel free to share any of that coffee anytime you want. But I'm so thankful to be here and appreciative. I'm such a fan of, first of all, a lot of you guys and your podcast, but the guest list we have coming today. So I'm really in this, not just as a collaborator, but a fan. So I really cannot wait to see all the people we've got coming on today and all the fun stuff we've got going on.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. We're looking forward to it. And of course, with live TV, you never know. Or in this case, live streaming, you never know what's going to happen. And that's part of the excitement when you go live. But who knows what's going to happen over the next 12 hours, other than we're going to have some great people and some great guests. We've already had one of our co-hosts dropping in this morning. We're going to see this all day today. But Jen Watson from Stormfront Freaks has dropped in as well to help us out this morning. Good morning, Jen.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I am so pumped for this. I feel like if you're a weather geek, you need to share this across all your social channels because it's going to be every epic storm chaser, meteorologist, anybody in the weather world from all over the world is going to be joining in on this. It's going to be so fun, so amazing, and it's to support an amazing cause. There's been, unfortunately, a lot of billion dusters just this year alone, and a lot of people need doing this. So it's lead up to Thanksgiving and to give thanks, showing your support for those communities that have been impacted by these disasters. And the lineup is incredible, from Reed Timmer, Jim Cantore, Jen Walton. So many amazing people are going to be here talking about, geeking out about weather and all sorts of different things. So
yeah, we're looking forward to this. Is going to be great. It's going to be a great day. And Jen, you mentioned it, and I think that's important. Is we're trying to do this here over the Thanksgiving holiday. Everybody's getting ready to spend time with friends and family, And I think it's just a great opportunity to realize in the community that we work and operate in this weather community, that obviously what can come from that are disasters and opportunities and situations where people are being taken out of their home and they're being separated from friends and family. And so it's really an opportunity for us and all of our guests that are coming on today to really donate and spend some time to hang out and have fun, but also to recognize and ask for help and ask for support to the American Red Cross, to donate and give to those that aren't as fortunate. So I know we haven't even started yet. I was joking earlier, we've already met our goal. We've already raised $40 and we haven't even started. We haven't even started yet, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to have to, I guess, figure out a new goal to be shooting for. But I know, Gabe, you wanted to highlight some of the folks that have already donated and give them thanks and praise.
Yes, and if I was a good host, I would have that pulled up and ready to go. So
I got it here.
If James
All right,
wants to
James, you got it,
maybe
bud.
shout it out, that would be the way to go.
Well, I have all of the screens, so it's very easy for me to see that Cody Law is our most recent donation of $10, bringing our total donation so far to $50.
Wow, thanks,
And so
Cody.
we're just
Thank
9
you.
minutes
Exceeded.
into this already.
That's awesome. I love
I
it.
know that one of the donations was from a friend of mine, Morgan. She goes by Tropical Trouble, so I do want to give her a shout out. Thank you, Morgan, and Radar.
Yep, and we also the Reno family has made a donation. So thank you. And the very first donation that we got on the 11th of November, so 7 days, this is a week ago, was Jenny Lassiter made the very first donation of $10 to get the ball rolling, get things started. So thank you already for all of you, and which is surprising because it's only been us so far showing up on your screens, and it's not like we're probably the ones that are going to encourage you to donate, right? It's these big guests that we have coming on later.
This is true. I love it. Everyone, I mean, this is amazing. It's going to be an epic day, and we're just getting started. That's the fun thing. We're just getting started. So much more to come.
Yeah, Jennifer,
Phil?
I'm so excited. Sorry, Phil, but I wanted to say one of my favorite parts about this community is their overwhelming desire to give back to this community. That's one of my favorite parts, is so many different people from so many different areas and backgrounds, like Jennifer was saying. I mean, it's a really collective group that is always so willing to help when needed. The second there's any kind of charity event or God forbid, a disaster that happens. And that's one of my absolute favorite things about this weather space that we're in.
Carly, I couldn't agree more with that statement, because it really is, we're a tight-knit community, and not just a community, we're a family. We support each other. Whenever there's somebody in need, we're there, right there in an instant, to have their back, to give them a call. It's something truly special that I don't think a lot of other industries are like, which is really neat to be a part of. And I absolutely love it. And
I'll tell you what, let me just kind of quick go through some of the scheduled guests we have set to appear today, so that you can kind of know what to look forward to. And I encourage everybody, throw us on your TV, throw this on your laptop or on your phone, and just go ahead and leave it on all day, because you might need to hit to the grocery store, take the kids to soccer practice. But when you come back, it'll still be there. There's still going to be some great guests. Let me go through this a little bit. I've got Mike Boylan, Trey Greenwood, Tony Rice, Tim Marshall, Kim Cunningham, Ken Graham, Cameron Nixon, Brett Adair, Chris Jackson, Mark Sudduth, Jeff Petrowski, Todd James going to be joining us from the Red Cross here in a minute, Bruce Jones from Midland Radios, Gabe Cox, Richard Neal, Jen Walton, Michael Binsky, Mike Bettis, Aaron Jayjack, the Outbreak video game crew, Jim Reed, Eric Fox, Ginger Z, Reed Timmer, Ed Mansuri. We've got Gabe, the weather drama team. I'm looking forward to this. Elfaria and Cassie. Is that right?
That is correct. I had to give a little bit of airtime to my partners in crime. We cover any and all drama that happens in the WX Twitter, I guess now XWXX community. Is that what you would say? Definitely won't be adding one more X onto there, because
So that should be good. We got Janice Dean, Josh Morgerman, Dr. Jacobs, Brandon Kopic, Candace Jordan, Jim Cantore, Mike Scatlin, James Spann, Greg Johnson, and all the other co-hosts from all of our other podcasts joining us. This is going to be an amazing day. Bill, what are you looking forward to today?
I'm just overwhelmed by the incredible guests. I mean, I want to, it's hard to get me away from the television on Saturday for college football. And I tell you what, this right here is compelling enough to make that happen. Well, especially since it's Cupcake Saturday today over in the football world. But just the guests are blowing me away. It's going to be a fabulous day. I can't wait for our hour. With Ken Graham, the director of the National Weather Service, you mentioned, Phil, Mike Bettis from the Weather Channel, and we have a special guest. Dr. Neil Jacobs' mom is going to join us, and that sounds kind of silly at face value, but the American Red Cross has a very special place in their family's heart. It's almost one of those tearjerker things you see on ESPN Game Day. But his mom is going to join us and tell about her experience in Vietnam, in which she got Neil's dad out of the deal. So that worked out pretty well for them. And,
bonus.
And Jamie Rome is going to join us from the National Hurricane Center, one of Dr. Neil Jacobs' guests. So I can't wait for the whole day. I can't wait to, see, these donations just rolling in. The Mid-Atlantic Severe Weather folks just gave us $100. So that thing is rocking up the scale over here. But all of our people are excited about it. I put out a feeler and said, who wants to join, thinking, well, maybe one of them, him hawing it Saturday. There's lots going on, but each and every one of them, check back in. I had to call Phil and say, hey, Phil, can we have 6 on here at the same time? And he was like, yeah, more the merrier. So again, it's just going to be a fun day.
Well, I'll tell you what, before we go to break here, let's also highlight, I've got Elena and Dustin, $50 donation. So thank you very much. Awesome. As well. Laura Hicks, $10. Marcus Sharkus, if that's your real name, I love it. $25. Thank you so much.
Even if it's not your real name, we love it.
It's still sweet. So I'll tell you what, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have Todd James, the executive director with the Red Cross here in North Central Ohio. So we'll be right back.
I am out here helping people who have lost absolutely everything that they have. Their cars, their furniture, their clothes.
All their stuff is gone, and I just want to give them some hope. And sometimes just a hot meal will do that for them.
People are always grateful when I come up to them. With me and my husband as a team, we give them food. We ask them how their day's going. At first, they were very sad, but as they see us day to day, that sadness gets a little less. And they're very happy, and they come up to the window and they tell us how much they appreciate us.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Take care, bro.
Thank you so much.
Stay strong.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Thank you so much.
I just want to give back to humanity. Everybody that needs a hand up, everybody that just needs a little hope. And, I feel as a Red Crosser, I can give that to them.
When I get home at night, I'm like, you know what? I've helped people, and that just makes the world a difference.
Hold tight. We're about to start.
Okay, sorry.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Weather Pods Disaster Relief Telethon. The first guest we have this morning is from the Red Cross. Todd James is the executive director for the Red Cross in North Central Ohio. So first off, Todd, welcome. Thanks for joining us on the Telethon.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your entire community coming together to do this, to help the Red Cross, let us help the folks that are affected by these weather disasters. And and especially Phil, thank you, and then the folks at Stormfront Freaks who put this all together. This is exciting. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Well, I'll be honest, and I'll be saying this all day that I did not put this together. I talked with Gabriel and James and Bill and Carly earlier about the fact that this is definitely a team effort. Ideas are just ideas, but it takes obviously a team to make it happen. So this is great. But so tell us, I guess, Todd, what we'd like to know is the whole focus of today is really to help raise awareness for the programs that the Red Cross is doing for disaster relief, but to raise money for that at the same time. So can you help us and help our listeners and viewers know the money that's being donated? Where's that going towards? What's that helping?
Well, we're very proud of the fact that over 90 cents of every dollar that's donated goes right back into our mission. And in terms of disaster relief, that means that when a disaster happens, the large disasters, the big ones that you see us out on, tornadoes, hurricanes, and earthquakes, whatever it is, a wildfire, we're there. We're providing shelter, and we're providing comfort and food, access to medical resources, to counseling resources. We're working with the community as a whole then when it comes to recovery. But we're also doing that every day right here at home. The number one disaster that the Red Cross responds to across the country is home fires. So we're not only busy out on the big ones pretty much every day anymore, but we're also busy at home every day, making sure that folks who have lost everything, whether it's a fire or a smaller disaster at home, have the comfort and the care that they need to start recovering.
So can you explain a little bit any situations that you've come across, Todd, that my guess is you've probably been a part of some weather disasters, fire disasters, things like that you've actually witnessed and seen? Maybe what has been some of the more memorable ones for you?
Yeah, I've done over 40 deployments in my time with the Red Cross. That's what we call when we go out to the larger scale disasters and become part of the team there. And I've had the opportunity and the honor to serve alongside so many Red Cross responders. Almost all of them are volunteers, of course, which is amazing. The folks that give up their time and their talents and will walk away from their own families and their jobs and their lives to go where help is needed. I have been on a lot of different weather-caused disasters, many hurricanes. Sandy was my first big one, Superstorm Sandy. Wow. Florence, Michael, most of the Harvey, Ian, did two deployments down to Ian last year. And the one thing about disasters is every disaster is different from the next. Unfortunately, what's not different is the heartbreaking impact these disasters have on the communities that are affected, and especially the families and the people living in these communities. I have seen, unfortunately, a lot of heartbreak. I've seen families that have lost everything, families that have lost loved ones, and it's hard. It really is. You have to learn how to kind of compartmentalize it, and we make sure that all of our responders have access to the same resources, especially the counseling resources that we offer to the folks that we're serving. But I will tell you also, I've yet to leave one of these disasters that I've been on without also having an amazing sense of community. In every one of the disasters that I've been to, whether it's here at home or out on the larger scale events, the way communities and neighbors and families come together to help each other during these times of crisis is simply amazing.
Have you, one thing I want to bring up, and I know this is something that's near and dear to Carly's heart as well, is really helping on the mental health side of things, and you brought that up. Have you, I guess, tell us what are some of the things it's a really relatively new focus. Like, people are finally starting to figure out this is another wellness piece of humans that we have to focus on, not just bodily injuries, but the mental health injuries. What has the Red Cross been doing recently to also help there as well?
Well, you're absolutely right. And our disaster mental health teams are right at the front when we deploy to a disaster. Again, whether it's a local disaster or one of the bigger ones, we realize that the long-term effects of living through a trauma like that, especially for children, is really difficult. So we have disaster mental health teams of certified professionals, counselors, and the folks that do this every day for a living and are experts at it. Again, will volunteer their time and their talents to join us, to offer immediate help right there, to meet with the folks that have been affected and how can we help them. But also, even more importantly, make sure that they connect with the resources in their community for their long-term recovery. And that's a big focus of our work. It's not just going in and being there for a few days or a week or two running a shelter and feeding thousands of people a day. That's vital, and that is a huge part, especially in the immediate after effects of a disaster. But having those disaster mental health teams on the ground is a huge part of it also. They go into action right away. And again, not just for those that have been affected, but also for our responders who are on the ground and helping these families and dealing with the tragedy that's occurred around them. We are constantly recruiting professionals who want to be a part of this team. So if anyone happens to be joining us today and you're a licensed mental health professional, we would love to talk to you about joining our team and being there when the communities need you.
Hey, Todd, Gabriel here.
Hi, Gabe.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I have a question. What is or what has been the most challenging event that you have had to work as a member of the Red Cross?
I think probably because it's still fresh in my mind, one of the most challenging is my most recent one, which was the Hawaii wildfires. It was really difficult because of the distance that Hawaii is from here in the continental U.S. And so getting all of the supplies and the people there, along with the conditions on Maui itself. Housing, of course, was in extremely short supply. The hotels were all full, and so it was really a challenge. But I'll tell you, Gabe, I think one of the things, I've been with the Red Cross for 17 years now, and one of the things that amazes me about our people, if you've ever had the opportunity to see us come in right after a disaster, is within a couple of days we will set up basically a corporation or a business. We have to set up a headquarters. We've got to bring in all of the supplies that we're going to need. Now, again, we start with the local chapter. Every disaster is a local disaster, no matter how big it is. And it starts immediately with the local Red Cross, who have already had trained volunteers ready for these events, have supplies laid in. But as we see the event is going to be bigger than just the local chapter can handle, that's when we start, saying, let's mobilize, let's get everybody in there. And we bring them all together in a few days. You'll have a few hundred or 1,000 or more Red Cross responders in the community. And so that involves not just the outward work that we're doing, the sheltering, the food, the comfort, the counseling, the medical services, everything that we're doing. But we have to make sure we're taking care of our people too. So we have to house them and feed them. And we've got to make sure they have transportation, access to the resources like counseling and healthcare and all those. I have yet to see any organization that can mobilize a response like this outside of the U.S. military. And it's really something to see when we get this up and rolling while we're caring for people while we're doing it. You've kind of heard of building the airplane while you're flying. Well, we know how to build the airplane very well, and we can do it. We take off and we're building, and almost before we've left the ground, it's all ready to go.
And Todd, this is Carly. Thank you so much for being here. I had a question. You've kind of already touched on this a little bit. It's kind of in the same vein, but one of the things I think about is how easy it is to sort of donate and be wrapped up in events right after they happen, the immediate aftermath. There's so much media surrounding it, and that's all great. But one of the things I think about is after the media leaves and the attention sort of goes away from the event. Can you kind of speak to the importance of long-term recovery, as you have been, and how important sources like the Red Cross are for that long-term recovery, and also why doing charity work during not as obvious times like right now is so important?
That's a great question, Carly. Thank you. And you're right. Long-term recovery is a huge piece of what the Red Cross is involved in after a disaster. And once that immediate, attention is gone, we're still there days, weeks, months, in some cases, years afterward, even on that long-term recovery. We're experts. I mean, this is what we do, and we collaborate with the communities that we're in. So especially in long-term recovery, we get together. Oftentimes we'll be the convener of a coalition of organizations and governmental and non-governmental that are serving the affected community, so we can work with them to lay out that long-term recovery plan. And then we work one-on-one also with the families, the people that we're serving. If you're in one of our shelters, you're going to meet one-on-one with one of our folks who know what recovery is and how it works, and they'll be able to help you map out what recovery, who can you talk to, what do you need, where are the resources. Right now, currently, we still have over 6,000 people that we're taking care of sheltered in Hawaii. Now, it's been months now since the wildfires, but they have no place else to go. So again, working with the state and federal and local organizations, we're making sure that these folks have safe shelter and food every day and access to counseling and medical care, and also working on that long-term recovery piece. And I'll tell you, it's the volunteers that make it happen. And I'll also tell you that we're tired. We have seen in just the last decade almost a doubling of the number of huge billion-dollar disasters. We've responded to $25 billion disasters so far in 2023. That's almost twice what we were doing just a decade ago. If you look back into the 80s and early 90s, it would be that we would go maybe a month or more between the large scale disasters. Now we're going out less than every 2 weeks. There's another one happening, and our people are out there, and many of our volunteers and our people are going literally from disaster to disaster at the rate that they're happening. So it is vital that we have new volunteers coming in and getting trained, and also to be there in your own community to help us respond, because some of your folks, your neighbors and friends, they may be over in California helping with the wildfire. They may be down in Texas responding to a hurricane, but we have to make sure that we're taking care of the folks at home too. So, if you're thinking that, boy, I sure would like to help, but I can't get on a plane and leave for 2 weeks, that's fine, because you can help right there at home, being available in the middle of the night when a family loses their home to a fire. You are a vital piece of the puzzle to helping them know that there is going to be a road to recovery, and we're going to get them on.
Todd, this is Bill Murray. I'm glad you said all that, because that was going to be my question. How can our folks help? Because, there's some folks who can't donate money, but they can donate time. So where should we send them? Where should we direct them to to get themselves signed up to help here?
Great question, Bill. Very easy to volunteer with the Red Cross. You can go to redcross.org/volunteer. You can call us at 800 Red Cross. We are all over all the social media channels. You'll find us on Facebook and X and LinkedIn and Instagram, or just contact your local chapter. Again, if you go to redcross.org, type in your zip code, we'll give you the information on where your local chapter is located. And that's a great place to start, to talk with your local Red Cross team. And it may be disaster relief. It may be something else. It may be helping at a blood drive. It may be helping with our service to the armed forces, supporting our military families and our service members. But so many volunteer opportunities, especially in the disaster relief field. We would love to talk to folks about those opportunities.
Hey, Todd, thank you. Before we go, I know Jen Watson's got a question for you as well. Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick one. I would just love to know, one of the biggest things when it comes to touching people and getting really people to help out and donate is those personal stories, the stories about families. Do you have one of those that you can share that really touched your heart, that is just special to you?
Yeah, sometimes it seems like there's too many of them. I mentioned earlier about compartmentalizing. My very first deployment, my large-scale disaster response, was the Joplin, Missouri tornado, and I'm sure we all remember that one. It was the first time I had been out of this area on disaster. I had done a number of local disasters, fires, and we'd had some tornadoes and such here, but this was my first big deployment, and being a mass casualty event also, we try to be very aware and very respectful when we go into the community. And I think it was about my second night there. we had been very graciously donated some rooms across the border in Oklahoma, and so it was about a half hour, 45-minute drive, which actually was nice to kind of decompress each night. But I got back to my room, and of course I had all my Red Cross gear on, so we kind of stand out like a neon sign when we're wearing all of that. But just as I was getting back into the hotel, a couple stopped me in the hallway, and of course could tell I was with the Red Cross, and they asked me if I could help them because their daughter had lost her life in the tornado, and they weren't sure how to get into where they had set up an area for families to identify their loved ones or find out what was going on. And that is not part of what we as the Red Cross deal with. That was a local governmental operation with support, I'm sure, from a number of agencies. But it was heartbreaking. I tried to offer them, information I could on where they would be able to help, but also connected them with our disaster mental health team and let them know about the resources we had available at the shelter there in Joplin. And I did actually run into them a couple of days after that in the shelter. They were coming in to get some information and help. And that one has stuck with me for the 17 years I've been here with the Red Cross. I guess it was a few years into so probably now it's been about a dozen years or so. That one has stuck with me from the beginning. But there also, I know that one's a little bit of a downer. There are so many positives. I mean, I meet so many people in all of the shelters. I've been hugged by thousands of people. I almost someday, I should have started counting these for a Guinness World Record. And I've seen birthday parties and anniversaries celebrated in shelters. We helped plan a little birthday party. Again, going back to Joplin, a little girl was having her 5th birthday, and of course the party that mom had planned couldn't happen. So we made it happen in the shelter for her. And when you can do that, try to give these families, especially the kids, a little taste of normalcy in the midst of all this chaos. It's an amazing feeling.
Well, I think the important part is bringing the smile, and which can be difficult to do at times. But Todd, we appreciate your time, and we appreciate you coming on and being a part of this. And we hope by the end of these 12 hours today that we're able to make a big donation to the Red Cross from all of our listeners and viewers. Along with that, before we go to break, I want to thank Bobby Rowland, $50, B, $25. Theo and Valentine, $50. Thank you. Convective Chronicles, I think we're going to see you a little bit later, Trey. $25 there as well. So thank you. We're going to head to break, and Ginger Z is coming up.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holly with the American Red Cross of Illinois, but right now I'm in Mayfield, Kentucky, where devastation has run through this town, leaving a path of destruction. The American Red Cross is on the ground in Kentucky to help with people's basic needs, to provide them shelter and lodging, to provide meals, and to provide comfort and care as we go through this really difficult, devastating time. We're here to provide comfort and care and hope for a brighter tomorrow, and we'll be here for as long as is needed. If you're looking to help make a difference to people experiencing disasters like this one, consider giving a gift to the American Red Cross, a financial gift at redcross.org, or if you can find it in your heart to roll up a sleeve and give blood. We are in a blood shortage and are looking for more people to give to help save lives. You can make an appointment at redcrossblood.org.
All right, well, welcome. So we're here with Ginger Z, chief meteorologist at ABC World News. Ginger, you've got, last time I talked, you've got another kind of title, has something to do with climate, and I want to find out a little bit about that.
Yeah, so my new title includes chief meteorologist, but also chief climate correspondent. I had been managing editor of the climate unit, but it just made more sense to lead the charge on being the correspondent at the front. So it's a it ties sometimes to climate change, and when it does, we want to bring those stories. When it doesn't, we want to be clear about that. And usually, it just has a ton of nuance, and it's part of it. And we want to cover all parts of the science.
Well, the title is probably recognition of a lot of the work that you've already been doing prior to that. So I know you lead the forefront in that. And I want to jump into a little bit with recently Hurricane Otis down in Acapulco, Mexico. That seemed to, I shouldn't say joke, but we talk a lot of times about individuals that say they never got the warning, they never didn't know it was coming, things like that some of us in the industry know the word's getting out, but maybe we just need to do a better job of making sure that gets out. But in this case, Otis really did ramp up really fast and catch a lot of people by surprise.
Yes, and that is a word, surprise, that I've really helped my team understand we don't use unless it really happened. And so we don't use it. But with Otis, it did happen. And so I can count on one hand how many times you could legitimately use surprise. And we often get so frustrated with politicians or with the communication not getting to people when it's like, we know what was going to happen. It might, ramp up maybe a little bit faster or have a mile or two difference. But our science is so good that it is so often that we are misrepresented in that, it's just a guess anyway. Well, in this particular storm, I think it's so important as scientists to always say what we do know, but also say, this one got away. It is the one that got away. And unfortunately, it got away to a Cat 5 in a heavily populated area. And that's the part that you really hate to see. If you think about a couple years ago, I think it was 2017, another Cat 5, I think its name was Patricia. I have to go back and remember, but also hit the west coast of Mexico. And I remember that one was a much better forecast, but it also hit pretty unpopulated areas. And I remember Max, Samantha, myself, we were just terrified thinking, what is going to happen? Because there still are villages and all this stuff. It hit the cliffs of Mexico and it was like it got ripped to shreds and it was gone and nothing happened. And we thought, well, that was so strange. But that was just truly a function of where it hit and how quickly that part of Mexico can, rip up a storm. Unfortunately, not the case with Acapulco.
No, and obviously a lot of damage done in that. And you've covered your share of disasters, storm disasters, whether tornado, whether hurricane, fire. I guess what have been some of the more memorable ones that really impacted you or have left an impact long term?
I think too, we should talk about the forecasting of and relating to climate and extremes, because I think that's something that anecdotally I have most certainly experienced in my career. And I think Otis is hopefully not symbolic of what's to come, because I do think that we are presently in a very unique situation, unprecedented sea surface temperatures, unprecedented air temperatures around the globe, and a lot of other factors that are playing in just beyond greenhouse gas emissions. However, once that gets studied and figured out, I can tell you from all of the storms, especially in the last decade, that I have had to change the way that I forecast, because I always say when I got into this business, I was kind of both learned but taught to be a conservative forecaster. The models, especially in the late 90s, early 2000s, I felt like often overdid what was going to happen. And so, that is what a meteorologist's job is. It's to learn the bias of the models. It's to then communicate what people are going to feel. And I would often under forecast so it could over deliver if that were the case. And I think that it worked for a decade of my career. Starting in, I'd say after 2012-ish, I noticed a remarkable difference in forecasting, especially the last 5 years, Ida being one of the big ones, where the models kept doing things that we were like, no way. It kept saying, Ida's going to be over land for 9 hours as a 4 or a 3. And physically, as a meteorologist, you say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Even if it is, Plaquemine Parish in Southeast Louisiana that's so low to sea level, still doesn't make sense. It's friction. And sure enough, it verifies. And I remember just being there and after doing the coverage and being in the hotel, holy cow. And then knowing, okay, now the models are trying to print out 6 to 8 inches of rain around the tri-state in just 6 hours. If that really verifies, this verified, my goodness, we're going to be dealing with, oh my gosh, by the time we get there, people are drowning in the streets in New Jersey. People are dying in their basements in Queens. It verified and then surpassed it. And I have seen that happen, especially with big rain events, pretty regularly up until this summer. Stony Point, New York, it's 20 miles away from my house. And we're watching a foot of rain in less than 12 hours. Unreal. unrelated, by the way, to any tropics. And so I think that each storm, and to answer your other question of like which ones stick out, each storm has their own footprint, and it has this kind of core memory for me. But I hope that the ones that stick out never happen again. Katrina being the top one. And that was my first real hurricane to ever cover. Of course, it was Katrina. There's nothing like covering something of that magnitude first. But it did really throw me into the transition of why I do it. And I think I was so young and I was still so focused on the meteorology, which is important. But that storm within 30 seconds taught me that it is not about science. It's about people. It's about how it impacts people. It's about how people are either prepared or unprepared. It's about privilege. And that's something that I've continued to learn through my stories and the evolution of all of these storms. Hurricane Michael was another one that stands out. I was right there in the eye wall of a Cat 5, like the first one since Andrew. And as a meteorologist, it's not that we have these bucket lists of like, I have to be in this place. But when I knew I had the opportunity to be in the eye wall of, at that point, a Cat 4, very strong one, I thought, well, if we can be safe, let's do it. And then it was really shocking and unnerving to know that afterward, there were people who didn't have the opportunity to get out. And I thought, oh no, our science is so good and I'm here being safe. And then we've got people unsafe. So it keeps each storm, while they have their own things, it changes why I do what I do.
Have you changed then over the years when you've seen these models start verifying, at least in regards to tropical weather? Have you started shifting your focus on which models you tend to focus more on?
Yes, and I don't dismiss them anymore. There were definitely times where Harvey, a great example, where now I'm forgetting which one, but one of them was printing out like 48 inches, and we were all like, "Come on, it is so silly." Oh my gosh, 52. Bingo. Really that, I think that's the lesson that I learned, is that my bias maybe had gone too far into, of all the modeling of saying, well, that outlier needs to be thrown out. It's not like I fell in love with the 6Z run or something at this point, but I'm also not going to ignore it. And I'm, just keep it in mind. And it can be bias can have a tuck in, like in the back, but it's got to stay there instead of being thrown away.
So we're doing this Weather Pods telethon for disaster relief to help benefit the American Red Cross. So that's one of the projects we're working on. Tell me a little bit, what are some of the other side hustles and things that you're working on? Because I know you are constantly busy and doing all kinds of other things as well.
I'll say, this is just on giving back. I think that is one of the most positive and powerful things somebody can do, because we are going to, and always have been, it's hard to take in all these images. You see disaster daily, right? Whether it's war or it's these natural disasters or however it is. And I do think that it can feel overwhelming. I think one of the best things that we can do as fellow humans is to give back and to say, okay, I am incredibly grateful for what I have. However, I realize that financial help, and that's how I usually deal with a lot of that kind of survivor's guilt, or the guilt of having to leave after I tell a story and having to move on to the next one. So I'm so proud to be a part of this and that you all are doing this, because I do think that gives action, gives you purpose, and it gives obviously back to the people who need it the most. So thank you for doing this. And this is why I wanted to do this again. It's so, so important that people realize you won't feel as helpless the moment you start to say, I'm going to help. Help gets rid of helpless. And so I have employed that a lot, because it's not, mentally, there's a lot that goes into being the first, and what a unique position that I've been in for the last 20 years, to be kind of often the first person before, during, and after, and then I'm gone. And then I see it again. And I see the human condition in every single disaster, from wildfire to tornado to whatever it is. And it's so fascinating, because people act the same, and truly the best comes out of people. But as I've talked about in the past, the maintenance of us helping these folks, they don't get better in 6 months, like right away, much like grief, everybody piles in and all the help comes right at the beginning. The American Red Cross does have longer standing help, and they are there as a resource. And that's why I think they're such a great thing to support. So that aside, that was a long answer for not even to answer what you were asking, but I wanted to make sure to get that in.
It's important.
We are working on several big climate stories. We've got a lot of plans for the future of climate here. Personally, I'm still at this crossroads of trying to figure out, when you have children, and I've got 2 young children, when do they become, they're always the focus, but now they're becoming to the age where it's like, how do balance is not the word, because you can't do that. How do I make sure that I am prioritizing what they need? And so one of the big things I'm working on is just making that kind of family and human choice of like, what is that? And I think that's a very normal thing for people to go through, but I also think it's really good to talk about. So I thought I would mention it. And it's something that's always top of mind. And what I've learned through therapy is just to communicate. So I often communicate to them and say, mommy has this opportunity. They're like my husband now, right? Like with my husband, I would always communicate and check in and make sure that this was going to work in our partnership. Well, now we've got 4 people in this partnership, and I got to make sure that each and every one of them feels like this is a good decision for everyone. So that's something that I'm working on personally.
Good luck. And when you figure it out, let us all know.
Yeah, I think what I've noticed is the communication helps, so that usually they're good and they understand. And we often they have questions about what it is. Why am I going to be gone for 2 days? Why am I going to be gone for 5 days? What is the purpose of it? What can they like understand about it? And then there are ones where, I was gone recently for 3 days straight, 4 different cities or something. And I got back and my hairstylist had come in because I was going to do an event at the Tribeca Film Festival. And the moment she walked in, my oldest starts bawling, and he's like, are you leaving again? And I was to mommy, like, this is too much. And we made change, like for the following 2 weeks, he was able to see the action and feel like he was being helped by the change. And so I think that's something that every parent probably has to go through and understand. But when I do have those windows, I'm never going to stop being me and wanting to keep growing, not just the climate unit here, but like my end goal is both to finally get something into children's programming. Don't know what that is or how it's going to look, but I will never stop trying, because I think that that's the place that I get most excited about. I'm doing a story actually at the end of this month with a group called Change is Simple, and they provide this really fun, interactive, hands-on environment and climate education series where they go into schools and they it's what I used to do as a meteorologist in local markets. Like, how is a teacher supposed to know as much as we do as experts in a field? Right. They go and they just, but really brilliantly with hands-on experiments and all of these really cool things. And it's something that a school can't necessarily focus on as a curriculum or prioritize, but the kids are going to learn so much in this one thing. Like, to be involved in something like that we could make nationwide, I think would be really powerful. So that's one of the other goals. Cool. Yeah. And then in the same way, I'm on the board at the National Children's Museum. And that's kind of where my mind is always going, is how do we bring access to STEM to kids who would never necessarily get it? So all of those things, I used to think it was going to be through a show or through some other way. I actually think it might be through something much more tangible and not so much in the way that I've always been trained to do things. So hopefully that comes to fruition.
That's great. Well, I'll tell you what, let people know, Ginger, how people can follow you maybe on social media so they can track some of this progress and some of the projects you're working on.
Yes, please. So you can find me at Ginger_Z on everything except TikTok. I think I'm Ginger Z, and then Facebook's Ginger Z TV. Pretty easy to find.
Well, I appreciate you helping out and
Thank you.
Coming back a second time. We might tell our listeners and viewers why I'm saying that, but thank you for doing it. Very gracious and helping to support what we're doing.
Good luck with the telethon. Oh, and finally, I am also on the mission always and still on my No New Clothes challenge, because that's both personally, but also as like the brand that I build, anywhere that I can make an environmental contribution. And I think that's something that we often forget as I'm sitting with this like greedy look behind me. I have made this statement, and I come from a place of privilege making it, but I have said, okay, I'm 17 months into a No New Clothes challenge. The average American, and this is going to sound like a lot, buys 16 items every 3 months. And there's a giant economic, but also environmental impact from our clothing. And so that's something, and social, and it's really about people being paid properly. So check out Remake and that No New Clothes Challenge. Try it for 3 months if you want to try something with me. It's been so easy and so enlightening, because I wasn't a big shopper. I don't think that I was getting the 16 items, but to see what you can save, both obviously financially, but mostly for the planet, for me has been so great. And it really forces you to think differently. And then I've applied it to different parts of my life. And I am the biggest secondhand shopper, and I hope to make secondhand all the rage.
You are, and it already is. I think I hear a lot and I see a lot about that. But so thanks for sharing that. And again, thanks for your time today, Ginger.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest and good luck.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Missy, and welcome to the American Red Cross Mobile Recovery Vehicle. In these vehicles, we have all the supplies needed to help clients on the road to recovery. We carry tents and chairs. Sometimes we're stuck out in the elements, and this helps protect the clients. We also offer cleanup kits. Sometimes a client can stay home but just need the extra bit of supplies to help them. We also carry blankets for when it's cold, and we have these comfort kits here that have personal toiletries in it. All the vehicles are also stocked with water and snacks. These vehicles are stocked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the ready to respond to any needs the clients have.
Welcome back to our telethon. We are coming up at the close of 1 hour, and we are closing in on $600 of donations thanks to your generosity just in this first hour alone. It's very exciting. So happy to have you with us here as we continue on.
This is just like a small piece of what we do here at the museum when we teach like weather programs. So we get a lot of field trip groups here because we are a museum. They kind of come here, we get to have fun, but we do make it curriculum based. That way it is an educational field trip. So that's a little bit about what we do here in Gastonia. So I wanted to bring a piece of this to you today.
What do you have here? I know we are talking about disaster readiness and the impacts of severe storms. And one of those things that storm chasers will see and communities impacted will see from thunderstorms is hail. I understand you have a little demonstration to help us, if we've never seen hail before, or at least significant hail, kind of wrap our mind around how that process works and how large it might be.
Yeah, so let's talk about how we make hail first. So you're going to have a thunderstorm. And if you've ever lived in a 2-story house, slept in bunk beds, you know that heat rises, all right? And when you get a lot of heat rising, you can actually create vertical winds, okay? That vertical winds is called an updraft. So I'm going to create an updraft here today, all right? And what's going to happen is raindrops will get stuck in an updraft. Now, when they get stuck, they're going to go to the top of the cloud and they're going to freeze, okay? And when they freeze, you may have ice chunks that are suspended in the sky. Now, as long as this updraft is able to support this ice chunk, it's going to stay in the cloud. Now, it's going to go down and up. It's going to grow and melt. And what it'll do is it'll actually make layers in the hail. So the hailstone is layered. Onions have layers. Ogres have layers. Hail has layers as well. And eventually, this ice chunk is going to get a little bit too heavy, and it's finally going to fall. So that updraft cannot sustain it anymore. So my question for you at home, this baseball here, will it levitate? All right. Raise your left hand if you think yes. Raise your right hand if you think no. All right. I know I can't see you guys, but I know you're voting. And let's see. Womp womp. So my question for you, why won't this levitate? And if you're thinking, it's probably because the ball's too heavy, you're exactly right. So I want you to take that one step further. That means this updraft can't support this baseball. So you have to have even stronger winds going vertically to support things like these baseball softballs in the sky. In fact, softball-sized hail, you have to have winds going up in a cloud at 100 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
Whoa, right? 100-mile-an-hour winds going up. right? And what comes up must come down. When it comes down, something like baseball size hail, when it comes down, will fall at nearly 100 miles an hour. So if you've ever seen people, I know we're over here in North Carolina, baseball size hail is pretty rare for us. But over here in the central portion of the country, they have baseball size hail a little bit more regularly. That's why you'll see people who carry like baseball helmets in their cars and such. If this thing's falling at 100 miles an hour, you're going to want to protect your head for sure. Now, we're talking about, weather preparedness, and I actually have some citizen science stuff for you guys, stuff that you can do at your house, but you can also help the meteorologist. And that is if you find hail at your house. So if it's hailing and you can safely get a piece of hail, measure it. And then send that in to your local National Weather Service. That really helps them out because, we can see what we can see through radar. But if they're getting really ground truth about what kind of hail is out there, that might give them a classification of a storm being severe or not. It also can just help them update their warnings. So I've got some similar or very common items. So coins are always great. You can put your hailstone right there beside a coin, take a picture and send it to them. That's a really standard way. If it's bigger than a quarter, it's technically severe hail. Golf balls, baseball, softball, these are very standard things. What you don't want to use is bouncy ball size hail. Well, bouncy balls come in a lot of different sizes, so not a standard unit. Also, you don't want to get out something like a pipe cleaner sized hail. You guys didn't know I actually cut off a little bit of this, so it's not a standard pipe cleaner size. So try to find objects that you would that are pretty standard across the industry. So softballs, baseballs, golf balls, coins, dollar bills, things like that are really, really helpful.
I mean, that's an excellent point, Candace, because the storm reports that come in from professionals, but also just the community really helps the National Weather Service, as you mentioned, understand what's happening on the ground and what's to come downstream. So having some sort of confirmed point of reference rather than just trying to reference an object that might come in various sizes could really help people in the next community allow that National Weather Service to issue that proper severe thunderstorm warning.
Exactly. And, being a citizen scientist, you may live in a more rural part of the county. Maybe we don't have a lot of professional, whether it be weather equipment or human interaction in your local area. So even something as simple as taking a picture and putting it on like Facebook and tagging them, putting it on Twitter, X, whatever they're called, and tagging them can be a really big help. So just know that you are important in the meteorological world, and your forecast or your observations really do help our forecast.
Absolutely. Candace, before we let you go, I can't help but notice you've also got a tornado there on the table.
Yes. And do you want to see a really cool snow thing? Because we're about to come up on winter, right?
We are. Yes, please.
Okay. So this stems from me living in North Carolina my entire life, pretty much. And snow is not what it is up north around here. Okay. We get like that wet snow, the heavy snow. You walk outside and you're drenched after you come back in, but it's not like that everywhere. So we have what we call snow ratios, okay? So it's the amount of water compared to the amount of snow. So sometimes a little bit of water can make a lot of snow. Sometimes a little bit of water can make not a lot of snow, and it's kind of mushy. So around here in the South, we typically get that mushy snow. It's basically, there's a lot of water content in that snow. Up north, you can get really dry snows. So I wanted to show you that today. I've got 2 tubes here filled with some snow. James, can you confirm that you can see these tubes here?
I can confirm we can see those tubes.
Awesome. So I'm going to pour some water in each one of these, and we're just going to see what happens. So here we go. So I poured some water in there. Not much movement. I'm going to pour a little water in here. And you'll notice this one here is starting to rise a bit more. So this one here that I put in, this one, you can see it's sticky. It's not really even wanting to come out. It's that very heavy, wet snow. This here, really dry, really fluffy. This here is that snow that, you don't really pack well, but man, you could get like 40, 50 inches of it really, really quickly. So you can have 1 inch of rain make 6 inches of snow. You can have 1 inch of rain make 50 inches of snow. It's really all about that snow ratios.
That's really good to remember as we head into the winter season. That's what makes forecasting snow so hard. I'll also say, as a native New Yorker, not all sleigh riding is the same. You want that nice, packed, maybe just a tad bit icy snow to really quickly get down the hill.
For sure. And then you mentioned the tornado. I just had to bring the tornado. It's just a lot of fun to look at.
Absolutely. And that's a nice, safe way to look at it. Candace from the Shield Museum, if anybody's ever visiting Charlotte, it's just a quick little drive to the west over there in Gastonia, North Carolina. As always, Candace, we appreciate your expertise, your knowledge, and just your energy this morning.
Yeah, always come over. We have an annual event called Weatherproof. We're also going to be doing some Snow Much Science programs in January, so come on out. We'd love to have you guys. And from one nonprofit to another, we really appreciate your donations this morning because they really do matter.
Well, they absolutely do. And we are happy to say that as we close on our first hour with 11 to go, we've just crossed $600. Phil Johnson and the Stormfront Freaks will take it here after the break. And as we go to break, Carly, who are some of those latest helpers who have made donations here to the American Red Cross?
Yes. Thank you again, Candace. I felt like a kid watching that. That was so fun. And we also want to say thank you to our recent donations. We've got Tropical Troubles again with the 10. Thank you so much. Team Bolt with a $10 donation. Thank you, Team Bolt. Chris Schammel with $100. Thank you so very much. Jana Adams, 25. Valerie McMahon, 25. Thank you so much. And we've also got the Tornadoologist. I know I've seen you around. Thank you so much for the 25. And Jean Schaefer as well. So what an incredible first hour we've had already, James.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Missy, and welcome to the American Red Cross Mobile Recovery Vehicle. In these vehicles, we have all the supplies needed to help clients on the road to recovery. We carry tents and chairs. Sometimes we're stuck out in the elements, and this helps protect the clients. We also offer cleanup kits. Sometimes a client can stay home but just need the extra bit of supplies to help them. We also carry blankets for when it's cold, and we have these comfort kits here that have personal toiletries in it. All the vehicles are also stocked with water and snacks. These vehicles are stocked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the ready to respond to any needs the clients have.
On the next Stormfront Freaks. But it's our job to tell the story. People expect me to be out there and tell the story. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get our team in the best position to do that.
Through the day, when the roller coaster hits, because it's inevitable, I do this question to myself every time. Something will really piss me off in the show. Inevitably, 3 out of the 5 days a week.
So when people see the tornado when you're up close, you know, a big factor is how close you're going to get is what's going on over your head.
You know, like I try not to ask too many questions that are all sciencey and inside baseball, but you know, what would my kids ask? Honestly, that's what I think most of the time.
That was a lot of fun with Phil and the gang. They do a great job over there.
Him laughing is funnier than anything.
I don't understand what happened. I really don't.
We've got some great guests coming up. And again, we appreciate everyone's donations. You know, the whole point of today is we've got some great people willing to share their time with us. And all in the hope of really raising more money for the American Red Cross and their disaster relief. So keep those coming in. Thank you so much for doing that. I am joined this morning. We've got some of our Stormfront Freaks co-hosts first.
This is amazing. I love everyone here. The mission.
We've also got our co-creator, co-host, co-producer, and my brother, Mark MJ Johnson, joining us this morning. Thanks, MJ.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good to be here. This is a lot of fun. It's a good.
And then Brady Harris. Brady Harris is one of our co-hosts as well. Brady's joining us from Columbus. Brady, good morning.
Hey, Phil. I don't have any exotic rugs behind me like MJ does, but I'm working on it.
That's good. And we're still joined by Weather Brains Bill Murray We got
Yeah.
Carly Sisson with us, but we want to jump to our first guest here. Mike Boylan, creator of Mike's Weather Page. He's also a storm chaser. Mike, thanks for joining us. I know you got some softball or something like that going on today. Is this you or one of your kids?
Oh, it's my kids. It's my second love. I don't know what I love more, is watching her play or chasing a good storm. But today I get to do both. Or this week I did the big storms in Miami a couple of days ago, and here I am watching her play. So it's a perfect week and doing your all's telethon. So there we go.
Well, we definitely appreciate you joining us. So thanks for the time on that. And I'm going to tell all of our co-hosts what we do on Stormfront Freaks is if you've got a question, you just kind of jump in, and whoever's the loudest tends to get their question in first. But Mike, I want to first get a little feedback from you on this year's tropical season. What was your take on this year? What were your thoughts on it?
I think beginning of the year, I stress the importance of, it only takes one. Sometimes we get these seasons with a lot of names. We almost had Vince today. So I think it comes down to all that preseason hype of a busy season versus a slow season. And sometimes we only get one or two landfalling systems. And that's the one thing that I think it stands out is, everybody thinks it's a dead season when they're not affected. And we really only had Idalia. We still had a third active season ever, but we really only had one memorable storm. So it just kind of shows you that tropics are tricky. We saw over in Mexico with Acapulco there what could happen overnight. So always you just can't turn your back on the tropics, that's for sure.
I want to actually, Mike, expand on Phil's question. So he talked about the tropical season this year. What about like the year as a whole when it comes to chasing storms? Was there anything that stood out for you, and kind of break down some of your biggest chases?
Yeah, well, Idalia we went to Idalia, and that was a different storm for us up here because we had surge all the way basically where Ian made landfall. Some places down in Fort Myers area had more surge than they did with Ian, and it was a storm that was 100 miles off the coast. So I think the biggest impact for me was the non-direct landfall of a storm, and the whole west coast of Florida experienced flooding, and every town where I live had FEMA set up. And we're talking, Palm Harbor, Clearwater, Tarpon Springs, the Sponge Docks, places that have never flooded, had water inland. I mean, I went to Crystal River, which was way away from the landfall, and they had water a mile from the coast. And there was locals walking around. They look like zombies because they've never seen it. Locals have never saw water come inland that far. So those are things that I take away. The non-landfall effects in Valdosta, Georgia. Like, this storm was so strong, there was pine trees everywhere. Interstate 10 was closed. So it reinstates how important to discuss inland effects and not where the storm hits, because there was people that, again, up in Georgia that thought it was only going to be a Florida event, and they're looking around and they got trees down everywhere. So that was my most memorable thing, I think, was just how many people were affected from a storm that was 100 miles off the coast here on the West Coast. And we had record surge. And it was a wake-up call for Tampa, where I live, that they had flooding that they've never seen in Tampa Bay, again, from a storm when the sun was out. We were getting flooded. So surge is a real deal. And I think that was the big thing for me, is what surge can really do.
Yeah, and Mike, and that's a really interesting point, right? Because you're right that there was storm surge with sunshine out, right? That's how do you do you think the public do you think people that you were seeing were ready for that? Like, did they expect the amount of flooding, or no?
No, totally no. Because I had locals kind of calling me out because I saw we had a storm called Ada a couple years ago in 2020, and we had hundreds of homes flooded in Pinellas. Same situation. It was a tropical storm that was only 60 miles off our coast. Everything lined up. We had, the new moon, tide cycles. And what I've learned from these storms, something that I never really learned until Idalia, especially, is when you have a persistent southwest wind here during high tide, it drives all that water in. But when that wind stays, the low tide never gets a chance to escape. So then when the second high tide came in, that's when we had our surge, several hours after Idalia was gone. That's when midday the next day we had these high surge values.
Yeah.
Cedar Key, for example, I tried to go out there, that's where Cantore was camped out. It was closed. It was still underwater. The bridge, the little causeway was underwater from the secondary surge from high tide. So that's something that I think fascinates me, is when the low tide never gets a chance to escape, and then the next tide comes in with those winds, and we get that additional surge that nobody really expected.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure too it was the historic high tide, right? It was one of the actual surge combined with the fact that this was the highest tide of the year was just a recipe for disaster. And I can't even imagine having to try and communicate to that, hey, we're not going to get hit with the hurricane, but you're still going to have storm surge. Like, the public doesn't understand storm surge as it is, how do you explain, hey, the center of this thing is going to be 100 miles off our coast, but we're still going to get storm surge flooding, and we're still going to have flooding along the coast. Like, if I'm a person that lives there, I'm just going to be like, it's not going to hit me. I'm going to be fine,
Totally. And it goes back to the cone, what the NHC wants to try to figure out a different way to showcase the cone because of what happened with Ian. The eye was right on that edge of the bottom part of the cone. A lot of people focus on that center line and the effects that can can happen outside that cone. And again, we're talking a storm that was 100 miles away, and so many people were flooded. I have not seen final numbers yet, but Homosassa Springs, Crystal River, all these little cities, Yankeetown and stuff. If anybody knows driving on US 19 North, every one of these little towns had serious flooding, and again, like you said, everybody thinks the storm's going north. And so going back to that statement, here at the softball field, I'm meeting a lot of folks that live in Fort Myers, and that storm still bothers me of how the emotions swung with every 6-hour update. And folks in Tampa, when that thing, for one cycle, they had the models go into the panhandle of Florida. So everybody here in Tampa is like, oh, it's going west. Especially Fort Myers, it's like 2 days before, right? They're like, oh, that's not our storm. And then, so the emotions with swings on these shifts. Down at Wink News, they're doing Matt. Thank you, because I just drew a blank. But he went out on a limb, and they've changed their graphics, and they don't show the center line anymore. Mm-hmm. They have a cone with just a cone, and that's the biggest thing is I think educating people and the inland effects. That's the number one thing I hear is like, oh my God, I had no idea, because everybody's so focused on landfall.
Yeah. And Mike, you bring up a good point about, I like how they took out the center part of the storm. So it's just the cone, because I think that's really difficult even, for everyone to understand, okay, what do we need to do? How do we need to prepare? And, for the public to prepare and do what they need to get all their resources and everything in line. And it can be one of the most difficult things when it comes to communicating, on TV. Now, Mike, I'd love to know more about a little bit into tornado chasing and what you've done there and some big things.
Oh God, I'm a rookie. I joke, I haven't met Reed, and I've tried. This last little tornado outbreak that we had here at home, I did capture our Oldsmar tornado on a drone. So I'm getting better, and we did have damage here, and I felt good because National Weather Service in Tampa actually used my footage. They didn't even designate this a tornado until I had the footage, and we had some homes that were damaged. So I am getting a little better reading, vorticity signals and learning what side to be on, and don't be on the rain side. I mean, I went to Georgia over the summer, and I was on the other side of the tornado, and I'm like getting hail, and I can't see, and all the smart chasers were on the south side and on the dry side, So, and tornadoes are frustrating to me because they bounce, they don't stay on the ground very long. And so, yeah, that we did have a pretty big outbreak here, where I live in Curlew, and the Curlew Causeway is pretty famous in Dunedin, and we had a significant EF2 damage there. And I was in the parking lot, and I just had a bad feeling. So I got the heck out of Dodge, and that's exactly where it hit. That was the one with the portalet. I don't know if you saw the videos. There was a portalet that ended up on a street light. I was right underneath that. So something told me to get out. I just, So I'm kind of scared of tornadoes. I feel confident with hurricanes. I know the direction of the wind. I know I know how to stay away from the surge. So the tornadoes are tricky. And I think, how many chasers, go a whole season, right? And they just get that one or two, successful chases, but how many, like 100 did they fail at, right? So I think tornadoes are tricky, right? We see it with SPC all the time. Sometimes they get, dark green and they get an outbreak and they go, all the way up and they don't get one. So I think Mother Nature is smarter than a lot of us.
This is true. Very true.
mean,
All right. Hey, before we go to break, Brady, you got one last quick question. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so Mike, with El Nino the way it is this year, right? I know Florida generally gets a little bit more active, a little bit more wet, a little bit more active in the severe weather season. Do you think you'll be chasing this winter down in Florida in your backyard?
I totally believe it. I spent some time researching El Nino Florida effects, and there's a lot of great graphs been put out from National Weather Service. And historically, strong El Ninos bring the highest flood chances, almost like triple the amount of flooding events. Obviously, tornadoes. I understand with the jet stream. And what we just saw last week or a couple of days ago down in Miami, definitely a product of El Nino. Jet stream fueled storms, in the Gulf's still 80 degrees. So I really believe it. We got another one coming down Tuesday they're talking about, and I just looked at the latest models again. And so, yeah, we're going to be getting that weather, unfortunately. And we did have a tornado outbreak a couple weeks ago, and kind of the same deal. When every time you bring that jet stream into the mix and we have the Gulf, I'm believing that more than ever that we're going to see an active Florida season.
Well, Mike, I want to thank you for your time joining us this morning, all to kind of help support the Red Cross and disaster relief, because I know you've seen that a lot yourself.
Yes. And I will say, I support the Red Cross. They actually did a hurricane special from our house like 5 years ago, and it's on the bottom of my page if everybody wants to see it. So I always give them credit because they gave me a little credit back when I was small, and I really appreciated that from them. So I always try to throw them a support now and then when I can too. So.
Well, great. Well, Mike, again, thanks for your time. Before we go to break, I want to quick recognize Tasha Kirksey donated $50. So thank you, Tasha. Shannon Bolesky, who's been a guest on our show before, Storm Chaser. Thank you. And Jenny Lassiter, she was our first donor. She's donated again. So she's one of a couple people I've now seen as a double donator. Let's make it triple, quadruple. Who knows? We got a few more hours to go, but we'll be right back with Bruce Jones from Midland Radio. All right, Mike, thank you, buddy.
Hey,
appreciate it.
Yeah, I didn't know, but thank you so much.
Everyone.
Todos.
الجميع مرحب بهم. مرحبا.
At an American Red Cross shelter.
Cuando se produce un desastre en su zona.
The Red Cross may open.
يفتح ملجأ.
Where you can sleep.
用餐.
To get you back on your feet.
لن يطلب الصليب الأحمر.
Never ask.
Your citizenship status.
ولن يشارك معلوماتك الخاصة.
Sin su permiso.
也无论您从哪里来.
Everyone.
Todos.
الجميع مرحب بهم.
At an American Red Cross shelter. To learn more about the Red Cross or to find an open shelter in your area, go to redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS.
All right, back with the Weather Pods Disaster Relief Telethon. Again, thanks for watching and tuning in. Do us a favor and tell all your friends, all your weather geeks, message them right now and let them know this is going on, because we still got another 10 plus hours to bring you with some great guests. And again, our co-hosts right now, we've got Jen Watson, MJ, Brady Harris, Bill Murray from Weather Brains, but we are welcoming in one of my favorites, Bruce Jones, meteorologist at Midland Radio, one of their top spokespeople. And we love having you on, Bruce. I wanted to bring you on specifically because when we cover disaster relief, that's a big part of what you do and you guys are doing at Midland, which is trying with the emergency radios, let people know and warn people in advance of what's coming so that they're not caught in something like that. But thanks for joining us this morning.
Hey, I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
And for those of you who are watching or listening online, this is a fundraiser for the American Red Cross. And I can tell you personally, I've been working with the American Red Cross closely over the last year and a half, maybe 2 years now. And they have done fantastic work providing weather radios to towns and counties that have been smacked by severe weather, or in the case of Hawaii, by wildfire. In the aftermath of any disaster, post-traumatic stress disorder is a huge issue amongst those who have survived. Whether you lost something in it or not, there's a lot of PTSD after these disasters. For the American Red Cross to be able to go around to these communities and hand each homeowner a NOAA weather radio is a tremendous shot in the arm and really helps them with their mental health issues. Because in the aftermath of something destructive in your hometown, whether you fight it or not, you're going to have a lot of mental issues that come to the surface every time the sky turns dark or the wind starts blowing. You can't control it. It just pops up. But the American Red Cross will go into these communities and hand people a NOAA weather radio. And that radio basically is like an umbrella of safety over that home and that family. So what we're doing here is raising funds for the American Red Cross so that they can continue in these efforts. And I give them an A+ in everything that I've seen them do.
And Bruce, let's talk a little bit about having that secondary source of confirmation when there's severe weather, specifically a tornado, because there's been a lot of social scientists that have gone in after disasters. And what they found is it takes a lot of people, once either they get an alert on their phone or they hear the siren, they need that secondary source of confirmation before they actually take shelter. And also another fact is, a lot of times we can get severe weather when we're sleeping and you can't rely on the outdoor sirens to wake you up. So why is it so important to have a weather radio and another source of confirmation?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jen. I'll tell you, when I was a kid, we lived in Austin, Texas. This was in the 1960s. In Austin, Texas, we did not have central air conditioning in our home. Central air was for rich people.
Yeah.
You kept your windows open. In Texas, in Austin,
my
Texas,
gosh.
you kept your windows open in the spring and summer. Tornado season, your windows were open. So an outdoor siren might have been a little more audible in those days. But those sirens are designed to warn you when you're outdoors. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, unless you're out walking your dog at 2 a.m., you're not supposed to hear that siren inside your home. NOAA weather radio was specifically designed to be an indoor tornado siren because we recognized this problem in the 60s, the 70s, and it persists today. Now people put so much faith in this cell phone that if your local cell phone tower goes down, you need to understand you may get nothing at all from this phone. And that was the situation in Cookeville, Tennessee, in 2020, nocturnal tornado, middle of the night. People who went to bed relying on this cell phone to wake them up got nothing because 2 of the big cell phone towers that serve Cookeville were disabled by earlier wind damage. NOAA weather radio had the tornado warning 11 minutes in advance. Anyone in Cookeville with a weather radio had 11 minutes to take shelter. 19 people died that night. F4 tornado, Cookeville, Tennessee, a suburb of Nashville. But you know, after that tornado, our online sales in Tennessee and Kentucky went up 6,000%.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
So people get the message after, and I understand that. But we try to get the message out before. And so American Red Cross has done wonderful work in the aftermath of these storms, but it's up to each of us individually to do something preceding these storms.
Sure. So
get warnings.
So Bruce, I've got a question because we know all of your, all of the weather radios come with the same technology, right? That's designed so that you can program your county, your locale. into, because that's one of the things people say, I don't want it going off all the time for,
Yeah.
it's just like we hear, right, from media, right? They don't want to hear it if it's not in their area.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what's the best way for any of us out here in the community, if we're working with people, doing a distribution of these radios, doing some things like that, best way to get people to be able to program that themselves? What are the resources available to help them figure out how to program it for their locale?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've made it a lot easier. First of all, when you buy a weather radio, look for the public alert designation. Public alert is not advertising. It's the Consumer Technology Association. They set standards for these devices because they want them to be true life-saving devices. So get a public alert certified weather radio, and that one you can program to go off just for your county. And it's easy now because it's all alphabetical. When you do set location, it says USA or Canada, you pick USA. And then it says what state in the USA, you pick your state, and then it has the alphabetical list of counties, and you find your county and set it in there, and it's done. And we have partial county alerting coming here real soon, where some counties of the United States will be partitioned into smaller segments, and then you can set your weather radio to only go off for the northwest or the southeast corner of your county, and you'll only get the tornado warnings for your specific section of the county. So you're capable of doing that right now, but the emergency managers need to meet with National Weather Service and decide how to subdivide their counties.
So Bruce Jones, Bill Murray here. You have a print of a painting on your wall behind you that was in the World Book Encyclopedia when I was a kid. And that print scared me to pieces, Bruce, because that was just a terrifying situation. And it reminded me of too many times, having to go to the, as we call them in Alabama, storm pit. That was a very intimidating name, but it's good to see you. You got any weather history for us today? Anything that happened on this date?
Not off the top of my head, but let me respond to you about that. I had the same World Book Encyclopedia, and that was one of my motivations for getting into weather. That and the Wizard of Oz movie that I saw when I was 5. But that picture right there, if you study it, it's just the most dynamic picture. It's called Tornado in Kansas, or Tornado over Kansas, and it's by Curry, Curry. The original's up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, as I recall, or Kalamazoo, or someplace up there in an art museum. But it's wonderful. It's the family taking shelter as the tornado's coming, and there's some drama in there as the cat is getting ready to bolt out of the little boy's arms, and something interesting is about to happen as they try to get to the shelter, but the little boy may be running to chase after the cat. But
and what they would have given for a weather radio back then.
Yeah. So basically, to wrap up, I'll tell you, National Weather Service has developed this network of 1,033 transmitters. They send out a signal 24/7, 365. The weather radio's job is to silently monitor that signal. And so most of the year, a weather radio, it really just sits there silently. It's plugged in, has battery backup, so it'll work in a power failure, but it's plugged into the wall and it silently monitors that. And when there's trouble, it goes off, just like a smoke detector does. These should be standard in every home in the United States of America. And for those of you watching, please make a donation to the American Red Cross, because they've sent these radios to Mayfield, Kentucky. They just sent a bunch of them down to Louisiana. They've sent them to Tennessee. They've sent them to Maui County and the island of Maui. The American Red Cross is working with the National Weather Service and county and state emergency managers to get more of these devices out there, because we know early warning saves lives.
Well, Bruce, thanks so much for taking the time to join us this morning. Definitely appreciate you having it on, and good to see you.
Good to see you guys, and thanks for the opportunity. Everyone, please make a donation.
Yeah, so on that note, some people we want to highlight. Michelle donated $25, so thank you, Michelle. Carrie Monster donated $150, so Carrie Monster, thank you so much. That's going to help a lot of people. And Jessica Woodall, $25 as well. Thank you very much, everybody who's helping to give. I know we got a bunch of people that have been ripping it up on the chats as well. Hopefully we'll be talking with you guys as well. We got a lot of stuff going on, but we're going to head to break here a little bit. We're going to be right back with Reed Timmer, so stay tuned.
When natural disasters like Hurricane Katrina or Sandy happen, Red Cross emergency response vehicles and volunteers make the news. But rarely shown is the fact that on average, Red Cross workers help a family affected by a home fire or other disaster 180 times a day. The Red Cross is there for nearly 64,000 disasters per year throughout the U.S., helping people like Gene Welsh of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A smoke alarm installed by the Red Cross saved Gene's life, going off just in time for him to escape only moments before flames engulfed his house. The Red Cross helps people like Gene and communities all across the U.S., maybe even people you know. Generous donors make this work possible. Donor gifts enable the American Red Cross to sustain a strong nationwide infrastructure comprised of local offices, robust training, integrated IT and communication systems, a fleet of response vehicles, warehouses stocked with shelter and relief supplies, and partners to help mobilize to support one family or 100,000 families. The Red Cross also relies on a network of 330,000 volunteers in communities throughout the country who respond night and day, answering the call for help. So when you hear stories about people like Gene Welsh, you may realize that the Red Cross is your Red Cross too, a local charity staffed and supported by your neighbors, making a difference every day in your own community. You can make a difference in your community too. To join the mission to help people affected by disasters, big and small, visit redcross.org/give.
All right, we're moving on with the WeatherPod's Disaster Relief Telethon, and we've got an opportunity now to bring in extreme meteorologist Dr. Reed Timmer. Reed, welcome to the telethon this morning.
Thanks for having me. Never stop chasing.
Absolutely. So besides the fact I love your hat, by the way, but we're talking. I want to just start off right off the bat here. So this is all for the American Red Cross disaster relief. I know certainly with the number of storms you've been involved in, both tornadoes, tropical blizzards, winter storms, floods. You've kind of covered the gambit. I am really curious to know what are some of the top disasters that you've seen that you still remember and kind of still hit with you a little bit.
Well, probably the first one that I ever saw that kind of got when I first started storm chasing in 1999 was the May 3rd, 1999 tornado, the F5 that went from down west of Chickasha up through Moore and South Oklahoma City. And we were freshmen at the University of Oklahoma at that time, and 5 of us were packed in a soft top Geo Tracker.
Oh, nice.
Cool vehicle from back in the day. And
I had one of those.
Yeah, they're a collector's item probably now.
Yeah.
And it was my friend Matt Sanis' Geo Tracker, and we were all packed in there. And then we ended up seeing the first couple tornadoes from that supercell, and then we kind of meandered through a forest and ended up in the path of it somehow. And someone in the vehicle had the bright idea to abandon the Geo Tracker and run for an overpass when it was coming at us. And there was a family freaking out underneath the overpass, but thankfully the tornado wobbled a little bit right when it was approaching us, missed us just to the north. But then we hopped in the car and then we saw the damage that tornado caused up in Moore, and we saw horses just wandering down I-44, people starting to emerge from their homes. And that was kind of the first time that I'd ever really seen that kind of war zone like damage that a big tornado can leave behind.
And Reed, I'd love to ask you a question because you have seen so many storms, have done so much research as well. I remember when I was working in Tupelo, Mississippi, and you would come down to Hyperion Technology Group and you'd be working with the engineers and trying to, create your cool things, that you'd send into the storm. But you have a lot of data and, we still don't know why some supercells produce tornadoes and some don't. What is some of the most powerful, data and research that you found from your years of storm chasing and just your experience overall?
Well, definitely the rocket launch into the Linwood, Kansas EF4 tornado back in 2019, and even back when we were working with Hyperion Technology Group, we were trying to design miniaturized sensors that could live stream data and their GPS position. But back then, the technology wasn't quite ready for us to recover those sensors, and so we launched a lot into tornadoes, and we never saw them again. They would just get carried away for many miles, and we would lose those sensors many times, and the ones that we would find were the ones that didn't get inside of the tornado, that got deflected straight to the ground. And so finally in 2019, we got a sensor into a tornado, and meeting up with Mark Simpson, who's Chasing Spin on Twitter, he hand built all of those miniaturized sensors, and it finally worked on that day in late May in 2019. And it did 2 revolutions around the tornado and measured a pressure perturbation of negative 113.5 millibars to as it went up kind of in the lower levels of the tornado, and then also sampled the mesocyclone as well up there. And so I think that for discriminating between non-tornadic and tornadic supercells, probably the data collected in the environment around the tornado is more important. But for us over the years, we've kind of been focused on collecting data inside of the tornado, which I think is kind of more difficult. It's associated with a safety risk too in there. And so I think when we do self-funded research that isn't really attached to the government or a research institution, that it makes it possible for us to get closer to the tornadoes and to try to deploy sensors inside without having to deal really with some of the safety issues that I guess are at play. But we still, of course, when we launch our rockets, we're always sufficiently far away from power lines, and it's always a legal launch, and you have to follow all the local regulations and everything too, as well with the rocket.
Reed, what's your guys' like latest technology you guys are using with sensors? Like, is it drones, or because I know there's all this regulation now that we have around those, right?
Yeah, our most recent project has been launching those miniaturized sensors with model rockets that are custom built from the roof of the Dominator.
That's so awesome.
So that we're getting the path of it from the inflow notch, and we've learned over the years that we really need the propulsion of that the rocket engine provides, because around the tornado, almost every tornado I've ever chased has that sheath of sinking motion around it that's associated with the occlusion process at any given level. So if you try to launch a parachute probe from far out of the tornado and it's riding the inflow toward it, it'll just go straight to the ground before reaching the core of the tornado. But if you have a rocket or even a racing drone like an FPV drone, and you can get through that sheath of sinking air, get into the tornado, and then you just have this dynamic pipe of a cyclonically rotating updraft, probably up above 10 or 11,000 feet, and then it, I think, levels off into the tilted mesocyclonic flow a little bit more.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, right? Like I just remember from watching your old TV shows, like you have to get it just right. You know, when you launch a drone, you can't just launch it towards the storm and it's going to, go into the tornado. You have to line it up with the wind vectors and make sure you're not going to get a burst of sinking air like you were saying. And it's crazy, right? But it's always really cool just to see the data you produce, and it's like the hunt for Red October meets storm chasing, right? That's awesome.
Yeah, that's fun to collect data inside of a tornado too. And I love just storm chasing with just my potato phone, and a pair of shorts and a beater vehicle and a car too. But when you're trying to collect data inside too, it kind of adds some more stakes and a little bit more fulfillment, I guess, with the whole storm chasing process. I like to do the ground probes too. But with self-funded research, it is tough because it is kind of a one-way street. There's definitely no saving up for retirement or anything, and
no
funded science.
Yeah.
Reed, Bill Murray here. Always love everything you do, and loved the show Tornado Chasers. Talk about that show for a second, and then just spend a moment and talk to us about Tim Samaras and what he meant to you.
Sure. Yeah. Tornado Chasers was our kind of independent production that we did after Storm Chasers. So that was canceled after the 2011 season. And we partnered with all our old camera guys from Storm Chasers, and Ken Cole, who we've worked with since our University of Oklahoma years. He's always been an independent film guy in addition to a meteorologist too. And we did our first show, Tornado Glory, back in the early 2000s with Ken as part of his student project at the University of Oklahoma. And so we partnered with him on Tornado Chasers and did 2 seasons, and definitely was a fun time. Our goal was to kind of cover the more realistic side of storm chasing, Whereas Storm Chasers, there was a little bit of scripting that happened in there too, and you had to bounce from team to team. But we tried to keep it a little bit more raw in the 2012 and 2013 seasons. And I was very close with Tim, and we were on the same show with Storm Chasers before that as well. And Tim is someone that I always looked up to as well, and inspired a lot of our science too. And I've discussed the turtle probes a lot with him. And Tim also worked with Hyperion Technology Group too, the engineers down in Tupelo. And he developed his pitot tube anemometer that we had on the Dominator back then, which doesn't have the moving part, so it's capable of measuring some stronger wind speeds as well. And I saw Tim a couple of days before the El Reno tornado after the Cora, Kansas intercept in the Dominators. And I was also good friends with Carl Young as well, and his son Paul. But Tim was always, someone that was an inspiration to me, someone I looked up to. I would say a mentor figure as well in terms of the science and the storm chasing and kind of how to work with, the traditional research and the professional meteorologists, and also do self-funded research and storm chasing. And his legacy still lives on, and all the work that we do, and always striving to do our own science no matter what the circumstances. And he's forever missed as well. He was always looking out for our safety and always worried about whether we're okay when we were storm chasing too. So but yeah, I loved Tim, and definitely will be forever missed. He's a pioneer of storm chasing science, and there's a lot of people in the professional meteorology community that view storm chasing as a little bit less important as to other aspects of professional meteorology, like television meteorology, for example, or National Weather Service forecasters or research meteorologists. And I just feel like Tim was kind of at the leading edge of storm chasers doing science and being professionals, and storm chasing being treated as a professional industry more so, and also how storm chasers can help out in collecting data, because the fact is there's probably nobody more passionate about weather than the storm chasing community out there. And also there's not many people that have such a diversified skill set with the technical skills. I mean, there are storm chasers that computer program, they can video edit, they can fly drones, they have all their licenses and everything too. And so I think that it was such a natural fit for storm chasers to participate in field science and in the warning process. And Tim was always kind of at the forefront of that with storm chasing.
Thank you.
And Reed, those were such kind words for Tim and just the community in general. And that day with El Reno, that was a tornado that surprised everyone. It grew in size so rapidly, and also its forward speed just increased so surprisingly as well. Can you break down the tornado and just that day in general and what it was like?
Yeah, it was one of those setups that lead to like the biggest, strongest tornadoes that I've ever chased in my career. Those ones like the Pilger setup, like Bennington, Kansas in 2013 is another one of those. The Manchester, South Dakota tornado setup in 2003 was a setup like that. The Pipestone, Manitoba tornado 2007 was similar. And basically later on in the season and in the summertime, late spring into summer, you can get those kind of post-frontal environments where you get the northerly winds that'll shift around to an easterly direction beneath kind of zonal flow aloft, or even relatively modest mid-level flow, but a ton of cape. So you get a lot of cape with those setups, slower storm motions. You get bigger tornadoes, big dew points, low LCLs, and extreme bulk shear too. And you get those easterlies beneath the westerlies in the mid-levels. And the Pilger setup was similar to that. And in fact, those 3 days were real similar to that as well. And even the Cora, Kansas setup a couple of days before El Reno. And so those types of setups have always led to those really large tornadoes. And the low level jets are so strong relative to the modest flow in the mid levels that they're moving more slowly. And so you get those tornadoes that'll curl off to the left. And those are kind of the tornadoes that I grew up chasing too, and getting started with those in the Southern Plains. And so you're always looking for that left-hand turn, like what the El Reno tornado did. And then you had the Bennington, Kansas tornado just before El Reno that I think might have even been a stronger tornado than El Reno. And both of those were preliminarily rated in EF5 and then downgraded to EF3 when the final rating came out, which I found interesting. But They both had loops in their track, kind of similar to the Yuma tornado, or even Eli up in Manitoba, which happened a day before the Pipestone, Manitoba tornado of June 23rd, 2007. And that was kind of a different setup, kind of an interesting setup, a storm kind of propagating south into that weaker low-level jet. But the next day was similar to one of those El Reno type setups that really destabilized, and a lot of times they're kind of in effective post-frontal environments. It's almost like you're bringing aspects of the high plains further east with deeper moisture and lower cloud bases, or taking like a Dixie Alley tornado moving at 60 miles an hour and making it stationary, and lasting for an hour. So it seems like that type of.
So I know, listen, Reed, I know MJ's got a question, but you're just ripping off these tornadoes and these
amazing
setups.
Yeah.
And I've talked about in the past, I do not have a memory for that kind of stuff. You've got to be the guy that when you go golfing, you remember going golfing a year ago and playing hole number 7 on your second shot, right, and how crazy of a shit. That's you, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't remember the events where we botched the storm chase, though. I remember the ones where we see.
So you remember the good golf shots too. That's what it is.
I love that. Phil, I think the only thing we remember is Clovis, right? As well as everyone.
The whole body of work that was Clovis. I don't remember those dates, though. Those individual dates of the Clovis thing. I just remember day after day of action. So I'm not remembering them as well anymore, I don't think.
So Reed, I have a question. Mark Johnson, MJ from Stormfront Freaks. You've talked a lot about self-funded, right? Doing research in a self-funded way. Is that your choice? Are you happy doing that, or have you done grant-based research? Have you looked, because you know so much and have such great technology that you're using to do this research? Just talk about that for a minute.
I have very limited experience with the grant-based research, because I think that once you kind of decide to take that storm chasing path, it can be difficult to kind of get back into the mainstream research or even fields of meteorology, for example. But more recently, at least in like the last 8 or 9 years, it does seem like storm chasers are finding their way into mainstream media a bit more, and kind of more in the field reporter type of a role. But I would love to apply for grants and kind of take a more organized approach, because it just seems like all these years just keep flying by, and are trying to use social media to fund research. But, I think associated with filing for research grants, though, is a lot of paperwork. And I'm definitely not very good with paperwork.
Yeah, it's red tape, right? Yeah.
In my life. So any kind of paperwork.
And time. How much time do you have to take out of your chasing in order to put that grant together and figure that out too? I don't know. If you do it, good luck. That's all I say. Hey, before we get to some more questions here, I do want to highlight, we just went over the $1,000 donation mark.
Oh, wow.
So again, thank you, everybody. As we start driving to $2,000 is where we're going next. But I do want to highlight Barb Mack, $25. Red Cross Water Expert, $25. Jessica Gallagher, $50. Then we get into some rare air here. Cyclone Bruce Jones, who we just had on, donated $100. We've got Grant Lighty, $100. He's one of our Patreon members. So thanks, Grant. So again, thank you for all those donations. Where's our weather pattern going here this next week, Reed?
Yes.
Looks like you saw some interest there.
Yeah. I just took a photo too, so I can post and let everybody know that this awesome thing that you guys set up here today. 12 hours is a long time to broadcast. You guys need to.
We're sharing it. We're sharing the load. That's what it is. Bill and Weather Brains, and James and Carolina Weather Group, and Gabriel and Chaser Chat, and we even got Brad Panovich, I think, is taking an hour. So we're help a lot of hands helps ease the load.
Nice. Well, it's awesome. And yeah, I think just ahead of maybe the pattern shift that's coming up on Monday potentially, or maybe even Sunday, some severe weather. But right after this, I'm going to get some new tires on the Dominator 4 at Discount Tire, and then probably blast west tomorrow and do that drive from Greenville, South Carolina. I'm at my mom's house actually right now, where Gizmo is retired here too. About to head west toward Monroe, I think, or maybe Shreveport for Monday. But those positively tilted troughs are kind of, can be kind of a pain, I think, kind of a signature about El Nino, I think. But I think there could be a a couple of good, or not good necessarily, but a couple of big tornadoes maybe Monday night there near the Mississippi River when that convection kind of hits the Mississippi, and maybe it'll be funneling the low-level jet a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Reed, I would love for you to describe, because not a lot of people chase and are the first on the scene for a disaster like you have been, right? And we're raising money for just all the disasters for the American Red Cross. But can you describe a little bit like the smells of, like, the of wood, when the trees are completely like torn down and everything from a tornado, the natural gas you smell? Like, what is it like coming up on a scene where a town's been completely destroyed? And what is like the number one thing that people need when something like that happens?
Well, the smell definitely is so apparent when you come up on a damage path, all the shredded vegetation, the wood as well, and a lot of times natural gas leaks. You can hear kind of whistling in the distance, and you can smell that kind of distinctive smell odor that natural gas gives off too. And sometimes you can even hear screams and everything too of people that have just been hit by the tornado and people that are injured and everything too. And a lot of times it's pitch black, so you can't see anything. So the first thing you need is a flashlight, certainly, just to get out there to be able to see, because it knocks out the power and it's just pitch black. A lot of times they happen at night too, especially in Dixie Alley this time of year. But you need the standard first aid kit, and of course the one of the most important things is training. I think that all storm chasers should have that training as well. And so sometimes when you see someone that is injured and maybe you don't have the skills to help out, there's really nothing that's more helpless than that if you arrive on a damage path and don't have the training, or if you're not with somebody that has the training. A lot of times when I'm out storm chasing, I try to team up with people that have that first responder training. So if we do come upon a damage path, they can help out. And a lot of times I just focus on transporting people to the hospital, because one of my skills is driving, I guess. So, and since I'm not as skilled as many of the other first responders out there and many other storm chasers that have that training, I just try to figure out my role in helping out in the recovery. And I try not to overstep my boundaries out there and overstep my training either. But yeah, I think a flashlight is really important when you come across a damage like that. Peace of mind, of course, remain calm. And it's one of the worst parts of storm chasing, definitely, when you come across damage like that, because you witness the suffering firsthand. Your storm chase is over, you're going to see stuff that's not very good to see too, and people need help, and you just have to barrel in there and help out the best that you can when you encounter those damage paths, and realize that you might see some things that are bad. But I think that the most important part is just to go through the training, and then or be with somebody that has the training when you encounter those damage paths.
And that's a really great point, because the American Red Cross does have, training for people like that, for everyone, if you want to take it, which is so important and so critical. And you've seen a lot of damage, Reed. I know that, with pavement scouring and all sorts of things. What is some of the most shocking things that you've seen, whether it's like plywood through a car, or, what are some of those things that you're like, wow, that's the true power of a tornado?
Well, the most shocking was probably the Philadelphia, Mississippi EF5 tornado during the super outbreak. And that one carved a slice into the ground that was a couple feet deep and like 200 yards wide. And just seeing all that clay displaced, and you could definitely tell how powerful the tornado was. And then Tuscaloosa, Alabama, seeing the damage there, I was kind of shocked that wasn't an EF5 as well. And just even realizing that a majority of the people are able to survive a damage path like that too, because seeing Tuscaloosa, you think nobody could survive this, but somehow it happens, and a majority of the people do survive those tornado damage paths. I think what happens is maybe they go limp when the tornado hits, and even if they are transported downstream. But yeah, I think that was the most shocking damage, was Tuscaloosa, and the May 3rd 99 damage, of course, and the EF5 that went through more in 2013, and just kind of all those big EF4, EF5 tornadoes when they go through an urban area. It's just shocking to see, and apocalyptic how you see those stripped trees and stripped conifers, and it's crazy to see.
So Reed, we're getting ready for our Stormfront Freaks for our 200th episode. We're going to be doing that live January 4th at the Mount Washington Observatory.
Yeah,
we're going to be live up there. Hopefully we're going to be able to get up there. And of course, you're coming with us to join us on that expedition and adventure. But before we go to break, tell me what you're expecting with the El Nino situation. What are you expecting for the winter weather this year, especially maybe along that East Coast, Northeast coast?
Yeah, I think it'll be wet in the southern U.S., and if we can get some Arctic air coming in, we'll probably get a lot of ice storms. Like I could see another big mega ice storm in Oklahoma.
Oh, great.
Portions of the central, a lot of overrunning events, positively tilted troughs, shallow Arctic air masses coming in, I think. But then if that active subtropical jet, I think we'll have a lot of candidates of storms that could go up the East Coast. I think it depends on how the North Atlantic sets up. If we can get a log jam in the North Atlantic, coupled with an active subtropical jet, then maybe we could get a good nor'easter up there. I hope so.
Yeah, right around January 4th. As long as it's not too bad. If it's not too bad, they might not be able to snowcat us up the mountain. But we're looking forward to that. Reed, thanks so much for giving us your time today and helping to promote the American Red Cross and disaster relief. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Never stop chasing.
Yeah, so we're going to go to a break, but we got coming up next hour, we've got Trey Greenwood, Gabe Cox, the weather drama team, and Mike Scatlin all are going to be with us next hour. So stay tuned and keep up those donations as we drive to 2,000. All right, Reed, thanks so much, man. Appreciate your time as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you, Reed.
During Hurricane Florence, I decided to stay at my house in Wilmington. I had just moved into it. It was an older house, so we thought it was going to be really safe. Just like a normal night, I got in my bed and the tree literally fell on top of where I was sleeping in my bed. It was probably the most horrifying thing I had ever experienced. I was almost in shock. Water was just pouring into the house. And I was like, we cannot stay here. We cannot stay here. Like, we are going to have to go through the middle of this storm to get somewhere safe because there's no way that we can stay in this house now. I called my mom crying. I was like, you're never going to believe what just happened. It was a big struggle after the hurricane. I was in a really bad spot. I had just lost all of my furniture. Literally everything that I had got ruined. It blew my mind to think that so many people got affected by it and that they could help.
I just wanted to give you a heads up. And
it's a good dry run, Carly.
I'm going to step out and use the big...
We got up that morning, and the night before it was supposed to be a category 2 or 3. So we decided we're not going anyplace with this. We'll be fine.
Wind was so strong that it sheared the screws out of my dining room table and put it on the floor. When the windows blew out and the tree came in, it was very unnerving, very eerie. Our beautiful neighborhood is gone. Everything at that point was in total rubble. So that was my first recollection and my first realization that we were in trouble.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the second day after the storm, a Red Cross group came by, and they specifically were looking for us. I don't know who had reported it, but they were one of the groups that had come into the neighborhood. Yeah, I think financially Red Cross was able to help us immediately. I'd say within, a few days to a week.
Yeah, a little after that.
Yeah, and it was just nice to know that the Red Cross was there. They were handing out water. The food trucks were here. Mm-hmm. It was just incredible to me that it happened so quickly and so freely.
So just knowing that there was somebody there in the form of the Red Cross, whether it was somebody in a food truck or just somebody coming to check on you per se, it made that whole process a little less lonely, a little less isolating.
If you are in need, period, regardless of your financial circumstances, your lack of financial circumstances, they're there to help.
Howdy, folks. My name is Gabriel Harbor, and I would like to extend an invitation for each of you to listen to the Chaser Chat podcast. Chaser Chat has interviews with storm chasers and other weather-adjacent personalities, big names, small names, names in the middle. I talk to all of them. I've also got recap episodes from significant meteorological events, special topic-based episodes, and my personal favorite, some of the more fun, edgier content like WX After Dark, and the WX Drama Report. You can find Chaser Chat anywhere you get podcasts, so subscribe now. Okay, bye. Howdy, folks, and welcome to our little WX Telethon. I'm Gabriel Harbor from the Chaser Chat podcast, as you just heard, and I am so happy to be hanging out with all of you today. Also happy to be hanging out with my good friend, Carly Sisson. You probably know her from the Carly Anna YouTube channel. Carly, how you doing today?
I'm doing so well. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this, Gabriel. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And how are we looking on donations right now, Carly?
Yeah, so we just crossed the $1,000 threshold. Is that correct, Gabriel?
I have no idea because unlike a good host, I don't have that pulled up for the second time in 3 hours.
Fabulous.
Your producer says yes.
I wanted to go ahead. Sorry. I wanted to go ahead and shout out the most recent donations, though. So we've got Anonymous, $25. We've got Stephen Walshy with another $25. We've also got Dora De La Cruz with $50 and John Wetter for another $50. So thank you all so much for being here and for donating. It is very much appreciated.
De La Cruz is such an awesome last name. It just flows perfectly off the tongue. But I digress. Carly, you recently started a new venture, and it very closely ties into what it is we're all here for today. So I'd like you to take 30, 45 seconds and just share with people what it is you have going on in your world.
Yeah, so outside of my YouTube channel, if you aren't familiar with me, I originally started on YouTube, but I actually just launched an apparel brand called Two Storms. So Two Storms is really all about building the bridge between severe weather education and mental health awareness, which is something, if you know me, you know I'm very passionate about, and whether that's before, during, or after a storm. So Two Storms likes to focus on things like storm anxiety, which is something I've personally suffered with for a long time, and post-traumatic stress, which affects a lot of people. So if you want to learn about the mission or the charities we support with the brand or shop the apparel, you can do all of that at twostorms.co. And I just want to say thank you so much for the positive reception thus far.
Awesome, Carly. And I know you also have something special planned for the people who choose to donate today. So if you'd like to go ahead and talk about that for a moment.
Yeah. So in lieu of all of this, it's very exciting. And just to give something back to you, the viewers, we are doing a giveaway today with the Two Storms apparel brand. So if you're interested in that, listen up for the next few minutes because this is how it's going to work. So by the end of the stream today, we're going to be giving away 2 shirts and accessories to 2 lucky winners. And this is how it's going to work. So all you need to do to be eligible is 2 things. The first thing you need to do is to make a donation today to the Red Cross, which is what we're all about today. So make a donation. Absolutely. And the second thing you need to be to be eligible, that's difficult for me to say for some reason, is to take a picture of your screenshot or your donation. So if you donate, take a screenshot, take a picture, and send it to me on Twitter at @2storms_. That's TWOSTORMS_. And I'm going to pick a random winner, 2 random winners at the end of today. So if you want to do that, make sure you do those 2 things.
Heck yes. Thank you so much, Carly. I'm excited to see who wins those 2 t-shirts today. And without further ado, I would love to introduce my first guest. His name is Trey Greenwood. He runs the popular YouTube channel Convective Chronicles, and I was about to slip up and say he's my favorite weather YouTuber, but I'm hosting with you, Carly, so I'm going to say both of you are tied. Trey, how's it doing today, man?
Doing great. Thank you for that. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, buddy. So stoked to have you here, and I'm not just blowing steam up your you-know-what to say that you are one of my favorites. I've learned so much from your YouTube channel and appreciate all the free content you put out there for people to learn.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's been the goal, to kind of give a one-stop shop for all meteorology education on YouTube. So appreciate that.
So, Trey, before we talk about disaster relief and your experiences with it, could you share what your 2023 chase season has been like? Because I know it was a pretty active one for you.
Yeah, it was a grind of a season, I'll say that, because it was so active. From doing stuff before my tour season, of course, I'm a guide for extreme tornado tours, and then we were out for 3 months straight, basically from April through June, and we got some really good stuff. It was a very tough season from a forecasting perspective, because there were a lot of very small scale mesoscale events, as we call them, fueled by things like terrain and stuff that you really can't forecast well out ahead of time. So it was a grind of a season, but we got some good stuff. We got the Oklahoma events, April 19th, May 11th, here near the Oklahoma City metro area. And then we finished off the season with a really great chase near Kimball, Nebraska in late June, where we got about 200 yards from a real dusty, beautiful tornado. And the guests were stoked after that. So it was a real awesome season. Nice to have a little bit of a break after such a long season here going into the fall, but looks like we're revving right back up with severe weather here over the next few days.
Now, one thing that I've always thought would be an interesting dynamic about running storm chasing tours is, what is it like when your people who are on the tour experience damage for the first time, whether that's just damage from a non-human perspective, like down power lines, fences, roofs off of barns, that sort of thing, or even if they've experienced people being physically impacted by the storms. What's that like for you as a tour operator?
So we always begin the tour in our orientation meeting saying that we very well may run across damage at times, and for the guests to kind of stay back and let the professionals do their thing. And we don't like to, get in the way. It's nice we had a guide last year who was a trained EMT, so that was nice to have. But we always tell the guests to, let the professionals do their thing. But we've come across damage in the past. And after on one of the tours this year, we were in the Oklahoma City area, and we took a look at some of the damage in Cole, Oklahoma, which was hit on April 19th and then again on May 11th. And it's just we just try to show people the other side of storm chasing, that of course we're out here to experience these amazing storms, and that's what we're out here to see, and that's what we love to see as meteorologists and storm chasers. But there's also the other side of this, so we have to keep reminding them of that, and that we get excited over the beautiful structure and the beautiful tornadoes, but we got to remember that these storms impact people's lives, and that we need to be respectful of that. And it's just kind of nice to bring things back to reality a little bit, seeing the damage after these events happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about you personally? You've obviously been storm chasing for quite some time. What are some of your experiences you've had with coming across damage directly after a storm?
Yeah, so my first experience with damage was the Ray, Colorado tornado, May 7th, 2016. We were very close to that tornado, and afterward we got out of its path, watched it cross, and we went back and we saw a house that was completely destroyed. Roof was off. And we went out and helped, and that was kind of my first foray into damage. Thankfully, I haven't been in a real intense situation as far as damage, like an EF4 or 5 after the fact. But just seeing the damage going through, I was in Little Rock as well, looking at this past year, March 31st, seeing some of the damage there. It's always sobering to see that. Obviously you want the storms, that's why we're out here, but to see that stuff, you never want to see it. Everyone, I know people like to say that storm chasers love to see the destruction. That is totally not the case. We love the science behind these storms, and we're out here to see beautiful storms, but we absolutely don't want to see destruction. That is the last thing we want to see. And going back to places like Joplin, been through Joplin numerous times since 2011, and seeing and more, I live right down the street from Moore, Oklahoma, and seeing how they've rebuilt, that's always a real heartwarming thing and positive thing to see, how they've rebuilt after these disasters, and how, for example, places like Joplin and Greensburg, Kansas, especially too, how they've revamped their whole way they do business there, and being a more green city. Stuff like that is always really awesome to see, but it's always tough to see damage right after, especially when it's fresh, right after an event.
Now, one thing Carly really highlights on her YouTube channel is how people deal with the aftermath of these storms long after the spotlight is gone, the media pack up and go home, and the rebuilding effort has started, because mental health is a big deal. Another thing I think a lot of people might not think as much about, though, is storm chasers and their mental health, both from a sort of taxing perspective, because let's face it, it's a hobby that includes a lot of driving, a lot of time away from home, which can be a challenge in and of itself, especially if you're out there operating tours. I'm guessing you're on the road, in and out of motels all the time. And also just because when you witness damage everybody, it's like what Mike Tyson said. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, and everybody thinks they know how they're going to handle seeing the human toll until they actually come face to face with it. So just from that perspective, how has that carried with you as a storm chaser?
It's always tough, especially doing tours now where we're on the road for basically 3 straight months. So, we do base here in Oklahoma City, so we do get to come home every once in a while, but effectively we're on the road for 3 straight months, in and out of motels, eating out, grinding these even marginal storm chase days that, if we were by ourselves, we probably wouldn't be chasing, but we have to be out there to, fill out the tour. It's a grind, and burnout comes pretty quickly. So you always have to manage that. And try to take a break. I know back when I first started chasing, I wanted to chase everything, chase even the marginal days and go, just ham, if you will, with chasing.
Hard to pay.
Yeah. And that I learned quickly was not the way to do things. You really need to prioritize your mental health and not getting burnt out. And it's easy to do that with chasing. So in the past couple of years, I've tried to, not chase the setups that are maybe in Minnesota that look good, maybe from, because from a financial perspective too, it takes a toll on the wallet, but it also takes a toll on your mental health. So I've always tried to incorporate breaks, not try to, do weather 24/7, try to take breaks, play golf, play basketball here and there to relieve some stress. That always helps too. The storm chasing is a stressful hobby as well. So anything you can do to kind of just take a break. You don't need to chase every storm system, every little marginal storm threat. There will always be storms to chase. And so just take a break and prioritize your mental health. And that has helped. Focusing on that last couple of years has helped me for sure.
Another thing that really caught my attention, Trey, when I first started watching your videos is obviously you do a lot of screen sharing. And I would always see in the top left corner on one of the tabs that you were a poker player as well. So it seems like you must have a penchant for masochism, because you chose to double up on stressful hobbies. Playing poker, of course, not exactly always the biggest walk in the park. So do you think that's something, just from a personal perspective, I'd like to know, that has helped you as a storm chaser learn how to handle the ups and downs and the swings of storm chasing?
For sure. I think poker is a great analog to storm chasing, because poker is a game of incomplete information, and we don't know the cards that our opponents have. And with storm chasing, we can study all we want. We can study the models, have our meteorology background down as much as we want, but we don't know what Mother Nature has in store. I know a previous guest said, sometimes we have a high risk, nothing happens. Sometimes we have a marginal risk and there's a tornado outbreak. We just don't. It's also a endeavor of incomplete information. So that has definitely helped. And poker, there's real money on the line, so it definitely it gets the heart rate going for sure. Just like storm chasing, there's not necessarily the same financial aspect to it, but there's definitely
you only lose money. It only goes one way when you're storm chasing.
True, you only go down. Yeah. So but yes, definitely I think it's a great analog to storm chasing. It's definitely helped me out.
Gabriel, I wanted to take a second to, I'm going to ask you a question in a second, Trey, but I wanted to take a second to say a huge thank you to Tornado Talk for the $100 donation.
Jen Naramore.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. I guess also, Trey, you've already kind of hit on everything I wanted to talk about, and Gabriel as well, which is just the darker side of chasing. And I love that you openly acknowledge it, that there is another side, and it impacts real people in a very real and long lasting way. And unfortunately, sometimes it's few and far between that you see cities that really do better after. A lot of times it's just a really sad story what happens to these communities. But I guess from there, what I would want to ask then, or just say, is that your channel, the way that you teach people about forecasting and different aspects of meteorology, I'll say for me personally, that was one of the most powerful things for me as someone who came from a place of having storm anxiety, and being able to learn more about forecasting and having a sense of control back over that fear, because you have that knowledge now. So it's a really powerful thing. And I just wanted to say that is so cool that there's so many forecasting and educational content out there for people like myself who really absolutely love it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that was a driving force behind the channel, is these disasters are going to happen no matter what. We can't stop them. But what we can do is we can be better prepared for these disasters and the aftermath from these disasters. So that was kind of a driving force behind the channel. I wanted to have a source of information, a one-stop shop where we could talk about forecast discussions for upcoming events, but we could also look back at past events, see the pattern, see the background environment behind those events, and what we can learn from those events in sort of a pattern recognition standpoint for future events, so that we can be better prepared. Because these storms are going to happen whether we like it or not. But if we can be more prepared, that's the best thing we can do regarding these storms. So,
absolutely.
Now, talking about easing anxiety, one last thing I want to hit on, Trey, is much like our friend Bill Murray from Weather Brains, you have the sweet, soft voice of a god. I could absolutely listen to you on your videos all day. I listen. I check for these things being a broadcaster because I sound like a freaking cartoon character. And whenever somebody has a nice voice, like especially like Cameron Nixon, who we're going to hear later today as well, I always get a little bit envious, right? Not too much, but a little bit. And so I just wanted to say that if you're looking to have your anxiety eased and pick up some weather information along the way, just throw that on while you're about to fall asleep. You can listen to Trey send you off to catch a few Z's, and you'll, through osmosis, actually gain some meteorological skill as well.
Yeah, thank you. I've gotten comments about that before, and I've never known how to take it because when you fall asleep, that's usually if something's very boring, which I know meteorology stuff can be kind of tedious and boring, but I appreciate that. So thank you.
Absolutely, my friend. Well, we're going to send you off now, but before we do, could you let people know exactly where they can find you on social media and give us one last plug for your YouTube channel?
Yep. So on YouTube, it's Convective Chronicles. You'll see a tornado as the profile picture, one-stop shop for everything meteorology, education, forecast discussions, etc. And then social media, Facebook, Convective Chronicles, and Twitter, it's Conv Chronicles, CONV Chronicles, just one word. So that's where you can find me.
Awesome, Trey. Thank you again so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trey. We appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, we are going to go to break for just a second, and then we'll be back with an interview with Gabe Cox from the Tornado Trackers. Remember to get those donations in, folks, and also remember Carliana running that little giveaway for two storms apparel. We'll get on that in a second when we come back, but thank you all again for listening. Awesome, buddy.
We got up that morning, and the night before it was supposed to be a category 2 or 3. So we decided we're not going anyplace with this. We'll be fine.
Wind was so strong that it sheared the screws out of my dining room table and put it on the floor. When the windows blew out and the tree came in, it was very unnerving, very eerie. Our beautiful neighborhood is gone. Everything at that point was in total rubble. So that was my first recollection and my first realization that we were in trouble.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the second day after the storm, a Red Cross group came by, and they specifically were looking for us. I don't know who had reported it, but they were one of the groups that had come into the neighborhood. Yeah, I think financially Red Cross was able to help us immediately. I'd say within, a few days to a week.
Yeah, a little after that.
Yeah, and it was just nice to know that the Red Cross was there. They were handing out water. The food trucks were here. Mm-hmm. It was just incredible to me that it happened so quickly and so freely.
So just knowing that there was somebody there in the form of the Red Cross, whether it was somebody in a food truck or just somebody coming to check on you per se, it made that whole process a little less lonely, a little less isolating.
If you are in need, period, regardless of your financial circumstances, your lack of financial circumstances, they're there to help.
All right, folks, I have someone very special for all of you right now. Gabe Cox of the Tornado Trackers. How the hell you doing, man?
Good. How are you doing?
Well, I'm just starting off my shift here today, so this is a pre-recorded segment. Probably a little disingenuous for me to say that I'm looking forward to the day, but, I am super excited for what we have going on here. So excited that you have agreed to join us and talk a little bit about what's going on with the trackers. So I'll just throw it over to you. What do you guys have going on right now? What has your 2023 storm chasing season been like? Really interested, and I know all the listeners will be too.
Yeah, 2023 was an interesting year. As anyone who follows any storm chasers knows, it was a very active year. Lots of tornadoes, lots of photogenic tornadoes. And but that doesn't always guarantee that you're going to see them. I witnessed exactly 3 of all of those photogenic tornadoes, which I'm very thankful for. Wouldn't trade any of those days. But it was a tough year for me. And it's easy to get down and think like, oh man, did I lose my spark? Am I, is my skill fading? But that's just how it goes with storm chasing. You have your good years and you have your bad years. This year was a tough year. Again, very thankful for the 3 tornadoes I saw. Very happy to have experienced those. Came away with footage that I'm proud of. So it was good. And as far as the other guys, Jeremy got to join me for one of them in Colorado, which was really special. He and I hadn't intercepted a tornado together in a long time. So that was a great moment. And Jeff has been busy at school. If you guys had listened to any of our podcasts, you know that Jeff is in broadcast meteorology program at Mississippi State. And he just got his first broadcast meteorology job in Temple, Texas. So congrats to Jeff. He is the weekend meteorologist there now. And I got to see one of his first live broadcasts, and he's doing awesome. So surreal to see him on screen.
Now, just out of curiosity, going from storm chaser to broadcast meteorologist, you don't hear about that transition too often. Usually it's the other way around. Somebody goes from being a broadcast meteorologist into storm chasing more. So what was his motivation for choosing to do that?
Well, there's definitely more stability in the studio.
Yeah, that's true.
For sure. He knows that when he shows up, he has a job, as opposed to me showing up in 2023 and missing all the tornadoes. I mean, he loves it. He loves public speaking. That's his background. So he's the man for the job for sure. So he and I are excited to be able to partner with me chasing in the area and being able to report stuff from the ground to him in the studio. So it'll be a fun working relationship.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, but he's obviously got built-in connections for any sort of storms that he's trying to track for his local forecast area.
Yeah, it's great. I know the local meteorologists around here really love when we're able to chip in and report what's going on. Their eyes on the ground for them. So it'll be fun. It'll be a new way that he and I get to work together, and hopefully it'll be a long-lasting one.
Now, the trackers footage was recently featured on Netflix as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. We were on a Netflix docuseries called Earthstorm, and our footage was used heavily in the tornado episode. And then in the hurricane episode, they actually followed along one of our storm chases. So you can see us and our team intercepting a hurricane in Louisiana on the hurricane episode, and then lots of our tornado footage sprinkled throughout the tornado episode.
Was there anything different with your chasing style, knowing that you had a production team with you?
So actually with that one, the team didn't follow along with us, and that was kind of by design. They had some red tape that they, safety first for their team, and then the production company definitely put some hard barriers on what they were able to do. And so I talked to the director beforehand and told him, hey, we don't have those barriers. We play it safe, but we'll also take, calculated risks when we need to. And we could probably get closer to the center of the storm if we were going on our own. So they let us just go on our own. We documented it ourselves, and it worked out great for everybody.
Awesome. Now, you guys have been around the block when it comes to storm chasing for quite some time, so I'm sure you've encountered some situations where you have seen some damage, maybe even had to provide some, search and rescue, or at least helping people out. What has your experience as a storm chaser been like with that?
Yeah, there's two of the more memorable storm chases. One was a hurricane and one was a tornado. The tornado actually was a story that I was heavily involved with. And if you've listened to our podcast, you know about the Canton, Texas tornado. My car actually got stuck in a ditch, and I thought I was going to get hit by the tornado, which turned at the last minute and just missed my vehicle.
One of the craziest episodes of anything I've ever listened to, by the way.
It's intense. My wife doesn't like to listen to it at all. But that meant that when I got out of the ditch, I was one of the first on the scene to a mile-wide EF4 damage path. And there were injured people on the side of the road. There were injured animals running around, following me. I was looking for my chase partner. It's a really convoluted story. I encourage people to go listen because there's a lot of elements that played into it. But yeah, that was the first exposure to a damaging tornado that I had. I'd seen tornadoes in the middle of nowhere at that point, but I had never witnessed that damage up close. And it really hit home. It really was a sobering moment, and it brought the reality of storm chasing to light. So that was a very memorable one. And the other one was Hurricane Michael, which was the Category 5 that hit in the Florida Panhandle. And again, another podcast episode that we have, but that one was even more sobering because it was very similar to the tornado damage that I saw, but just over a massive area. And we weren't expecting it to be as bad as it was. So when we drove out after the storm, it was just a very humbling experience. And I actually had a friend and his family that had moved there previously. And so we knew that there were people that we knew were trying to pick up the pieces in that. And that was one actually that a week later brought my kids and my wife down, and we helped them out, just organizing donations and delivering goods to the people in the community. So the natural disasters and disaster relief side of it, something very dear to my heart, something our team really focuses on, and a proceed of all of our income every year goes to disaster relief.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's something we don't brag about it. It's just something that we do as a team. We love to invest into disaster relief and invest into organizations that are already doing it well. And when it's local, we're there to help out and chip in ourselves.
Check out the Tornado Trackers podcast because, like you said, some of the episodes just really get into the nitty-gritty of some of these convoluted, really detailed stories that are going to be difficult for you to, talk about in this little 10-minute segment here. And people might be wondering, this is a weather podcast live stream. Why aren't these guys a part? I know you guys aren't currently active right now, but I just want to extend the invitation. Should you choose to pick up the podcast mantle again in the future, we'd love to have you be a part of any future events like this because, like I said, can't sing the praises enough. Love your guys' podcast. Just the storytelling element, whereas all of us that are doing this here today are more focused maybe around the interview side of things, talking about current events and stuff. You guys really have almost like a cinematic flair brought to the audio realm that I think is bar none the best in the weather industry.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we're looking forward to hopefully someday picking up the mantle again and getting back to storytelling and sharing our stories. But appreciate the invitation. We definitely love to join future fundraisers. Love that you guys are doing this. It's a really special thing, and I hope that people who are listening are moved to donate and help people out.
Awesome. Well, Gabe, before I let you go, could you please tell people where they can find you and the rest of the trackers on social media?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find us at Tornado Trackers on X, formerly Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and tornadotrackers.org. And our YouTube is just YouTube-Tornado Trackers.
Does anybody actually call it X?
I don't know. I don't know what to call it anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's Twitter. We all know
it's Twitter. It's Twitter. Thank you again, Gabe, so much for joining me here today, buddy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holly with the American Red Cross of Illinois, but right now I'm in Mayfield, Kentucky, where devastation has run through this town, leaving a path of destruction. The American Red Cross is on the ground in Kentucky to help with people's basic needs, to provide them shelter and lodging, to provide meals, and to provide comfort and care as we go through this really difficult, devastating time. We're here to provide comfort and care and hope for a brighter tomorrow, and we'll be here for as long as is needed. If you're looking to help make a difference to people experiencing disasters like this one, consider giving a gift to the American Red Cross, a financial gift at redcross.org, or if you can find it in your heart to roll up a sleeve and give blood. We are in a blood shortage and are looking for more people to give to help save lives. You can make an appointment at redcrossblood.org.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The WX Telethon marches forward. Carly, how are we doing on those donations so far?
We're doing really well, Gabriel. Thanks for asking. I want to give a quick shout out to the Greenwood family with $100. Thank you so very much. And to Carrie Monster. We love Carrie Monster on this channel. Thank you, Carrie, for the 50. Very generous. So thank you to everybody who's donated so far.
Yeah, I think the Greenwood family is Trey, who was just
I think
on.
so, yeah.
Really, really cool of him. If it's not, I apologize to the actual Greenwood family. That's a crazy coincidence, and we appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
Carly, before we go into our next guests with an S, tell people a little bit about your YouTube channel and what that's all about.
Yeah, so if you aren't familiar with me, I have a YouTube channel and it is Carly Anna WX. I really started my channel from the foundation of having storm anxiety and kind of wanting to work through that and talk about lasting implications of severe weather. So you can check out my stuff over there. I do documentary style content, which is why I'm so excited about today's guest, because we have another documentary creator here in the weather space. I'm so excited to talk to Alfiria as well.
Well, you just stole my thunder.
I'm sorry.
How am I supposed to introduce it when you already introduced it? That's okay. That's all right. This next one is a little bit of a guilty pleasure for me, because for those of you who aren't aware of Chaser Chat, which is probably the majority of you, I actually have a drama report that we drop whenever any significant tea gets spilled in the WX, we'll call it Twitter community, but sometimes at large. And these two yahoos are my partners in crime. So first of all, Alfiria, how the heck are you doing, man?
I am alive. Also, people are like, oh, was this the time where we were actually going to get the face reveal? No. No.
Yeah, I was hoping for the Alfiria face reveal today, but unfortunately,
turns out Alfiria doesn't exist. He's not human. I've actually been a plushie this entire time, and nobody's caught on yet.
All right. Looks like I had some microphone issues. I think I'm back on track now. But thank you, Alfiria, for joining us here today. Cassie Fry, I actually had you entered in as Young, your maiden name, up until about 5 minutes before the show started, when I realized, holy crap, her last name is Fry now. I'm an idiot. So how you doing?
Doing all right. And if it helps, I'm still getting used to it too. I still sign my name, Cassie Young, on every document, and I scribble out the last name and I put Fry. So
you could just go Young Fry and have like the coolest rapper name out there.
Yeah, the coolest name.
Young Fry drops her mixtape. Check out her SoundCloud. All right. So both of you, my drama report cohorts, love having you on the show, but we're here to talk about something a little bit different today. And I'm going to start with Alfiria because, like Carly mentioned, he's also a documentary filmmaker, specifically weather documentaries. And I know disaster relief is a huge, huge topic, a passion for him, because generally the second half or the final third of all of his videos, he talks about exactly what the implications are from a disaster relief perspective for all of the events he covers. So Alfiria, if you could take a few minutes and just share with folks, why is that something that you are so passionate about?
One of the more interesting things that I kind of just looked into when I originally started doing these videos in depth for the first time in I think a year with Gerald, was that when it comes to a storytelling perspective, right, there's multiple ways that different people do it. You have people who focus exclusively on the meteorology. You have people who focus less on the meteorology and mostly on the human impact. I try my best to kind of land somewhere in the middle. I usually don't end up in the middle. I usually end up at the human relief impact, but there's a reason for that as to why I've made that discovery, which is that the more that I've done this, the more that I've kind of and like, for example, with tornadoes, people are like, oh, what are your thoughts on like this tornado's rating? And I'm like, I just don't care. And that's because the human impact, these are human events, right? These are natural disasters, not, I don't know what else you would call them.
Acts of God.
But you have, and more, I try and look into, okay, what was the aftermath? What was the response from either, government agencies and then charitable organizations, businesses, then the individual. And that really started to kind of pick up steam, I believe, after the December 10th video. And so it's the response is what makes or breaks what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
Because
kind of like sets the course for how things are going to go after that.
Yes. So you can't really change. You can prepare all you want, but what's going to happen is inevitable. And so how a community and how the world responds is pretty much the big determining factor there. In the case of my project that I'm working on right now, which is Super Typhoon Haiyan, it was one of the biggest international response efforts to a natural disaster in years. And I have to give props to the American Red Cross because they also did a lot of work there. And they helped a lot of people move and get better shelter. In the case of what I mean by that, it's that a lot of the times I've realized this, more research is going into the human impacts and the relief than the meteorology. Because the human impacts, that's where the story is. The meteorology is just icing on the cake. And I discovered this with December 10th when like 20 minutes of it, most of the script was on the human relief. And then with Haiyan, over half of that script is about what happened in Tacloban City and how governments pitched in to help, how nonprofits like the American Red Cross pitched in to help out, and how individuals helped to pitch in and help out. It's a side of the story that needs to be covered because, as we are seeing again and again, when you don't learn from how to respond to these disasters, it's going to happen again.
Yeah, that makes very good sense, and appreciate you sharing that perspective because I think it is so important to talk about. I'm going to throw it over to Cassie now and ask, what has it been like for you as a storm chaser and also your husband, who unfortunately couldn't be with us here today? He is on deployment right now over in Poland, I believe, right?
Poland, yeah.
Yeah. So what has it been like for you and Mason, either together or separately, in terms of, seeing damage after you've been out chasing or assisting with disaster relief afterwards?
So, in my adult life, I have been lucky enough to not have experienced anything too terrible. The strongest tornado I've seen was the Athens EF2 last November. And unfortunately, we were unable to stick around to help with any SAR because of the position we were in. I can't speak for Mason because he's seen much bigger tornadoes than I have.
Right.
But when Joplin happened in 2011, I lived in Neosho, Missouri at the time, and that was it's probably, I don't know, 20 miles down the road. So the next day, there was a big disaster relief setup going on in Joplin. I snuck in and I did what I could. It was at that point where people were still seeing some pretty terrible stuff. That's something that I'm still recovering on. That's why I'm big on the mental health aspect of search and recovery, is because it's a lot. You're going to see some stuff sometimes that will never leave you. So, and from a chasing perspective, if you've got the time during the off season, you're not doing anything, train yourself up. Do stop the bleed, do CPR certifications. And if you find yourself in a situation where search and recovery is necessary, I I mean, I feel like you have a moral obligation to help out in any way you can. If you're not CPR certified, find somebody who is.
Yeah, it's like, even if you're not able to actively help make the situation better, learning how to not make the situation worse and at least stabilize what's happening can mean a world of difference until people that are more skilled can arrive.
Yeah. And I mean, even if it's just driving somebody to the hospital, like, you can help out in some way. And I feel like you have an obligation. And even speaking of the Red Cross, give blood. That's something I'm big on. I do it every chance I get. I know that I'm 2 months out from my next donation, so give blood when you can.
Awesome. Well, Cassie and Alferia, thank you both so much for joining us here today on the show. And all of you listening, if you want to check out more of what it is they do on Chaser Chat, just go on whatever podcast app you use and search up Drama Report. I promise you will either be severely disappointed or you won't be disappointed at all. There's no in between. It's your type of content or it's not.
You should already be disappointed by this.
I'm just disappointed that we didn't get the face reveal. But real quick, because we only have like 30 seconds here, Alferia, tell people where they can find you on social media and YouTube.
Yeah, so on YouTube, it's just at Alferia. Wow, I managed to get that one quick. On Twitter /X, it's at Alferia _ or is it? Yeah, it's at Alferia _ So that's it.
And Cassie, you?
All right, so you can find me on Twitter. I'm not calling it X, but you can find me on Twitter at Cass with 3 S's _WX. And you can find me on Twitch, where I'm going to stream storm chasing content and video games at SkewTPie, SkewTPie. There you go.
Such an awesome name, by the way. Thank you both so much again for joining. And to all of you listening, we will be back very shortly after this break. Make sure you get your donations in.
The tornado experience, I never want to go through it again. I live in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. I'm 6 months pregnant. Her name's gonna be Not Creelan. She's been through a tornado already and she doesn't even know it. A lot of people didn't know it was coming. There was a whole lot of wind. Everything started to shake really, really bad. Stuff was falling. My ears popped and it felt like I got hit in the chest. Like I couldn't breathe. It sounded like a train was outside the window. I went and hid in the closet. It was terrifying. I just heard a lot of screaming from the neighbors and I stepped outside and everything was everywhere. It just made me really sad just to see what used to be and now what it is. People here need all the help and support they can get. We had to evacuate where we were staying, and the Red Cross has helped us tremendously. And they go out their way to make sure that a person's comfortable and have what they need. They're very sweet people. They feed us really good, so I'm very thankful. They make us feel home. I know it's not home, but that's how good they make me feel.
Sweet.
I wish it was.
Hey folks, we're back. And as you can see, we have a new guest, Mike Scantlin, that is going to be joining in just a moment. But before we get to Mike, Carly, I would like you to just once again tell people about the giveaway that we have going on so they can get those tweets into your Two Storms account.
Yeah, y'all, if you want to possibly win some merch from the brand Two Storms that I just launched, listen up. So we're doing a giveaway, and what you need to do for the giveaway is two things. The first thing to be eligible is that you need to make a donation today to the Red Cross. And the second thing you need to do is to tag me on Twitter at @2storms_, TWOSTORMS_. So when I see that, we're going to pick 2 random winners at the end of the day. So if you want to win some merch, make sure you participate.
Awesome, awesome. And now the Scant Man. How's it going, brother?
Yo, what up?
So
Happy
excited
Saturday
to be
to
chatting
y'all.
with you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So happy to be talking with you.
Thanks
Last
for
time
having
you
me.
and I chatted was on Chaser Chat, And I distinctly remember we had a very awesome conversation. You raise your eyebrows. Trust me, it's nothing bad. We had a very awesome conversation about the, let's say, storm chasing etiquette for disaster relief, especially right after those types of situations have occurred. You've done a lot of work with local media to actually cover those types of events. So I just want to give you the floor and ask you to maybe share some of the things that you've learned out in the field, both storm chasing individually and as a person who is working with local media, and what that is like for you when you roll up on a scene right after a disaster has struck.
Well, probably one of the most intense experiences of covering, just the most extreme things that happen on Earth when they're real fresh. One of the worst ones I've had has actually happened since the last time we talked, with Hurricane Ian last year and Fort Myers Beach, and just an absolutely horrifying storm surge coming through there. And, we were there the day before and talking to people, and kind of scary thinking about, the 4 or 5 people that we talked to, and kind of wondering whether they got out of there or not, because not a lot of people were storm ready. I would say they knew the warning. They knew they had the warning. They knew they had a chance at getting something bad, but I don't think they really grasped the gravity of the situation. And it ended up overperforming, unfortunately, and just it was bad enough that we weren't even allowed to get back in there. I could fly the drone from the bridge and see how bad it was, but I don't know. It's a whole different ball game from tornadoes, because it's just such a longer form, like slow motion. We always say slow motion disaster, and it's you don't really know how bad it's going to be until you go back and look the next few days later, because we couldn't really get in there until 3 or 4 days later. But it's tough to see things like that, and then to be expected to perform your duties of covering it. It's just it's hard not to lose it as like an empathetic, I'm an emotional guy. I don't know if anybody has noticed that. I'm kind of, I'm all over the place. I react emotionally. I'm just, I'm a human being, right? I'm not going to try and stifle that, or I try not to get desensitized to these things, because, I think it's important to feel these emotions and kind of put yourself in other people's shoes, especially. It's good to keep that perspective when you're covering these things, and especially when you're chasing them and you're kind of in danger yourself, right? And you're also, you got to keep that perspective on the balance between not sensationalizing things, but also like the strong worded warning, like trying to, man, I'm really bad with words this morning. It's hard to toe the line between like warning people adequately and not overblowing it, because it's weather. You could tell someone this is going to be, 10 out of 10, the worst case scenario, and then it doesn't happen. And then, you feel like an idiot. But like, I'm kind of glad that we were there the day before and just telling people like, hey, this could be worse than you're being forecasted. Like, this could be a lot worse. And, to the point where, we were telling them like 10 feet or more water could be right here. And they're like, what, really? That's not what we've heard. And, we couldn't really reconnect with any of the people afterward. Everyone kind of got scattered out. Obviously, everything was shut down. You couldn't really get there. It was chaos. And I was there for probably 10 days after, every day. And it just got more and more chaotic as time went on. So we didn't really get to reconnect or like, kind of cover our tracks and see how those people were. But, and then to be there afterwards and try to cover the stories and try to talk to people, it's just, my least favorite part of the job is trying to talk to people afterwards. Like, I really hate being the guy to walk up and be like, hey, I know you just went through the worst thing that's ever happened to you. Would you like to talk to me on a camera? It's just awful. Yeah. But these stories, all the stories you've heard from Fort Myers Beach the week after, like someone had to approach someone in an uncomfortable situation. It's just kind of like the nature of the beast, trying to get people's stories out. But very uncomfortable. And I'm not a reporter, so I don't have a lot of experience doing it. Luckily, I was with experienced reporter Bill Waddell, and he shoulders a lot of that weight. But, even Bill, Mr. Professional reporter, he lost it a few times out there, even on air, just like really raw, emotional experience. And, storm chasing, it's a lot of fun. And, we're all friends, and look at this, the storms, there's going to be storms. Let's all go have fun. But like, really bad stuff happens out here, unfortunately. So,
Mike, I'll jump in really quick. Is that something
please.
you just, I'm sorry, is that something you just have to compartmentalize to a point? Because I know you're a very empathetic person, and I'm sure there's a real difficulty there figuring out where to put that sort of in your brain. Is that something you have to push back until later while it's happening in the moment?
I don't know if I compartmentalize it or just like work through it and feel it while working. Man, those few days after when we were talking to people, like, I don't think there was an interview we did with someone who went through that I didn't just bawl like a kid holding the camera talking to him. It's just really, it's, one of the worst things that I've ever seen happen. But I mean, that's the reality of storms. Like, we're all weather nerds and we're all excited about, seeing extreme things happen, but it's unfortunate that they do some of the worst things that happen on the planet. So I think it's important for us to ride that line and try not to be irreverent with our excitement for the potential things coming up, because people lose everything. People lose their lives. People lose everything they've ever had, and people that they love.
Yeah,
man, what a buzzkill. I apologize.
Tugging
but
on
this
that
is
thread.
Disaster relief. This is a part of it.
Absolutely. And tugging on that thread of what you just talked about a little bit, I know you have some very strong opinions about the way storm chasers might conduct themselves properly if they find themselves, especially right afterwards, because like you just so eloquently put it, these are people who have literally just lost everything. They didn't lose it yesterday. They didn't lose it a week ago, a month ago, and have at least had a little time to process it. They literally just lost all this stuff. Yeah. So what would be some suggestions that you would have for storm chasers who find themselves maybe unexpectedly in a situation like this? Because there is that fine line. On one hand, we have to be honest about the fact that damage sells and destruction sells. People are looking to make some money back from storm chasing in any way that they can. But also, like you mentioned, there's a real human. These are real humans. This is real human impact. What advice would you give being a veteran who's experienced a lot of this?
Well, first and foremost, like, there are a lot of free training classes out there for just basic first aid training. And, a lot of the stuff you'll learn in those classes. And I'm a hypocrite because I still haven't done it. Everything I know, I've just learned from my wife who works in a hospital. And we actually came upon a double injury car wreck just last weekend, just happened upon it at 1 a.m. and she jumped out and went into work mode. And just, you just need to know what to do in those situations, because you're more than likely going to encounter someone that needs your help, whether they're injured or they just need your help looking for someone, or they need to borrow your cell phone. Just, drop what you're doing and help them when they need it. Because, whatever you're doing can wait. You can take pictures of the damage, shoot video, live stream. That damage isn't going anywhere. Just people need your help in those situations. And, you could be the last person they ever talk to, the last person they ever ask anything from. And, I've been in some situations where I've not blown people off, but just, kind of halfway paid attention to what was going on and kept working. And I just wish that I could go back in time and just put it on hold, because, storms do bad things and these people need your help, and the damage isn't going to go anywhere. So just help anyone out any chance you get, even outside of storm chasing. It's, just basic human decency, I would think.
Well, I appreciate that it's something that you're willing to admit you yourself have struggled with before as well, when you're trying to make that work empathy balance in a situation like that, which, I'm going to say it again. I said it earlier in the show. It's just like what Mike Tyson always said. Everybody has a plan till they get punched in the face. Everybody thinks they know what they're going to do and how they're going to respond to a situation like that until it actually happens. Mm-hmm. So, it's totally understandable. And as far as the actual footage and stuff from the damage and that sort of thing, I think one of the things we can all agree on is we see these, well, it's not necessarily even storm damage. It's just anytime something bad is happening where it seems like the cameraman could have at least helped, if not helped, to prevent what was actually going on. And we all kind of internally screamed ourselves, like, why is the person more concerned about holding the camera than they are actually about doing something? Even if that something is just getting on the line with authorities and making sure that there's a response actually coming to help this person. And so I really resonate with what it is you just said.
Yeah. And I understand that these are stories and people need to hear the story, but also, these images aren't going to go anywhere. The fresh images are super intense, and people love it. It's very captivating to see the chaos right after something like this happens. But put your camera on a tripod or something. You can do both. But
you know what? I'll pop in really quick and say, Mike, something you mentioned and something Cassie mentioned earlier. I love the different ways that we're talking about how an individual might be able to help, because maybe not everyone has the same skill sets. I, for example, am extremely squeamish. So maybe I might do something like donating my time in a different way. Or Cassie mentioned donating blood. You mentioned maybe if you were able to and willing to do things like learn CPR or take classes and courses and do different things, or donate your money, donate your time. There's so many different ways you can help. There's not just one definitive way to be able to give back to the community. There's so many different outlets. So I love that we've been kind of talking about that a little bit today.
I agree with that 1,000%. And I'm not saying if you can't handle the situation, just dive in anyways. Because I understand everyone has different boundaries, and just be smart, use your own personal. If you don't think you can handle it, I don't have any problem with.
Yeah, everyone's got a different skill set, and that's why I like this community. It's so different and diverse, and everyone brings something different to the table. And even with being able to help out after, everyone brings something different. I think that's so wonderful.
Absolutely.
Well, Mike, that is about all of our time we have here today. So I want to thank you again so much for joining the show. And before I let you go, could you just tell people where they can connect with you on social media if they want to follow along with your storm chasing, or maybe just pop by and say hello?
Yes, sir. So spend most of my time on Twitter at the Scantman. I also have a team page at Storm Chase TV where me and Connor McCrory pretty much just retweet our subs from a separate account. We spend most of our time on our personal accounts and just use that to retweet.
Your Twitter's a blessing.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I got a little weird last night after midnight. I stayed up a little too late, and I got a little weird last night. I stayed up and said some stuff I regretted this morning, but I'll never delete it. I'll just let it ride. But Instagram, Weather Mike, and then on Facebook, just Storm Chaser Mike Scanlon. So,
well, Weird Scantman is what we're all here for.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. Thank you for accepting me.
Yep. You take care, buddy.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that is the end of the 12 o'clock Eastern Time hour. I am going to be peacing right on out. I want to give a final shout out to all the guests. Thank you so much for joining today. Trey Greenwood, Gabe Cox, Alfaria and Cassie Fry, and Mike Scantlin. And also another thank you to Carly, who has been an awesome co-host. I believe you have some donations to shout out before we get going.
Gabriel, I do. So we want to say huge thank you to Storm Quest Chasing for the $25 donation. Hunter Hurley, another $25 donation. Daniel H for the 10. Thank you so much. Holly, I know you're in this community. I know you're watching, and I love you, and I really don't want to mispronounce your name. So Holly, thank you so much for the $100. I really appreciate you and love you. And then we have one more awesome anonymous 25. So thank you all so much. This has been an incredible hour.
Absolutely. And it's going to be even more incredible every hour, more incredible than the last, all the way up until the final hour. I promise, folks, you're going to want to stick around, because coming up next, we have our producer, James Brierton, who will be wearing one of his many hats today. He's actually the one producing the show right now, and he's going to be coming on with his guests. Those guests, Tony Rice, Richard Neal, and Ed Mansouri. So stick around. You are not going to want to miss it. I will be back for the 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern hour with Carly, and also we'll be joined by Bill Murray from the Weather Brains. You won't want to miss that. Take care, everyone. All right.
We were watching the news, and he was hearing that it was going to be raining and flooding, but not even really realizing that, we're in that area to be affected. And so we opened up the door, and then there was just like a lake. I really don't know how we made it out. The first thing that goes through your head is you've got to get home, because you don't have nowhere else to go. Red Cross would bring us meals, and it fed me, Brandy, and Matt for the week, and it was really good. We lived like outside of the city limits, so for Red Cross to have come all the way out here, that's something. That says a lot. You know, no one's left behind kind of feeling.
Immediately after the floods, all of us at Rebuilding Together had the same thought. We've got to do something. We've got to make sure that we are helping our neighbors, our community, get back to their normal, to whatever that looks like. So that included helping them move their items out, which was emotionally heartbreaking. And then when we were finally able to do that, it was the cleaning, the making sure that we got the mold out so where it was, habitable for them to return, to reinstalling the walls and the insulation and the painting, the texturing, really adding the things that make a home a home. That's what we've been doing. But it would not be possible to do all of this without the financial assistance that we've gotten from the Red Cross.
Well, Brandy is Down syndrome. She's not vocal. As a mother, you're born to protect. You're born to protect that child. Well, we lost everything. And the Red Cross, Rebuilding Together, Baton Rouge, they helped put my baby's room back together again. And this is Brandy's room. You just do not know what that is for a mother. When you think you can't do, someone else got your back doing it for you. You all are the ones who bring the gift of possibility.
And let you guys see what it is that I'm experiencing.
Trying to get a direct measurement with a handheld Kestrel anemometer here. We'll see what we can pick up, but and there's changes.
When a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home.
I mean, this is incredible. Let me turn the camera around. Get us back into kind of a dry view.
And I get up here, and all of a sudden the storm surge started. And all of a sudden, I ended up with about 4 feet of water.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m.
If you go look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. Very severe wind that caused these structures.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just two of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area.
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses. There's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
Have you ever seen the Dan River like this before?
No, not that I can recall. I mean, I've seen it fairly flooded before, but I've never seen it to where we're now kind of asking ourselves, okay, a couple more feet and it might get over those bridges.
And welcome back to the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. I'm James Brierton of the Carolina Weather Group, joined by one of my CWG co-hosts, Shay Gibson in Charleston, South Carolina. Shay, happy 1 p.m. Eastern hour to you as our telethon continues.
Yes, sir. And it's a beautiful day after all these clouds for several days, northerly winds, and now it's finally warm and sunny out. It feels great.
I know. I don't know what the rest of the country has been like. Folks can certainly let us know in the comments, but we've had fake summer, fake fall, and fake winter all flipping around here in the Carolinas, and we're enjoying, like you mentioned, some nice sunny weather. Well, coming up this hour, we're going to talk about that SpaceX launch this morning. They did their second attempt for Starship, and we're going to bring you inside the development of a video game we have all been anxiously awaiting for. It is called Outbreak, and it is a virtual storm chasing game. That's coming up later this hour right here as our telethon continues. Thanks to everybody who has helped raise money. $1,800 and counting now as we move through this 1 p.m. Eastern hour. Well, I'll bring you over to this interview we got a chance to do with Ed Cantore. He is the founder, and he runs WeatherStem. They are weather units across the country, Fox Weather and us here at the Carolina Weather Group, to get a bird's eye view of weather happening real time. They've got these things on football stadiums and at schools and emergency management. It's really cool stuff, and we had a chance to catch up with him. Here, take a listen to this. Joining us now is Ed Mansouri. He is the founder of WeatherStem. Ed, thanks so much for taking time out to talk with us today.
Oh, thanks for talking to me. It's a real pleasure to talk to you as always.
We had the pleasure of having you on the Carolina Weather Group a few years ago. I had the pleasure of meeting one of your crews when they did an install in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And since then, your network has just grown and grown. So for anyone who is not familiar with WeatherStem, tell us about it.
WeatherStem, it represents an intersection of innovative weather technology, hardware and software. So you mentioned our network expanding, and the network consists of strategically placed what we call WeatherStem units. So these are WeatherStems. These are sites that have a modern weather station that is keeping track of the atmosphere at that location, moment by moment. Cameras that are telling the story. So the weather instruments measure the temperature, measure the wind speed, measure the pressure, measure the data that describes what the atmosphere is doing at that location. But then the cameras take a step further, and they create this journal that really helps us understand what's happening and what has happened at these sites, because we're storing the data perpetually, and we can go back in time and see what it was at a particular place at a particular point in time.
Your cameras have captured updrafts, downdrafts, tornadoes, lightning, hurricanes, and of course snow, to run the kind of the gamut there. Who is the consumer of all this data, Ed?
Well, the business model, if you will, of WeatherStem is really evolving. We started, as you may remember, when we first had the opportunity and the privilege to meet you guys. I believe I shared that our program started with an educational beginning. Okay, and the STEM in our company's name, WeatherStem, is not gratuitous. My background, I am a meteorologist. That's what I went to school for. But in the 15 years before I started WeatherStem, I ran an online education software company. Okay, and a lot of my work was in the state of Florida. And WeatherStem started, to refresh your memory, by developing weather curriculum. Okay, we created a course for high school students in the state of Florida, an online course about weather. That was how WeatherStem started. Then we got the idea. We said, well, what if we could put a weather station up at a school and then use the weather information, use the weather data to help teach the course? So that was the genesis of WeatherStem. The initial focus was, let's collect weather data and have it used for educational purposes. But as time went by, we started to recognize that this data was useful for scopes well outside of education.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how public officials, emergency managers use this in a moment, but to draw in our audience, they maybe have seen your product knowingly or unknowingly, recognizing it as some of those live pictures they see on big names like Fox Weather, where they're taking a live look at all of these communities across the country. So on this, talking about disaster response, sometimes your cameras that coupled maybe with storm chasers and those folks on the ground allow people to virtually take a eye look at what's happening in those communities. How does that work, and how can that be beneficial for the public and for emergency managers?
Well, the ability to be at a remote location, far removed from a potentially hazardous situation, but still be able to monitor how that situation is unfolding and how it is impacting, property, how it is impacting neighborhoods. We've just gotten so much good feedback about how useful these systems are, particularly the cameras, during severe weather situations. During Hurricane Idalia, we were very proud that pretty much just the entire path of that storm, it moved over a lot of communities that had a lot of WeatherStem systems, and there was a lot of feedback that these systems were very useful and very beneficial to have. And then the system, the web and the mobile parts of the program sort of reach out and provide benefit to the whole community. Okay. You have this educational platform that is available to the schools, to the teachers, to the students. You have this real-time situational awareness data, lightning data, heat data, severe weather alert data that is available to law enforcement, emergency management personnel. You have rainfall data for the agriculturalists. And you have this beautiful camera view that the local business development folks, the Chamber of Commerce folks love, because we make that view available to media outlets. That, for instance, just using this Quitman camera or system as an example, that little town's camera has been on the Weather Channel numerous times, Fox Weather numerous times. So that's really one of our visions for 2024, is to expand this concept of weather from your town coming to a small town near you. We really are excited about that. So again, it's not so much, I'm not telling you about new features, new functionality. I'm just telling you about a packaging of them to really resonate with the small communities that might feel that, hey, we get weather that is relevant to an airport 100 miles away. This is right there in your town square.
You had me thinking, right? Like, I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. Our official weather observation is at the international airport, but that is half an hour's drive from me. But you guys have numerous stations here in the Charlotte area, which allow people to get a little bit more hyper local. And you have cameras all across the area, including some at big sporting arenas like Bank of America Stadium. And recently, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Charlotte Motor Speedway came online. So you guys have also kind of given an eye's view into some of these big venues for maybe decision support making at these venues as well. Is that right, Ed?
Yes, and that's the goal. It's interesting because we have WeatherStem at a lot of different sports venues, and the pathway to putting those there, it's almost like a different story at every one of those organizations. Just for instance, we have a relationship with a group I know you're familiar with, WCCB, in Charlotte, and they use our cameras extensively in their on-air broadcasts, and they positioned one of these cameras at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and like for instance at NC State, we were able to place a number of sensors, a number of cameras on their athletic properties. And that was in partnership with emergency management on campus. And then you'll have other campuses like App State, where the introduction was through athletics. So there's a different story for how we're putting these systems in these different athletic venues and these different athletic facilities.
Ed, how many stations in total are there?
We have just shy of 800 stations now. We should actually, we're doing kind of a bunch of installs as part of one of our big projects in Florida over the next couple of weeks. So we should be at 800 by late November, early December.
Talk to me a little bit about Florida. I know that's where a lot of the stations are. You mentioned that's kind of your home turf, but there's a lot of tropical weather there. And if memory serves, you guys do some extra special things to keep things up and running, maybe when the grid is down.
Yes. In the aftermath of Hurricane Michael, which, as you may recall, was originally classified as a Category 4 and reclassified as a Category 5. That made landfall in an area of Florida that was pretty weather station sparse, okay? East Bay County, West Gulf County, and up into Jackson County. And it turned out that at the time, there were very few weather monitoring systems or stations in that area. One of the counties that was impacted, an inland county, is Jackson County. And the only stations that were around during Hurricane Michael were systems we had installed at local schools in that county. And of course, when the winds got to be about 100 miles an hour, what happens at the school? The power goes out, the internet goes out. Okay, so in the aftermath of Hurricane Michael, we collaborated with the state of Florida's Division of Emergency Management. Okay, so the folks who are commissioned with keeping our 20-some million citizens safe. And we developed a specification for a hurricane-proof WeatherStem system, okay? Wind rated to withstand up to 185 mile per hour winds. It's going to, have multiple cell connections Verizon, AT&T. It's going to be 100% solar power. So it's going to be off the grid. And then we're getting ready to end. We are actually well into our 4th year building what's called the Florida Severe Weather Mesonets. Okay. And every year in each of those 4 years, the state funds the setup of 50 of these super robust, super durable weather stem systems.
You had mentioned that during Hurricane Michael, you guys had a lot of sensors in places where there weren't other sensors. And I can remember watching some of your live cameras as that historic storm made landfall. What were you thinking? What were you feeling as you were looking at the live video from your cameras?
Well, a story I'll tell you about that. Okay. Our very first solar powered cellular weather stem system was at the St. George Island Bridge. Okay. Which is in Franklin County, Florida, which is not far from where Michael made landfall. Okay. And it was during the lead up to landfall, it was on the Weather Channel continuously. Okay. The feed quality, the power and internet were out long before that. In Franklin County and Gulf County and Wakulla County and that whole area of the coast, but the cell phone signals were still working and our system was still sufficiently powered. Okay. So then like right before landfall, the system went offline. And I was like, oh man, I figured maybe the cell towers buckled. Okay. But what was amazing, and I have some pictures that I can share with you that you could maybe, augment this coverage with, is I remember when we installed that system, okay, before Hurricane Michael, we were about 20 feet off the water. Like, so the components, like there's an enclosure, and inside of that enclosure, you have like a cellular modem, you have a solar inverter, you have some gear. Okay. And I remember thinking, man, if this thing isn't high enough off the water, that'll be some hell of a storm. Well, guess what? It went underwater. Okay. It got submerged. And that's why it went offline. And of course, lessons learned. And we kind of have took from that and better understood just how high off the water things need to be in future situations. But yeah, that was very memorable as far as that situation. But no, it was really me personally, what is really I don't have a word for it, Mr. James. I don't have a word for the feeling like in a Hurricane Michael situation, like in an Adair situation, where I am, as a professional, I'm responsible for this network of weather monitoring systems that's being used by emergency management personnel in places that are about to have destruction and fatalities, while simultaneously protecting my own home and protecting my own family. Okay. And Michael, just shortly before landfall, it was on a trajectory to move over Tallahassee. Okay. It made a last minute wobble and spared us. I still had $15,000 of tree damage in my backyard. Okay. But so that is a very viscerally complex part of this project for me. It is sort of in those situations where I have to sort of do double duty as managing and overseeing the technology while at the same time protecting myself, protecting my family.
Ed, it's always a pleasure to talk with you, and I appreciate your time today and your insight and all the data that you make available for all of us to use to help us track the weather and to learn.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for all you do. As you know, we have a lot of partners in the Carolinas, and we know that the Carolina Weather Group is a real treasure and very highly respected. So we're very excited to be partnered and just look forward to helping out any way we can.
I appreciate that very much, Ed.
Thank you.
Meet the Johnson family. George, Sarah, their daughter Maria, and their dog Scout. When a storm hit their hometown, their house was damaged. Many generous Americans wanted to help families like the Johnsons, so they donated to the Red Cross. Here's how the Red Cross puts a donation to work to get help where it's needed most. 90 cents goes towards shelter, food and relief items, health and emotional support, financial assistance, and logistics and support for our volunteers to help people start rebuilding their lives after disasters. The rest of that $1, about 10 cents, is used to keep the entire Red Cross running. It helps cover things like HR, finance systems, and fundraising. Thanks to the help of volunteers who make up more than 90% of our workforce, the Red Cross is able to keep our costs low. Thanks to the generosity of the American public, the Red Cross helps families like the Johnsons and thousands of others rebuild their lives after big disasters.
Welcome back to the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. It is 1:20 p.m. Eastern Time. We have a new top donor. Special thanks to James Lewis, who has donated $250, bringing our total now over $2,000 to help the American Red Cross with their disaster relief efforts. We appreciate everyone who's been donating so far. If you're unable to donate, you can still help us out. Share wherever you're watching this video on your social media with a friend and invite them to join the conversation as we continue on with our 12-hour-long telethon. We'll be here until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Let me welcome back in my Carolina Weather Group co-host, Shay Gibson. Shay, hello again to you.
James, how are you today?
I'm doing fabulous. We're having a great Saturday afternoon here, and you and I were just talking in that break about how amazing technology is and how everything is now moving into artificial intelligence. Well, that AI trend is now coming to the National Weather Service here in the Carolinas. We have about 2 of the dozen sites across the United States that are testing artificial intelligence. The National Weather Service office in Columbia and the National Weather Service office in Greenville, Spartanburg are testing AI to translate severe weather bulletins, tornadoes, severe thunderstorm warnings, flash floods, and even winter weather products into multiple languages. Shay, this is so cool. They're going to be able to reach diverse populations, a greater population by doing this real-time translation using AI in the cloud. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I studied foreign languages as well in school. So I took Spanish and speak it fluently. I also know German. I know Russian a little bit. I can still read and write Russian. Some of those languages I haven't spoken in a very long time or don't get a lot of training in. But it'd be interesting to see how AI translates that, because as we know with foreign languages, it's not always literal translation for that. So really interested to see how AI translates the language from the product into the public, right? Because I'm interested to see that. I think it'll be really fascinating to see how much better the AI does than the actual software programs from our past that we're aware of, right? Even Google.
Yeah, well, we did a little interview with the National Weather Service in Columbia, who developed the website. Let's take a quick listen to this so we can learn a little bit more about how this works.
Motivation behind wanting to translate these products using machine learning was we've had forecasters at the San Juan office who for about 30 years have been translating manually Hurricane Center products into Spanish for their users. By using machine learning to translate these products, we cut down the amount of time needed to translate these critical weather information products from about an hour to less than 10 minutes. So recently, the partnership we have with Lilt has taken that even a step further. Now, not only do we use machine learning to translate the products into Spanish, but their patented artificial intelligence learns through a process of feedback with our bilingual forecasters in the Weather Service and translation experts who provide feedback for individual translations, which continues to allow the model to learn and increase its efficiency and accuracy.
I mean, that's really exciting stuff, Shay. And it's so cool that it's happening right here in our own backyard. Of course, it's in the cloud that the AI is doing the translation, but that website, weather.gov/translate, developed by a meteorologist right here in our own backyard in Columbia, South Carolina. And I know you've been looking at that website, weather.gov/translate. It reminds me of a much improved version of trying to do this by hand using Google Translate.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'm really excited to see how it works, and you know, something like this could set precedents for all kinds of programs, even outside of the whole weather world, right, James? I mean, this is really exciting. It's an exciting time. Everybody's a little nervous, kind of a nail biter for what AI is going to be bringing, and you know, a lot of folks are just really interested to see how we can apply it to our everyday life.
Yeah, if you get a chance to check out weather.gov/translate, there is a comment field. They're looking for feedback. It's experimental, or what you and I would call beta. So maybe don't make life decision support decisions on it, but it is something they would like folks to try out so that they can get it perfected and eventually expand it to more locations and into more languages. Shay, we have a break coming up here in just a moment, but of course your shirt, WeatherFlow, that is another mesonet and another backyard weather station. And you guys have been using AI for a little while, right?
That's right. Yeah, we have a whole new line of weather stations called Tempest, right? So, and I actually got one right here in front of me. So this is what it looks like. This is sort of like the new technology of today's world, right? Where no moving parts, no spinning anemometer with a vane on it. It is just, it's haptic rain sensing. So the top of the raindrop hits and it distributes the volume and weight into how hard it's raining. Some of that has yet to be perfected, but one thing that these stations do now is they talk to each other. So that way, if one reading is really high and the other one's really low as far as rainfall, it may self-correct over time. So it more blankets the distribution a little more equally from one backyard to another. I mean, if it's like a mile away, sure, there can be differences in that. But it's really fascinating, especially with lightning and lightning detection, how it does. It basically AI kicks out all the false readings. That quality controls that to where we're only getting the lightning strikes and not like garage door openers or transformers blowing up or something like that, right? So really fascinating stuff, how it's integrating into our systems and making things sort of normalized and giving you more data. So the denser the network, which it is now, the better the data becomes over time.
And I want to assure people that the Tempest he held up is not in witness protection. It was a little blurry there, but that's just the Zoom background was blurring portions of it. It looked like it was in witness protection. It was kind of funny. We're concealing the identity of your Tempest.
I noticed that too. It was like, hold on, where's the face on this thing? Remind me of the 60 Minutes where they interview those people from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next right here on our telethon, we're going to talk to a man who lives out on a lighthouse in the ocean. And you may know some of the live video you've seen during some iconic storms. Stay tuned. It's a great and amazing way to observe the weather far out from many other human beings. And as we go to break, special thanks to Cara Diesel, who's donated $25, part of the over $2,000 we have raised for the American Red Cross as our telethon rolls on.
Here in Panama City, after Hurricane Michael, it looks like a bomb went off. Driving down the street, you see apartment complexes, houses that have roofs have been obliterated, and people are still living in these places without power, without water. I'm an IRV driver. That's an emergency response vehicle. It's just wonderful to be able to go very, very close to the disaster area and feed people. Jim, Sue, and I have established a relationship with these people who keep coming back to us. We know them, some of them by name, and we try not to sympathize. You don't want to let your eyes fill, you don't want to cry. I guess I try to stay strong, and it's so hard to not feel such pain for each person because they're going through so much. But you want to be here and you just can't feel too much. You want to be strong because you want them to be so strong.
how we got this camera where it is.
Welcome back to the Weather Pod's Telethon to support the American Red Cross. I am James Brierton in Charlotte. Shay Gibson is back with us, and Richard Neal back on dry land after coming home from his Frying Pan Shoals. It's a tower. I sometimes refer to it as a lighthouse. The man can correct me if I'm wrong, but he's sometimes out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It's good to see you. Thanks for taking the time.
Oh, appreciate it, guys, so much. Glad what you guys are doing.
Now, you just sent me here a moment ago. For folks who aren't familiar, we do have a live webcam that is broadcasting from your tower. And let me go ahead and put this on the screen so people can see it. We're looking at it right now. I don't know if it makes you homesick now that you're not there and we're looking at it via YouTube, but tell us a little bit about Frying Pan Tower and how you came to acquire it.
Well, it's one of those crazy things back in 08, 09, when the nation was suffering through all the crisis and apparently nobody had any money. I thought, well, maybe the government's going to give away some things at a decent price. So I did a little bit of browsing one evening and came across several odd things on an auction. One being an old warehouse. Yep, swipe away on that one. Another one being a bunch of FEMA trailers. Swipe away. Next thing being this really strange looking box on stilts over water. What is this? And paid attention to it. Never heard about it. A lot of people never have. It was originally a U.S. Coast Guard lighthouse designed to help keep the ships off the shallow waters, the shoals, 32 miles offshore. About a year and a half later, when the government attempted to auction it one time, was unsuccessful. They put it up for a sealed bid auction, and some crazy guy won the auction. So I ended up with the tower, and had no idea what to do with it, nor even why it appealed to me.
Well, we love what you've been doing with it, and we'll ask you about that in a moment. But I want to draw a weather connection for folks because obviously you get to observe some impressive weather, impressive ocean conditions. But I think the world came to know you, or at least I did, when you put that American flag up. You'll have to remember specifically which storm it was, but you guys had a live webcam on a flag just whipping out as a hurricane, as you guys often get right out there, was coming through, and those winds were just ripping it. Which storm was that, Rich?
Oh gosh, let's see. Was that Arthur? That was probably Arthur, maybe Matthew, Florence. I don't know.
Florence. I think Florence was what I think the one that was a Cat 5 that went down to a Cat 4 and was easing into the coast. But that one had that tattered flag that was the one it was known for. It was still hanging in there. Everybody was pulling for it until dark.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, people were staying on the live cam in the pitch black because our flag light wasn't working at the time. We had 1,200, 12,000, I don't know, in the middle of the night. And is that the one where they named the flag Kevin? I can't remember.
That sounds like something the internet would do. But I think you ended up on cable news because it was really showing the strength of this hurricane offshore where other people weren't able to get observations. Right. How is it that you even stay connected out there? And how many miles offshore are you?
Well, technically speaking, we are 32 miles off of the very tip of the closest point, which is Bald Head Island. But generally, we're about 35, 36 miles out, which puts us about 6 miles outside of America. So how do we stay connected? I like to joke with people sometimes, say, well, I've got a really long extension cord. But what we ended up doing was we found some smart people that felt like it was probably going to be possible to do a microwave shot, as they say, all the way over to shore. Well, that's great. But then you have to be high because guess what? Flat earthers, this is a curved world, and we had to get over the horizon. We found a TV station tower, put some dishes up at about 1,400 feet, aimed them by dead reckoning based on the only point of light we could actually see on land, which was actually the Coswell Beach Lighthouse. Little itty bitty blink at night. But I knew that was 318 degrees. So thank you, trigonometry teacher. I was able to calculate by the tangent between the angles of that and the light station that it should be 6 feet, 6 inches to the right of that. And we turned it on and Google popped up on screen. We haven't looked back. We have fixed it a few times and the hurricanes have twisted our dishes, but we do manage to get it back online. So
I'm sure Shay has a question in a moment.
Sometimes better than at home.
I'm sure Shay has a question in a moment. And Rich, I'm going to ask the question that people at home are probably wondering. Why have you held on to this thing? And what are you hoping to do with it? I know you've been doing lots of work.
Well, it's funny. If you have something that needs a lot of repair and you're a teenager, you call a bunch of guys and buy some pizza and beer and they come help you work on it or help you move or whatever. And that's basically what I was doing for the first 8 years, not realizing it. finally had an epiphany of the only way to get this thing fixed is if I gave it away. So I gave away all of my ownership of it, turned it into a nonprofit only for the restoration of it. There are a few people that own some pieces, but they don't want to be embarrassed by the fact of who they are. So they do help out and financially help with it some. But the biggest part of this is that we don't need it for navigation anymore. We have, satellites, we have GPS, everything else. What we do need is we need a point out there where many, many people go out to go fishing, that they can make a radio call, or they can check on the weather, or as the case has been over the last several years, they could actually, get saved, get them out of a boat that's not working, pull up a diver that's nearly drowned and fly them back to shore. And during the same time frame, we've made it so that it's a research location, such as the camera link that I just sent you that talks about the wave heights, such as on top of the tower, the NASA piece of equipment that we just put up. I just got it up there. It looks up in the sun. It looks down at the ocean, checking the emissivity, if that's the right word, of what's coming off the Earth, what's coming into the Earth. And it's one of just a couple hundred sites around the world. Only took me 10 years to talk them into doing it. And of course, we have folks like John Hopkins, MIT, Cape Fear Community College is going to do some work with us on our ROVs. And I'm just so excited because anytime I can get a young person to understand that the ocean is not a flat surface of water, it's a world underneath there. I just love it, because then they will care about it and do something with our future. And there's a lot of energy out there. There's wave power and everything else. So right now we're 100% solar operated while we're not there.
Very cool. Yes. And James, you're right. I did have a question. So, of course, mine's going to be, and I've been up to the Chesapeake Tower and done some spearfishing up there, right? And the waves are just smacking into these poles, right? The stilts. Yeah. And you think, man, I bet that thing rocks a lot, right? Like you sleep out there for days at a time and weeks. Like, I know we interviewed you about this, but I know some of these folks listening would love to hear, what is it like to live on that thing for several days? Is it rough? Is it loud? Or
it is funny because you've heard people say that in a hurricane or in a big storm, it's just so loud, you hear the noise. Out there, you hear constant wind, or unless you're in a traffic light like I am right now with a motorcycle in front of me. But we hear a steady hum anytime we have winds above about 15 knots, 18 miles an hour. And the average wind out there is about 12 miles an hour. Now, mind you, we have our hurricanes where I've been on top with gusts to 130. I couldn't read really that high because I think our anemometer only read to about 115 maybe. And I will tell you, you don't want to stand right on the edge on that because it does hit you full force. But if you stand back about 15 feet or in the middle even, it's just kind of bubbling winds and rolling around. It's just a vortexes. And so it's only 50. So generally, it's a noisy place. But as far as movement goes, anybody that's ever had a child, I almost absolutely guarantee rocks that baby more so than we are up in the tower in the worst of weather. It's almost not anything. So if you actually are in it and it's a hurricane, you'll feel it, but it's not in any way distressing.
Wow. So the foundation, in other words, is really solid.
Yeah, the legs are actually 296 feet down into the soil based on the engineering drawings and how they put it together, which I find just incredible.
Wow. Well, that's my question, James. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah. Well, one of these days, I'm hoping I can come out there and do some volunteer work, and I think it would just be an amazing opportunity.
Yep, he still has that open invitation for us to come out there and ride out a hurricane with him. So we're waiting on the right time, Richard.
It's from a research standpoint, we can do that. Now, don't mislead people. We would not say, hey, everybody come out and just have a great time during a hurricane. That's a little bit crazy. That sounds like a bad movie or something. No, what we do have is we do have the ability to, I believe, safely do some really important research to continue to tell people what's going on with the weather, what's happening. And I love the fact, like I say, that we've got a live data feed of our weather conditions out there. We've got the live visuals. We also have some that. And again, it's just about, it's hard to imagine exposing people to what's going on just 30 miles offshore. That's so foreign to anything we all experience.
Well, folks want to learn more, they can see it on screen there, fptower.org. Glad you're back on dry land, Rich, and we appreciate you taking the time to catch up with us today. Always good to see you.
You guys are awesome. Thanks a lot. Take care now.
Thank you, Richard.
Thanks. As we head to break, special thanks to Sherry, who's donated $50. Her total at this hour, $2,135. More of the Weather Pods Telethon supporting the American Red Cross coming up next.
Meet the Johnson family. George, Sarah, their daughter Maria, and their dog Scout. When a storm hit their hometown, their house was damaged. Many generous Americans wanted to help families like the Johnsons, so they donated to the Red Cross. Here's how the Red Cross puts a donation to work to get help where it's needed most. 90 cents goes towards shelter, food and relief items, health and emotional support, financial assistance, and logistics and support for our volunteers to help people start rebuilding their lives after disasters. The rest of that $1, about 10 cents, is used to keep the entire Red Cross running. It helps cover things like HR, finance systems, and fundraising. Thanks to the help of volunteers who make up more than 90% of our workforce, the Red Cross is able to keep our costs low. Thanks to the generosity of the American public, the Red Cross helps families like the Johnsons and thousands of others rebuild their lives after big disasters.
Welcome back. Special thanks to everyone who's been donating so far. James Lewis holding the top donor now at $250. Appreciate that support and everyone who's helped us raise over $2,000 as our telethon continues here. Well, we had the pleasure of talking to these guys a little ways back on the Carolina Weather Group, and so happy to be catching up again with David and Mark. They are the developers of the Outbreak game. It's going to allow you to virtually storm chase. So whether you're a real-life storm chaser and you just can't get enough of it, or maybe real-life storm chasing is just a tad bit too dangerous or expensive for you, this will allow you to safely do it from home on your PC. You guys have been working hard at development from the time you did the Kickstarter to doing some play testing, and now you are on Steam as something people can add to their wish list. So tell us, how has the development been going, and what can people expect once this game hits the market?
All right. So, well, first of all, thanks for having us. In the past, I think has it been a year since we've been on your latest
I think
broadcast?
so. I think it's probably been about a year.
Yeah, so a lot has been done since then. We're really getting closer and closer to at least announcing a release date. So we're like doing all the finishing touches in the game. We're putting the glue together. All the parts are coming and forming this one united thing, and it's really exciting for us to see it happen. So we're actually getting even closer to doing like major playtest sessions with a lot of players. So it's something that's going to be announced really soon. I don't know, David, if you want to point out something else.
I can add rapidly, like the development we've been doing lately is basically adding more content to the game. Last time we did a playtest was really just to test our main game loop, check if our game is fun, check if our players likes what we're doing, if we're accurate to, I guess, what people expect from such game. And it was very positive. So in the last stint of work, we've been working on adding more content so that the game has some replayability, adding more cards, adding more customization options, adding like more playable characters. To get there, we obviously were using a lot of kind of free assets from stores, but we had to increase, like upgrade our assets to more game ready stuff. We wanted to be sure to have like at least a female character that was playable, so it's not like all mid-20s same white male in the game, like the same model everywhere. So we work with a pretty talented team of 3D modelers to have at least a couple of playable characters, have a couple of customization cloths options, stuff like that. So we have different cards, different people around. Obviously it's a multiplayer game, so having some variety is very important. And like Mark said, right now like this part is going pretty well. We've been talking about it in our latest, like we do a monthly development update newsletter on our Steam page, and we've been talking about the content we've been adding in this last segment of development, and now we're gearing up to actually trying to have more players playing the game by doing some playtest, hopefully longer sessions. In the last times we played, I know you had the chance to play the game.
I did.
We were like very controlling of how it was going, making sure that the player like just play one game, stuff like that, to make sure that everybody was able to touch the game. But we want to test like longer session. Is the game still fun if you play like for multiple hours and that kind of thing? So it's
we also, if I may, we also had a kind of a major breakthrough in on the technical side, where for weather nerds it might be a little bit more exciting. So
okay,
in the past, what we had for storms is we use real life weather data from models, and we recreate the storms in 3 dimensions, but it was made of parts of 3D models of parts of clouds, all put together like Lego blocks, but now we've found a way to have like fully volumetric clouds that are made directly from the weather data. So it's pretty much like you get the model doing all the calculations and outputting you some storms, and then that's exactly what you're going to see in the game. So it's going to be like even more realistic in terms of physics and stuff like that.
That's going to probably be one of the hardest parts, I would imagine, is trying to get all the physics and the behavior and the visual appearances, because so much of storm chasing is visual, right? Trying to look at those clouds and interpret what's going to happen. And I did have the chance to do one of those play tests. It was very exciting. And I will say one of the things that you guys have announced that I enjoyed was that you can report a funnel cloud and kind of help the virtual National Weather Service or other government authority that might be in this universe issue those warnings. And I thought that was a really cool prototype animation, if you will, of what happens in real life, where these storm chasers see things and report it back, and really helps the player become part of that, kicking off that cycle. Is that a good way to describe that?
Yeah, we're actually encouraging players to report by giving them points if they're like the first one to report it. So not only you want to see stuff, so you want to be in position to have a good picture of things like that, but you also want to report it, because everything we do in our gameplay design is around not only fun or adrenaline, but also around like being responsible. And we're like doing everything we can to still have a fun game, but also make it so that if you do something stupid, you're not going to have any rewards. So kind of, we don't want to encourage bad behaviors, because we've seen many in real life in storm chasing, and we don't want this kind of game to, encourage people to do dumb stuff.
Well, what I like about it too is it puts emphasis on the emergency response, and the storm chaser and the Skywarn spotter part of the element of a storm chaser, and not just the photography part. And I thought that was a nice way to balance that.
The hardest part in design is really to make a game that was honest for all the actual real life storm chaser and weather enthusiasts, that they will recognize themselves in the action they're doing in game, but also for like all the people that don't really know weather, or not real life storm chaser, and just general mainstream gamers that start playing our game and are just like, in a gaming sense, chasing points, trying to maximize like their return on every game. The people that are doing that would adopt safe behaviors, and what a real life storm chaser would kind of make the decision the same way. And by just engaging in the game loops, will kind of learn kind of a safe chasing behavior. And that line was very kind of hard to get. It took us a lot of iteration, doing playtests and looking at players, playing the game, to make sure that like what we were encouraging was actually not reckless behaviors, and not like trying to get as close as the tornado without dying. And that's not like what we're wanted to do with our final project. We wanted to make sure that like, obviously storm chasing it's dangerous, and we wanted to be sure that to be like on the right side of this passion.
So question for you guys. So I mean, this is really fascinating. So is there like a toolbox, right? Is there like players can pick which tools they want to use to monitor radar, to see where things are going? Like you have the NSSL tools, you have radar scope, you have and maybe even other radar products, but kind of talk about maybe some of the tools that the storm chasers have to just get themselves in position to see a tornado.
Sure. So when you get into a game, you have your whole map with a bunch of weather products that you can see. So there's the basic products that are radar. Right now we have reflectivity and velocity. And obviously in the future, we might add a bunch of other products for us weather nerds to enjoy. And then you have the advanced products that are more like on the forecast or like short-term forecast side or nowcasting. So you have like, this is where you can see like the surface conditions. You can see the wind directions. You can see the winds at different levels. So you can see if there's wind shear or where the wind shear is better, for example. You can see the mixed layer cape. A bunch of, I don't even remember all of them.
Yeah, I mean, no, I was going to say, like, I mean, we can get virtual soundings, but are soundings a part of this game too? Because those are like kind of what tell you where, what's going on up there.
Yeah, right now we don't have like the actual soundings with the photographs, but since we're doing our weather with actual weather model data, it's going to be very, very simple for us to just have like multiple locations on the map that you can just click and get an actual sounding that will fit exactly what you see. And if you drive somewhere and the sounding says that the winds are at the surface are from the southeast, that's what you're going to see in the game. So it's really accurate that's way.
Really cool. This has potential to be like a multi-game player too, in almost real time. It seems like that's something on the horizon. I mean, you guys are onto something really cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let me ask you, David, as the developer on this, what's been the hardest thing that you managed to develop that gave you just like a huge sense of relief once you perfected it?
I think it's a specific moment I have in mind where the first time we showcased our first scenario in our, like, we did that like a trailer showcase or whatever, and we started from obviously a real life scenario that happened, and without naming it, without like saying exactly which scenario it was or referencing to what it might be, it was just showcase the thing. In our YouTube comments, someone said like, "Is this like?" I think it was Ashby, the scenario we were doing, and someone said like, "Is this like
Ashby 2020?" I think.
and that was like the first time I kind of realized how close our weather was. That someone with no prior knowledge was able to spot the scenario we took our weather data from. This was like a big, oh shit, okay, we have something absolutely special that, like, to this degree that weather nerds can kind of, but just from virtualization of something that happened in real life. Because I'm not like in the weather like science at all. I'm a game developer through and through. I've been knowing Mark for a very long time, and I joined him to kind of, it's his pet project. He's been working in that for longer than me. But I come just from the game dev side, and so at first I knew nothing about the weather, and I was like, hey, this is cool. Obviously, this is absurdly large scale. This is incredible. The immersion is crazy. But to know that our data is recognizable to a scientific scale that much was like a true kind of, okay, we have definitely something that's absolutely ridiculously interesting. Because if I compare this to all the weather in other video games, it's always faked. It's always like, it looked pretty, but I've been doing some research and just looking like at other games in fast and time lapses, and it's where like the fake weather kind of crumbles when you look at, like, if it's fake, it's gonna cycle in a certain way that, obviously it's not real data. But when we look at our,
kind of takes you out of the fiction or the universe when there's kind of bad or hokey things around, but the fact that you guys have it so dynamic makes it immersive.
And so that was like the one moment that really kind of made me realize that we have something absolutely unique with a lot of potential.
somebody who is not an artist and certainly not a developer, what I'm hearing you say would be my equivalent of I draw a picture and somebody recognizes it and I realize, oh, I must have done a good job here. Somebody recognized what it was I was trying to emulate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where can people stay in touch with you guys, and how can they add this to their wish list?
We're on Steam. If you just type Outbreak, there's not a lot of. There's another game that is written that way. I think it was written on screen. It still is. So just type Outbreak on Steam and wishlist the game. It's the thing that helped us the most. It helped us break through the Steam algorithm and being showcased as like upcoming games and stuff like that to get the game in the hands of as many people as possible. And all of our community is based mostly on Discord. So on our Discord server, we are always like, I'm chronically online. I'm always there. I'm always watching Discord. We have a specific channel for questions where I answer every one of them usually very rapidly. So people can ask questions about the game, ask questions about the development. We also have all of our development is completely public. People can see our Trello board where we plan everything that's coming up and see when we're doing tasks and stuff like that. So everybody can know exactly where we're at. Obviously, making a game is very long. People are extremely excited, sometimes impassioned, but I understand them. We're also very excited to get this game out. But having this transparent development process kind of helps people, understanding that making a game is very long but it's coming. And
confirm what you said. As somebody who found you guys on Kickstarter, backed it there, and now has added it to my Steam wish list, you guys have been very, very transparent every month, if not more, with the ladies have either been waiting for or may actually get started through Razor. So we are very much looking forward to it, and it's been a pleasure to catch up with you guys again, and we'll keep an eye out for updates.
Hell yeah.
Thank you so much for having us.
David, Mark, thank you so much. And Shay, to confirm what you said a minute ago, when this game comes out, I expect to play online with you and the rest of our podcast, Shay, as we go virtually storm chasing.
I know, right? I mean, I'm looking forward to it. So may the best man win.
Thanks, everybody. We're coming up on the 2 o'clock Eastern hour here as our telethon rolls on. Mark, Jen, and the Stormfront Freaks are coming up at the top of the hour as we roll into the 2 p.m. Eastern hour here of our Weather Pods telethon supporting the American Red Cross. Stay tuned.
The climate crisis is upending millions of lives across the country and around the globe. We are witnessing a striking number of natural disasters with greater severity than ever before. In fact, the number of billion-dollar disasters in the U.S. has increased by 70% over the past decade. The number of families affected will continue to rise in both volume and suffering. However, these disasters leave their most profound mark on low-income communities, as well as those who are older or living with disabilities. The people most impacted by climate disasters are already the most vulnerable. The devastation has a compounding effect on these communities, and we need your help in the face of this humanitarian crisis. Your support is critical and will help the American Red Cross remain at the front lines to provide aid as disasters intensify. As a leading disaster responder in the U.S., we're launching nearly twice as many relief operations than we did a decade ago in response to unrelenting and overlapping disasters. And sadly, many of the same communities are ravaged repeatedly. This crisis has stretched our ability to provide life-saving meals, shelter, health and mental health services, financial aid, and more to people with no place else to go. That's why we're expanding our capacity to deliver emergency aid, enhancing our large-scale relief and recovery services, using innovation where we can, and growing partner support networks in disaster-prone communities. Internationally, we're implementing new programs to reduce climate disaster risks in some of the most vulnerable high-population areas. We're also creating grassroots pre-disaster plans and engaging with youth leaders to expand their local impact. We each play a role in responding to this crisis. So at the American Red Cross, we are also doing our part to reduce our own environmental footprint through cutting emissions, waste, and water use. Even with all of these efforts combined, we need to do more. With your help, the American Red Cross will invest $1.1 billion over the next 5 years to meet the growing needs of this humanitarian crisis. Your commitment ensures we can continue to help those who need it most.
On the next Stormfront Freaks.
But it's our job to tell the story. People expect me to be out there and tell the story. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get our team in the best position to do that.
Through the day, when the roller coaster hits, because it's inevitable, I do this question to myself every time. Something will really piss me off in the show, inevitably, 3 out of the 5 days a week.
So when people see the tornado when you're up close, you know, a big factor is how close you're going to get is what's going on over your head.
You know, like I try not to ask too many questions that are all sciencey and inside baseball, but you know, what would my kids ask? Honestly, that's what I think most of the time.
That was a lot of fun with Phil and the gang. They do a great job over there.
Him laughing is funnier than anything.
I don't understand what happened. I really don't.
So, hey, freaks, it's Phil, and welcome back to the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. I'm with the Stormfront Freaks podcast, and we're joined by a couple of our co-hosts this hour. Jen Watson. Jen was on earlier today, Jen, but welcome back.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. It's been epic already, and it's about to get even more epic with Tim.
Right. And then we also have Dina Knightley, meteorologist with the Digital Weather Channel. Dina, welcome to the
Hi.
Telethon.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit earlier just on our streaming YouTube page, and I was like, oh, it looks fun.
So I want everybody to know, so even though it's 2:00 Eastern, I have started drinking already. So this we got to go till 10 o'clock tonight. We'll see how this works. But if you're not familiar with the Stormfront Freaks podcast, some have referred to it as a drinking podcast with a weather problem.
But I like that.
You know,
I can live with that.
Yeah, but heck, we're gonna get it's 5 o'clock somewhere, as they always say. Correct.
Yeah.
So I do want to remind everybody. So this is all, we've got some great guests all day today. We've already had some, but this thing is still getting started. We're going till 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. Still have some great guests coming up. But the whole purpose of doing all of this and doing this around Thanksgiving season is to really support the American Red Cross and their disaster relief efforts. And so we're really reaching out to the weather community. It's why all these great guests are coming on today, and all of these co-hosts coming on to really donate their time to really help push that image and push that message to donate to the American Red Cross and help those that are affected by weather disasters and natural disasters that maybe don't have the joy of getting together with friends and family in a home that a lot of us are going to have. So keep those donations coming in. As they come in, we'll keep referring to those as well. If you need to know where to go, if you're watching the stream, there's a QR code in the upper left-hand corner. Just take your phone to that, and it will take you to the American Red Cross site where you can donate, or you can go to bit.ly/WX Pods Telethon. So WX Pods Telethon, and that will take you to the same site as well. So I do want a quick shout out to those behind the scenes today, because you just saw James Brierton with the Carolina Weather Group, and they had a great hour, some great guests. But James is also doing a lot of directing, producing. But thanks to Jared Smith and Tim Pounds that are also part of CWG and helping out behind the scenes. That, you guys probably don't realize as you watch, but what they're doing, there's no way this could happen without them. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in our guest that we've got a privilege to talk to. Most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with Tim Marshall. Is an engineer and meteorologist. He's actually was in the weather. He's in the Weather Hall of Fame, which is well deserved and crazy. But first, Tim, just welcome to the telethon. Thanks for giving your time today.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome, Tim.
Yeah, we're so excited
so
for you to be
it's
here.
one of the big reasons, if you're not familiar with Tim Marshall, he's been a storm chaser for at least a decade. It's probably safe to say, right, Tim? But he's been chasing for a long time. But one of his specialties is been to follow up, and he contracts with the National Weather Service to really check out a lot of these disasters and post follow-up of tornadoes to help measure the wind speeds and help determine the EF scales and various other things. So the point is Tim has seen certainly well over his share of disasters. And Tim, so before we get into a whole lot, I guess that's really the focus here. And what I wanted to ask you, what have been some of the most memorable of all of them that you've witnessed? What have been some of the most memorable that you've reported to and come across and that really took your breath away?
There's many that have taken my breath away. Many disasters. How do you pick a disaster out of all you've looked at? It's like picking your favorite child. Can't do that. It's like there's each one of them is unique. Some are more severe than others in terms of intensity. Others are more severe in terms of area. But, the most intense tornadoes I've seen certainly have been Gerald, Texas, which is the top end 5, and Bridge Creek, Oklahoma, another top end 5. So those are some of the more severe ones. And then just below that is like Joplin and Greensburg. So Greensburg was the first EF5 tornado. I looked at that. So there's been a lot of very extreme tornadoes I've seen.
What was most memorable, I guess? Was there something that maybe you saw that it was the first time you had seen something like that and went, oh my gosh, or what were those things that really triggered your breath being taken away?
Well, both Gerald and Bridge Creek scoured the ground, denuding vegetation from the ground. So that's an indication of intense winds at the ground. Gerald stripped pavement, so the blacktop pavement off a road, and so did one of the tornadoes in 2011. And so that's another indication. Gerald also ground up things, or you couldn't find a board more than about 4 or 5 feet because it was just ground up. And the people were ground up that were in the path. The trees were nubbed at the bottom. It was not just merely breaking a tree off. These were actually nubbed trees, solid oak trees that had no branches on them. They were just sticks, basically 8 to 10 feet above the ground. So very intense, slow-moving tornado, Gerald, Texas was.
Tim, I feel like you've seen so much when it comes to disasters, and I know you go on site to just understand and measure the EF scale, but you also storm chase on your own. So how many storm chases have you been on this year? And what was the most impressive tornado that you saw?
Each year, I have many hats I wear, right? So I have my engineering helmet, and then I have my storm spotter cap I put on. I have many hats I put on. Yeah. So, my job is to go out and evaluate damage to specific buildings. And then my hobby is to go out and chase tornadoes and hurricanes at close range. So my whole life is a disaster. Literally.
No,
yeah.
Organized disaster, maybe? I don't know.
Organized. So, I've gone out maybe 12, 15 times this year. I saw about 5 or 6 tornadoes this year. On the big tornado days, I missed because I was out surveying damage from the tornadoes. I've surveyed 3 tornado tracks this year so far. And yeah, I mean, Kimball, Nebraska was nice because that tornado was out in the open field. It was very picturesque, photogenic. There were some lightning bolts coming through the tornado, which was really odd.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was nice to see the Kimball, Nebraska tornado earlier this year.
And so I have to tell everyone, if you haven't been to the National Storm Chaser Summit, you need to go because Tim Marshall puts on a show. His presentation was
Does he pack the stands?
Oh, it was absolutely epic. Like one of my favorite, and I go to a lot of conferences. I've seen so many speakers and he brings it. And like, I so want to ask you, Tim, what your presentation is going to be like. Cause I know I'm sure you're probably preparing. I won't do that. We'll leave it maybe a surprise unless you do want to give a sneak peek.
Well, Jen, you're familiar with the teaser, aren't you?
I am.
So, yeah. So I will tease you.
Okay.
I will not be myself. I mean, I will simply not be who you see I am. I will put it that way. Certainly it's going to be fun and unusual for sure. But yeah, there's simply going to be something to see. I try to outdo myself every year. As you know, this all started with back in around 2000, where Tim Samaras and Roger Hill were put on this Chaser Con, which is in Denver, and every talk was an hour of photographs and soundings and cape. It was boring.
I'm like,
so, I said, can we spice this up a bit? And they go, what do you have in mind? I said, well, if I could be like a character, and come in and spice it up, is that something that you guys would be acceptable? And let's see how it goes. So the first year I was Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the storm chasing was good, bad, and ugly that year. So I came in the serape and my pillbox hat and my little stogie cigar, and so it was such a hit that they said, could you do this every year? So for the next 25 years I've been doing that. Every year I've been a character of sorts.
What's been your favorite?
I think what went over very well, I got a standing ovation for, was a shark. I was a shark. Yeah. I came in, they played the theme from Jaws, and
oh my God. Yeah.
And I kept on biting everybody, and as I came up there. So it was like that. Yeah. It was kind of a hybrid costume. I bought a shark costume online, but it wasn't good at all. So I had it overhauled to make it really more realistic looking, with big teeth in it. And so it went over really well.
Oh my gosh.
People didn't do that in school. Instead of having the boring stuff you get from professors all the time.
That would be fun.
I found that if you can make education more palatable to people, if you have some entertainment in there,
agreed,
and kind of merge the two together. Education, it can be more palatable if you merge in the knowledge with fun.
I love that, Tim. I have a question. What are your 3 biggest tips or top tips when it comes to someone that wants to storm spot or storm chase?
Well, the first thing is to read all you can. I mean, we have the internet today, okay? Didn't have that when I was growing up. You can read so many things, especially online. There's Warning Decision Training Branch has got some beautiful modules to listen to. The SPC, Storm Prediction Center's got learning modules by Rick Thompson and Dr. Cohen. So I would say definitely look at all that. If you don't understand it, do some research. I mean, learn about weather forecasting, learn about soundings, CAPE, learn about photographs, and you'll pick this stuff up pretty quickly. I mean, you don't have to be a degreed meteorologist to learn this. Most of the great chasers out there are not meteorologists. They are picked it up. They're passionate about it, and learn all you can. And then the second thing is to go with somebody that knows storm chasing. I mean, most storm chasers are good about that, and they'll take someone along there. Or if you can't find that, then join one of these tornado tours. That's another place to go. The National Weather Service has storm spotter training every year. Sign up for that. Go to that. Here in the Dallas area, they have two levels. They have a beginning storm spotter and they have advanced storm spotter. So learn all you can about that. It's very important to just fill your mind with all the good stuff and go out with somebody who's experienced before you try it on your own.
Yeah. I agree with that. I have one question, Tim, because I've been a meteorologist for a long time. I've looked at video forever, and you go out and look at these damage areas. And to this day, the thing that blows my mind that I still have a hard time wrapping my mind around is when, and maybe you've seen one, but like when a tornado might hit a house, part of the house is completely gone. And then you look over and then there's still glasses on the shelf. There's still dishes. There's still things that are hanging up on the wall. It's amazing to me. Have you seen anything like that where it's like almost half completely blown away and then partially still there?
I see it all the time. Wind wants to get into a building, and when it gets in, then it wants to get out. So if it blows in a window, then it's going to either blow out the back window or blow the roof off. And once that pressure is alleviated, that wind pressure, not barometric, wind pressure, once that wind pressure is alleviated, then that's it. It goes on down the road. So you can see glasses on a table still. You can see, refrigerator magnets still on your refrigerator. They haven't moved at all. Very unusual things you'll see. But that's just typically how wind works.
And Tim, I've got a question. When it comes to, developing new homes, new buildings, are you seeing that people are taking the proper precautions and, newer buildings and homes are being built in a way that can sustain against winds that are EF3 to EF5 strength?
Well, unfortunately, buildings are not being built to EF3 to EF5 strength. The building codes are minimal. And minimal means minimal. So we're talking about a 90 mile an hour, 3-second gust or a 115 ultimate. That's what they're built for. So they're not built for EF3, EF5. And so you're going to generate a lot of debris when tornadoes come into there. So you need to protect yourself from all that. And that means to get into the middle of your house, lowest floor. Bathroom is preferred, closet, whenever you can put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom's good because you have additional plumbing and the walls anchored it down. So try to put as many defenses between you and the outside. Certainly you don't want big rooms. You don't, if you're in a school, you don't want to go to an auditorium or gym. You want to be in a small place, restroom, be out of anything that has glass, like some of my old classrooms used to have this an entire wall of glass there. So you don't want to deal with that. So certainly protecting yourself is the key. And I think it's a great idea is to have a helmet and some shoes around that you can get on quickly. I mean, one of the big problems I see, people don't, they walk like me around near barefoot or whatever in the house. And it's like, if tornado hits and there's all this glass around, it reminds me of the Bruce Willis in the Nakatomi Plaza there.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Good reference.
And how am I going to walk in that? And it's like, so yeah, Bruce, you should have kept your shoes on. I mean,
That's a
good
idea.
Point. Yep, good point. Dina, do you have a question or?
No, but it was funny because when he said the shoes, like even when we're in tornado warnings, I am lucky enough to have a basement, and I do make people bring their shoe, like my family bring their shoes down. Or, you've got that junk box of old shoes that nobody really wants to wear, but they're wearable. Just leave them in the basement. Because I have seen so much video over the years, and I do remember one that always stuck out. I think it was Joplin, and this man was outside and he's walking through the rubble. He had no shoes. He was in his pajamas and he was holding his dog. And I thought, wow, like literally the shirt on your back and that's it. No shoes, no nothing. So it's scary. It's a good point.
So Tim, I appreciate your time and sharing your time with all of us today. And as we try to really support the Red Cross and disaster relief, which, as I mentioned at the beginning, you've seen your share of that. How can people follow you in this day and age without having a VHS player or beta, whatever we were talking about earlier? What's the best way people can get in touch with you or follow you?
Well, I'm only on one social media platform. It's Facebook. That's it. I don't go on. I don't tweet. I don't, Instagram. I don't do any of that. I don't do any TikTok or anything like that. I'm just an old-fashioned Facebook guy. So that's about way you can follow me on there.
Very good. Well, I'll tell you what, I want everybody to know we're now over $2,000 in donations at 2,135.
Nice.
So thank you, everybody, that we've been announcing here as the donations come in. But we're on our way to 3,000, and we want to try and hit 3,000 here before the end of this hour. So every little bit counts, and I think that's what's always important to share. Is it's the $5 here and the couple bucks there that also add up. Don't feel like you have to give 100 or 200. Certainly, if you've got the means to do that and help those that maybe you're having a great Thanksgiving this year, but you want to help those that need that kind of support, you can do that. But every little bit counts. So keep those donations up. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Jen Walton, the founder of Girls Who Chase.
Ooh.
Water was rushing into my home. My first concern was making sure my family was safe. I received a text message. Red Cross was giving assistance in our area. They gave us immediate support. They gave us financial resources. We were able to make sure that we had some food. We had some things that could hold us until we were able to get back in our home. How you doing? Come in. Doing good. Welcome in. When the Red Cross offered financial assistance, it really gave us hope. With the money that they gave, we were able to use that money toward repairs. And we had to pull the carpet up. This whole top area collapsed from water, and the walls, water was coming from the walls somehow. The fact that Red Cross was there willing to give a helping hand to make sure that our needs were met, that really, was very inspiring. If I could talk to the donors of the Red Cross, I would tell them to continue giving, because the Red Cross, they're good stewards of what's given to them. And the fact that Red Cross was there to assist us when our area was hurt really gave us hope.
All right, welcome back to the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. Things keep rolling here, so I hope you keep us on your TV, keep us on your monitor, your iPhone, your Android phone, whatever it is, keep us on all day. We're going till 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, and the great guests keep rolling in. I'm happy to introduce Jen Walton, who's the founder of Girls Who Chase and a storm chaser herself. Jen, welcome to the telethon.
Welcome,
Thanks,
Jen.
y'all. Great to be here. Thank you so much for doing this important work.
Yeah, so I want to get, one of the things I want to start with is really get an update from you on girls who and really there's probably a lot of people listening, I guess, that aren't even familiar. I say this because I'm familiar with what you guys are doing.
Sure.
But maybe introduce a little bit of Girls Who Chase, and if you would follow up with that on what you're working on right now, kind of what's coming up.
Sure. So Girls Who Chase is an initiative that was formally founded in January 2022. And the primary focus is inspiring, empowering, and equipping girls and women to chase storms, the sciences, and their passions. So there's a lot to unpack there, essentially. But what makes Girls Who Chase special and I think unique in the weather space is that we're tackling not just cultural issues and kind of behavior around gender disparity in the weather space, but we're also looking at ways that we get in our own way, these kind of self-limiting stories, ways that we tell ourselves we're not capable of doing something that kind of follows my own journey into storm chasing. So it's kind of a dual pillar of empowerment, self-empowerment, and then girls and women in STEM. And a lot of that is education focused. So that we started as an Instagram page in July 2021. It has been quite the journey for us, all the way now to a multifaceted media platform. The focus really for the past year, which has seen unprecedented growth, I would say, and largely because the whole thing is unprecedented, has been education and building out our education arm. So the latest news for us is that I'm excited to announce our second spring training. Registration opens November 28th. Spring training is a day-long virtual, basically storm chasing 101 education event that anyone can access, that is really meant to focus on the how do I get started question. So we bring in experts from a variety of different areas in storm chasing. This year is going to focus very much on understanding storm structure, positioning appropriately for the type of chase. We have a safety component, and then we'll have some specialty talks as well, including a how to read radar 101 that MetEd will deliver. So we've got an early bird discount through December 31st. So stay tuned for all the announcements coming from us. It'll be the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, essentially, when that stuff comes out. We ran a media training last month, which went really well. So we're also looking at getting more folks on air to kind of build out that diversity of the storm chasing community. And with that comes a need to build some skills for folks to feel more comfortable doing public speaking work. So that was one of the first kind of communication specific trainings that we've run. We'll probably continue to bring those out occasionally as time allows. And then we've got a whole bunch of new content coming. We're actually revving the podcast back up now that Jen has gotten through her burnout from running things the last year and a half. So first big podcast episode, probably coming in the next week and a half or so, featuring Karen Kasiba. So excited to have her with us. And we also just ran a really cool photo art competition where the winning photo essentially is going to now be painted, or was just painted, by a storm artist named Jay Bigham, who's known for just these amazing storm prints. So he just finished painting, and we're about to put that one up for auction. In
Wow,
fact,
I
that's
see
gonna be
Phil
beautiful.
pointing behind him. You have
say that one more
look at
time.
that. Oh, Phil, we can't hear you.
Oh, Phil's got a Jay painting.
Yeah,
behind
I've
him.
got a
Awesome.
print from Jay. Yeah,
Oh,
I love
there
it.
it
I love what he
is.
does.
He's
I need to
amazing. Yeah,
get
I've got one in
one.
my office too.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
we love Jay. Jay's been very supportive of Girls Who Chase. And so we're auctioning this painting off, which just happened to coincidentally essentially be Girls Who Chase colors, which is really
Nice.
cool. And 50% of the proceeds are going to go to Girls Who Chase and our operating costs. So very appreciative of Jay for helping us run this competition. it was really more about the artistic side of the storm photos. So any type of photo, cell phone, etc., was accepted. And it's just been kind of a fun way to have people share some of their art. And so that's kind of what we've got going on actively. There's one more big announcement that hopefully we'll be making in the next couple of months that I can't say anything about yet.
So you just dropped the little breadcrumb.
What is
that? Was a big tease, Jen. That was a big tease.
A little tease.
Let me just say that, most of the things that have come along for us have not been small. So this one probably won't be either. So that's pretty exciting.
Oh, Jen, I'm so happy for you. Like, Jen is just overall, if you don't know Jen personally, she's just an incredible human being in general. And you've been, the founder and creator of something so powerful and inclusive, especially when it comes to women and girls in the science field. And I know that, and Dina knows that, in the meteorological field, I mean, it's hard for women to get up there. There's not nearly as many women as there are males. So everything you're doing is so powerful and so incredible. And I think you should always know that. And I'm excited to know you. And for those that didn't sign up this year and didn't go to the one-day training, I was a part of it and it was so incredible. You learned so much. I was on a panel and it was just so much fun. So if you want to learn more, you're going to be have a notebook jam-packed full of notes and everything. And you're going to learn so much from that. So definitely do that. And Jen, I love the update too of everything that's going on with you, but I would love to know, because I know you chase, do you like to chase more on your own? Do you like to chase with other people? And what have been some of your biggest, most beautiful storms that you've seen this year?
I tend to chase on my own. Sometimes just because it's logistically easier. I don't have
to get all those other people together. Yeah,
exactly. Right. And my chase friends are really locationally scattered across the country from East Coast to West Coast. So if we happen to find everyone in the same place, we pull folks together. I did go on a couple chasecation trips with folks this year, which was fun. And then there were a couple ad hoc chases with other folks more locally. I think there were probably two particularly memorable chases for me this year. And that's in part because also in the last year, I have expanded beyond storm chasing to volcano chasing and aurora as well. I think aurora has become a really nice way for storm chasers to reduce our storm deprivation syndrome during the winter.
It is on my bucket list.
It is, it's been fantastic. Well, and we're approaching the solar maximum, so we keep having opportunities, and some of them are big enough that they, you can see them all the way into Colorado and even farther south. So having that opportunity has been amazing. But I think my most memorable storm moment this year was having the opportunity to be in Monument Valley, Arizona, and we were waiting. We were there for bolts, essentially. And what we got instead was a structured supercell that was sitting right behind some of the monuments. So that was kind of one of those moments where you realize that you're witnessing something that most just never get to see. So that was probably my most memorable storm moment. And then I had the opportunity to chase the cyclic tornadic supercell out of Chugwater, Wyoming. That gave me a couple of bucket list shots and luckily did very minor damage during its lifetime. There was some outbuildings that were impacted and a few things overturned, but for the most part was just kind of a friendly chase with some great photographic.
Everything you're doing is exciting. And I mean, I've been doing this for 26 years and I'm aging myself, but I mean, I remember when I started, there were not a lot of women unless they were TV. And that's all it seemed people wanted. They weren't out in the field. They weren't doing this. And now it's like the difference I see of empowering women, like people are tagging each other. Like I met people on our last chase with the Stormfront Freaks, you know, we were tagging girls who chase and we would see each other in the like some parking lot. We're like, hey. And all of a sudden it's like, you know, these people, even though you just met them. And then you carry on a conversation, and that's a bigger conversation that leads to more. And it's, for me, it's so cool because I see women getting stronger and more, I'm not sure of the word, independent, but stronger in their own sense, that they can go out and do whatever they want. You know, I know when I first started, like you almost even got kind of pushed away from other women. And now it's like it just seems like there's been such a change. And I think that the Girls Who Chase has just really helped that. So bravo.
Thank you. The feedback I've gotten consistently is that it's given folks a home almost. And it isn't just storm chasers, in fact. And one of the things I forgot to mention is that we're going to be very active in the American Meteorological Society's 2024 annual meeting. So
nice.
That is going to, we have I'll be speaking in 2 sessions. And then we are co-hosting an event with the Earth Science Women's Network, one of the evenings at AMS. And it's been interesting because I think it's not that we're not women storm chasing. It's not that they haven't been out there for as long as folks have been storm chasing. It's just that for one reason or another, and that's part of what we've been digging into, nobody has seen them. And in many cases, they haven't seen each other. And so some of this going through this process and figuring out how we can best serve in this community has been realizing that actually just being present in order to build community and create a space where folks feel like they belong has actually been an important part of that role. And it's figuring this out as you go along, right? It's not like I knew all of this when I started the Instagram page, but then hearing from folks that was what was happening for them is an amazing feeling, knowing that we're helping to build that space and helping people feel safe in the weather space and welcome.
And you really are, Jen. Like it's just incredible what you've grown in such a short amount of time. And I would love for you to, share with everyone. I do know your personal story a little bit, but how did you get started chasing? And when did that happen? And just share your journey with us a little bit.
I'll make it quick because I know y'all are.
You take as much time as you want.
I mean, I could probably talk all day. That's how I roll. But it was one of those, like, I was into severe weather. I was a lifer for the most part. I went from sheer terror in my very young days to watching the Weather Channel nonstop, even when it was just weather on the 8s. And looking out the window, watching storms, and then becoming an avid consumer of all of the storm chasing media I could get my hands on, while simultaneously telling myself this isn't for me. And I've dug into the background and all the reasons for why that is, but one of them is that I wasn't seeing people who looked like me in all of the reality shows and stuff that was on weather networks, et cetera. It was 98% men, and the other 2% were kind of token roles, like somebody's girlfriend, daughter. And that has a direct impact on the culture that I found myself in when I started to storm chase, which is partially why I chase alone now, is that people assume that if women are chasing with men are running the show and doing all of the forecasting, and we're just sort of along for the ride. So I finally kind of took myself through a why are you telling yourself this story process that you can't chase in 2018, and went on a storm chase tour and learned just enough to realize that I could teach myself to forecast and get out there. And that was really what created the monster that now exists. And the whole story of Girls Who Chase follows that recognition that I was self-limiting, and, overcoming those stories to go do the thing that brings me the most joy. And now it's been an evolution of what kind of storm chaser am I, which I don't know that nobody warns you about that part. Like, every storm is great, and now it's kind of like, well, I'm out for these particular reasons. Here's a new goal, you know. And then once you fly over a volcano, your goals change again. Like I've found myself becoming a snob in a way that I have not appreciated. You know, like sometimes you just have to catch up with yourself. So making sure that I'm chasing the things that bring me joy and or contributing in a way that's useful from a reporting perspective.
Well, Jen, we definitely appreciate your time and coming on and filling us in a little bit on Girls Who Chase. I guess suggestion to anybody listening that wants to learn more, where do you want to direct them?
Yeah, for sure. Our website is the home for all of the work that we're doing. That's girlswhochase.com. We're very active right now on Instagram and Twitter, both under the handles Girls Who Chase. And then when spring training goes live, the link for that will be girlswhochase.com/spring training. So hopefully very easy to remember.
I hope so. If I can't remember that, then I'm in trouble.
Very good. Well, hey, shout out quick to Theo Train, donated $25 as well. So
thanks,
Theo, thank you. Thank you for that. We're going to head to break, but we're coming right back with hurricane chaser Josh Morgerman. So we got more coming up. Stay tuned.
Thanks, y'all.
That land has been in our family for over 100 years. And it's a rural community that's not within the city limits. Because the tornado approached from the south, that area was the first place hit, and it destroyed every house. My dad met my mother when she was pregnant with me. He had an option. He could stay with a woman that was pregnant with a child that wasn't his, or he could be my dad. And one day he showed up in the hospital when my mother gave birth with my first pair of shoes. That was him, and since then, he's been with me, taught me everything I knew. He worked on a farm his entire life. When I was 13 years old, he took me to the cotton fields and made me stop chopping cotton. And I did that. Just to think that a tornado just destroyed everything that he had, absolutely everything. He's nearly blind. He's a double amputee, has prosthetics on right now, a kidney transplant recipient. And the night of the storm, I found him at 3 o'clock in the morning in the dark. For us, the Red Cross showing up in our community makes me feel like we're being seen. Today, I sat in front of a person with a Red Cross jacket on that said, okay, tell me about the medical equipment that was lost because you're a double amputee. Tell me about your medication that you didn't have access to for 4 days because you're a kidney transplant recipient. Tell me about your prosthetics. Do you have an extra pair of prosthetics? You know what? We're going to get you the resources you need. Someone with a Red Cross jacket on literally came to the area where my parents used to live and actually paid attention and felt that pain and stood in that moment with my parents. That's what the Red Cross means to me right now. And it makes me emotional because a lot of times we do get forgotten because we grew up in a poor situation and a lot of my family lives in poverty. We feel like people don't pay attention to us. Resources flow in, but you're not important enough. But the Red Cross came in and said, yes, you are important. They proved it. They sat down and they filled out the application for financial assistance for my parents. They filled out the application for housing assistance, for medical assistance. All of those things, those little things, those are tangible things that make a difference. Because you don't know what you got till it's gone. Especially when you don't have much in the first place. You don't know what you got until you almost lose it. And so when some organization like the Red Cross comes in and said, I'm gonna help you. It means something.
All right, so we keep rolling on the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. Again, my name's Phil with Stormfront Freaks. We got Dina and Jen, our co-hosts, with us as well. But we're happy to bring in this next segment. We've got Josh Morgerman, Hurricane Chaser, joining us. And first off, just welcome, Josh. Welcome to the Telethon. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, welcome, Josh.
To be here. I love this excuse to reunite with you guys. I always enjoy our live riffing.
So what one of the things I want to do is a lot of our guests we've had on here recently, Josh, are chasers that have been in the disasters, right? And so definitely have stories to tell and have memories to share. And you're certainly no different. You have been through some incredible and horrific, depending on what side of that equation you happen to be on, storms and tropical storms and hurricanes. I'm curious, what have been some of the most memorable disasters that you've seen, and I guess what made it so memorable for you?
Great question. You know, I've been in a lot of really bad hurricanes and typhoons, and I would say the two for me that top the list are outside of the United States. One was Super Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines, and actually the 10-year anniversary just happened. I just actually got back from the anniversary events, but it was an equivalent Category 5 hurricane, actually high-end Category 5, estimated winds of 190 miles an hour. The inner core of it, the eye wall, passed right over a city of about 220,000 people called Tacloban City, which is also on the tip of a peninsula and very low lying. And the city just got obliterated. The official death toll was 6,000, but they think it was probably closer to 15 to 25,000.
Oh, that's awful.
Even when you talk to government officials off the record, they say there's no way it was only 6,000. So I was there for that. At the height of the storm, jumped in the water to pull people out because our hotel went underwater. But that one, the level of destruction that I saw, just whole sections of the city just obliterated. I couldn't even find the streets, just dead bodies everywhere. A complete breakdown of civil order. I would say that was way up there. And then the other one would be a Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas. I was in Marsh Harbor, a town of about 5,000 people. Again, a strongest landfalling hurricane on record in North America, tied with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. The eye passed right over the town, estimated winds of 185 miles an hour. Again, unbelievable destruction. I was trapped there for days, just living on the island in my car, which did not blow away. The one next to mine blew away, mine didn't. But again, there was the destruction you see with a complete breakdown of civil order, which was what happened. You had those kinds of big impacts. And when you look at the mess, I'll just conclude by saying, after these disasters, I felt a little bit after Michael in Panama City, you just look around and you think, where do you even start cleaning up?
Yeah. And I have a question, Josh, going back to the fact that you went back for the 10-year anniversary of that typhoon. What was it like going back with the structures and rebuilding? Because I know you see the disaster when it happens, and then you oftentimes revisit a lot of these places after the fact because they get hit often by hurricanes and typhoons. So what was it like, going back there and the rebuilding and just the sentiment of the community?
It was for me personally, it was like a healing experience. I don't get too emotional generally. I'm all about the hurricane, and I go in and I kind of almost tune out the human impact. And Haiyan was one of those storms where I was absolutely rattled by the human impact, just stuff that I saw, just the level of destruction, the dead bodies, just seeing injured children and stuff like that. I also had rescued a lot of people at the height of the storm. So there were victims that I carried out of the water. So all of it just stuck with me. So when I got back after that one, I was kind of, I don't know what I was having issues with it afterward. So going back was helpful to them because I was keeping the story alive, and I was doing work in fundraising and stuff like that. But it was also helpful for me because I could start to see the recovery. I went back 3 months after, and even then you started to see, it was still really bad, but you're starting to see some signs of healing. And I went back a year after, which was much better. And then I just went back for the 10-year, and the 10-year was great. And what the folks there told me was that at the 10 years, every anniversary it had been sort of sort of like a day of mourning. And this year they decided it was going to be a day of celebration because of how far the city had come in 10 years with the rebuilding. There's a neighborhood right down the street from the hotel that was completely obliterated, just gone. And now there's new houses there and stuff. And that was really cool. And just seeing stuff like that, it's like you're ending the story on a good note.
I did see a lot of your posts on X, where they gave you even signs that said welcome back. That had to be really, I mean, it was heartwarming to me, and it wasn't even me.
It was, the locals were so appreciative that we had rescued people and stuff, and they haven't forgotten. And when we come back there, they put up these welcome signs. It's incredible how they treat us. This part of the Philippines. It's way far from Metro Manila. It's in an area called the Eastern Visayas. This is where Imelda Marcos, who was the wife of the leader of the Philippines for much of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Imelda Marcos was the wife of Ferdinand Marcos. She's from there. So she's a very important person in Philippine history. She was there for the 1-year anniversary, and we were her honored guests for dinner, which was really kind of blew me away. But that's how nicely they treat us in this city, Tacloban City, by the way. So we get special treatment, which is really nice. And and we get to really participate. There were a lot of ceremonies and events and things. And we were just, Mark, James, and I, the guys I chased with, we went to all the events and stuff. And it was just great to participate in it, to really feel like we're participating in the recovery, which is ongoing.
Yeah. And I'm so glad you got the chance to go back, Josh, because I can only imagine the feelings and just everything you experienced. It's almost kind of coming full circle, and the fact that this year was a celebration is the positive outlook, and hopefully they never have to deal with any kind of natural disaster like that ever again. And I would love to kind of turn it to this year, Josh, and chasing and everything. It's been an interesting year, and I would love for you to kind of just break down the different storms you chased and the weather pattern and everything going on there.
It was an interesting year. Just like there's something about this year that just in terms of the Atlantic, it was just, wow, hard to get a feel for it. It was these dead periods and then these just crazy bursts of activity and then dead periods. There was just no rhythm to it. I think for a lot of folks who are kind of maybe, they started following hurricanes in the last decade. And I'm talking about maybe sort of younger weather enthusiasts or younger chasers, like people in the early 20s. They grew up in they started following weather, let's say in the mid-teens or in the last decade. And they're used to the U.S. getting just slammed by category 4 and 5 hurricanes every year, multiple hurricanes, lots of majors. Okay. So then this year seems kind of like, whoa, what happened? There was only one hurricane hit the U.S. That's kind of weird. Okay. This year was actually the normal year. This was actually now we're getting back to how normal climatology of the U.S. some years gets hurricanes, some years doesn't. We got one hurricane on the average. The U.S. gets I think 2 hurricanes a year. So it's sort of more of an average year, but it feels weird because we've had, starting in 2017, the United States is just, except for 2019, every year we've just gotten slammed by really bad hurricanes. And I should say, although this year seems not as bad, we did get a major hurricane, Hurricane Idalia. So it does continue the trend of a major hurricane landfall every year since 2017, except 2019. But we're still in quite a streak, but it definitely, for Americans, it was a little quieter. Now it was really busy, but everything was just kind of a lot of fish storms, a lot of stuff way out in the Atlantic. So it seemed like we were getting a lot of activity, but where it forms is just as important as how much forms.
And where it hits.
Yeah. Exactly. Stuff just couldn't seem to get west over to North America, which of course was great news for everybody.
Yes. We talk about that all the time. It's like you could tell people it's a busy season. You have 20 named storms out in the Atlantic and maybe nothing hits the US. They're like, oh, no, it didn't happen. It did. It just wasn't hitting here. Or you get one and it hits a major metropolitan area.
Exactly. And that applies to the whole globe. The last decade has been a pretty bad one in the United States. We've been getting so many just huge historical impacts, Laura, Ida, Ian, and then so many others. But what's interesting is when you look at worldwide, hurricane activity. And of course, they don't call them hurricanes everywhere. They call them typhoons or cyclones, but what we call a hurricane. Worldwide hurricane activity the last several years has actually been well below normal. So it's been really busy in our part of the world, like Gulf of Mexico, Western Atlantic. We've been a little hotspot of activity, but worldwide, when you look at like around Australia and like Western Pacific, activity has actually been below normal when you look at the accumulated cyclone energy, which surprises a lot of people who they're only focused on our little part of the globe.
Were you in Otis? Did you go to see, were you?
No, that's a really painful topic for me. And I'm like totally not joking, no, seriously, it's good to talk about it because it's therapeutic. You
let it out. You let it out, Josh. You're in a safe space.
And this is the first time I'm talking about it like publicly, but it was one of those systems. I looked at it and I looked at all the computer models. I looked at everything and I just was not sensing the potential and I didn't go. And then of course it did that rapid intensification. And by the time I realized what was happening, it happened so fast. It was too late to get down there. And it pains me now to think about it. It's not just that I live to cover these big events, but Mexico, I've always considered Mexico to be like, that's my real passion. I love just Mexican hurricanes are like my thing. And specifically the West Coast of Mexico, like that's like totally like my turf. And I'm really an expert in that region. And to miss the biggest event in a century on that coast, it just it's really.
Don't feel bad. Everybody missed it. Everybody missed it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so I'm curious, why do you think that was? Josh, what happened there? And at what point during that process of intensification were you like, okay, this is actually going to be serious?
Well, almost no one chases on the West Coast of Mexico. I'm the only one. So I like once in a while someone else might go down there, but generally like no one, most chasers just don't like to go there for whatever reason. So I wouldn't expect anyone else to be down there, but I expect myself to never miss a big event down there. But it was, it's an indication of the limits to our ability to forecast intensity. So there's two things. When there's a hurricane, you're forecasting, you're trying to anticipate the track, where it's going, and the intensity, how strong it's going to be. So looks like the computer models have gotten better and better and better about forecasting track. They've gotten more and more accurate. Where they still haven't made great advances is intensity. Hurricane intensity is just this weird thing. Sometimes I remember a couple years ago, Hurricane Pamela, an October storm recurving toward the coast of the West Coast of Mexico. Everything about it, the computer models, the climatology, everything said it was going to be a big, huge impact. It just fell apart, came ashore as barely a hurricane. Why did that happen? Who knows? And then with Otis, it was the opposite. The models were just not enthusiastic about it. Almost none of them were. I think one model showed.
No, I think it was one, maybe two at the most.
But like odd models that I don't look at generally. But the 5 models that I look at, including 4 hurricane models, none of them showed. It wasn't that they didn't show a category 5. Most of them didn't show a hurricane really, or they showed it barely maybe becoming a hurricane. So it was one of the starkest examples of how sometimes the models just don't get it. But with Michael, that kind of happened too. Not as crazily, but with Michael, when the Hurricane Center issued their first advisory on Michael, they had it coming in the Panhandle as like a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane. Now that was a couple of days before, so it wasn't quite as crazy. Another thing about Otis was how fast it went from a tropical storm to like a category 5 in like 18 hours. So it was an incredible example of RI. Yeah. And I was on the fence. I was gonna go down there just in case, it was going to be like something decent. And I didn't, and I'm just, I'll kick myself forever because it was obviously, it was a devastating event. From my point of view, as someone who's interested in meteorology, it was a fascinating event. And I just, and that there's not a lot of data from on the ground there. So I'm like, I would have collected really amazing data. Ouch. But it feels good to talk about.
Don't kick yourself over it. We all got it wrong. Those models were all over the board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they were.
I think one thing I'll say is I think that this is part of the chaser experience. I think everyone who chases professionally or just professionally, everyone who's passionate about it, I think everyone has that event that big event that they missed for whatever reason. And it's like chaser FOMO or whatever, fear of missing out. I think we all have that. I think this was my category 5 miss. So.
Well, I'll tell you what. Hey, before we go to break, Josh, again, thanks for being a part of this and helping to support the American Red Cross. Where can people find your videos and your stuff and check you out?
Thanks for asking. You can follow me on X, formerly Twitter, on Facebook, and on YouTube, just under the name iCyclone. So the letter I and the word cyclone. iCyclone. That's kind of like my brand name. And I also have a TV series, Mission Hurricane, which is on various streaming platforms.
Very good. And again, as we try to help promote the American Red Cross and supporting disaster relief, I'll tell you what, if you can't financially help donate or can't financially give, what you can do is you can certainly get on your social media, get on your phone, and contact people that love weather and are going to like this, and share what we're doing right now, guys. We're going till 10 p.m. tonight Eastern time. So share what we're doing on your social media, send a text to your friends or family that might like this, so that they might be able to jump on and catch some of this great stuff. We got coming up next hour, we have a reunion with Kim Cunningham. Meteorologist is going to be with us. We got chaser Michael Binsky and meteorologist from Fox, Janice Dean, all joining us coming up next. Stay tuned.
Ooh.
With the wind force, they said they were going to have like a category 4 or 5. It was really traumatic. We panicked and just started raining and storms, and it really did a lot of damage out here in Florida.
When the only thing you have to look forward to in your day is a hot meal, it makes a huge difference.
The American Red Cross shelter, when they took over responsibility for here, it was like home.
And I'm just blessed. Very blessed for American Red Cross to be here. Thank you so much.
On the next Stormfront Freaks.
But it's our job to tell the story. People expect me to be out there and tell the story. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get our team in the best position to do that.
Through the day, when the roller coaster hits, because it's inevitable, I do this question to myself every time. Something will really piss me off in the show, inevitably, 3 out of the 5 days a week.
So when people see the tornado when you're up close, a big factor is how close you're going to get is what's going on over your head.
I try not to ask too many questions that are all sciencey and inside baseball, but what would my kids ask? Honestly, that's what I think most of the time.
That was a lot of fun with Phil and the gang. They do a great job over there.
Him laughing is funnier than anything.
I don't understand what happened. I really don't.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. We're here all day supporting the American Red Cross and their disaster relief efforts. You know, we're getting ready for Thanksgiving, and a lot of us are going to share some great time with friends and family in shelter and homes. And not everybody's going to have that opportunity because of weather disasters, natural disasters. And so we're really using this time an opportunity to help those that need help. And what's great is we're already over $2,100 in donations. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. We've been sharing names here as we go. And so any donations you make on our site, again, you can click either on the QR code in the upper left-hand corner of the stream that you're watching, or you can go to bit.ly, bit.ly/WX Pods Telethon. Go to that website as well, and that's where you can make donations. And as they come in, we'll certainly recognize you and thank you for helping to do that. I am excited because this is the hour that we get to have a reunion show. Like if you grew up like me watching Chips and Dukes of Hazzard bunch and all those shows, and then like a few years later they'd have a reunion special, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be great. So we are having a Stormfront Freaks podcast reunion with Kim Cunningham, former meteorologist at the Weather Channel. Kim, it's so good to see you. It's been a couple of years, but welcome back and welcome to the telethon.
Oh, it's so great to be back and great to see all of you. You all look the same. The only difference is Phil has a jacket on.
I know, isn't it?
It's a telethon. I mean, we're trying to red carpet this a little bit, but we've got some of our co-hosts, Jen Watson, Dina Knightley, Mark Masmassaro, and Serena Arnold, all with us today for kind of this special reunion. So I hope some of our Stormfront Freaks listeners and viewers are checking in. But Kim, because I'm sure all of our other friends, co-hosts here have questions. I just want to know what have you been up to? What are you doing right now? We've missed you. Give us a little Kim Cunningham update.
Well, it's been crazy. I don't know if any of you guys have ever built a house from afar. As you know, one of the reasons I dropped out was just because we had to start from scratch building a house in 25 acres and adding a barn dominium to go along with it. My father-in-law may be moving into it. So it's been traveling back and forth between here and Hartwell, which is close to South Carolina. And then working. I've been working a lot for SpeechWorks, traveling more and more, it seems like. So between all of that, my son is out of school now. So I'm kind of.
Oh my God, already?
Yeah, Alex is done. So
wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So he's, since he has special needs, I'm busy with trying to get him to places, keep him occupied. And also I'm kind of back to like teaching a little bit with him because I'm trying to keep him, it's routine for them. So I have to continuously write your name, things like that. So I wouldn't change it for the world, but it has been crazy. I'm just so happy I can see you guys.
Hey, Kim, I hear it's been said with all the stress of building a house, you should be married at least 10 years or it could be disastrous. So.
She's got Marty. Marty's great.
Marty, he's a rock, and I will say there are some challenges because I don't know about you guys, but my husband has opinions on color.
No way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, decorating.
I didn't expect that.
Really?
I expected opinions on like where the stairs are going and the light switches.
Yeah.
I did not expect colors to come out of your mouth.
Yeah. And so it's been interesting, but thank goodness.
He doesn't paint everything black though, does he? My husband would paint everything black if he could.
Well, his office, there is some black on some of the walls, but some Georgia colors, but yeah, there for a while, all his vehicles were black. So I get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's been interesting. The good thing is we do agree on a lot of things. So
Is the house done? Are you guys done with it? Or are you still?
No, she'll be moving in January.
Oh, wow. You're not. Okay.
It's crazy. And I'm not in the basement because the basement is a mess right now. So we're trying to go through things and getting rid of stuff. So including probably Christmas trees.
But that's what I was going to ask you. Do you still have the upside down Christmas tree?
I do.
You got to keep that.
And I just don't know if we have room for it. We really downsized. So Marty's like, put it in your office. You know, you don't have to worry about room because, you know, it goes down like this.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really have to worry about taking up too much space. But I have a friend of mine up the street, actually, is a meteorologist. He graduated from University of Alabama, Huntsville this last summer. He's a huge weather geek. And I kind of mentored him all these years. So if I get rid of it, it's probably going to go to him.
And I have to explain to everyone who hasn't been to Kim's house during the holidays, Kim, first of all, it's stunning and beautiful with the decorations.
Spectacular.
But there's like 12, 15 Christmas trees, fully decorated Christmas trees, including the tornado one. Like, it is glorious. I mean, I walk into Kim's house and it's like, it's officially Christmas. Like, it's amazing.
Thank you. Thanks. I love it. This year we downsized. We only did.
It's still a lot of work, though. Gosh,
it's a lot of work.
Wait, you downsized and did how many?
Seven.
Seven. All right.
I'll tell you, my kids still remember her house.
I love that. That's what I want.
They do.
That's what I wanted. I want memories. I want people to come in and just feel like it's Christmas and happy and love it, you know, because we come off of Halloween where we scare the living daylights out of kids, because we do it up for Halloween too. So, you know, I have to bring the good in after that. But yeah.
So Kim, we see the Georgia Bulldog shirt, but you've lived in so many different places. How many teams would you have to be wearing right now?
Oh gosh. Oh geez. Let's see.
Ohio State. Ohio State.
Five, six,
Bengals.
maybe six teams. Maybe. So yeah, I've been in Georgia the longest though.
Yeah.
You know,
I know you have.
You know, I was only in Ohio for 19 years.
Yeah.
So it's kind of home, you know, even though my family's still in Cincinnati, I still go there a lot in between all this because my mom, I'm trying to get up there to see her as much as possible, but hopefully she's coming down in December. So
good.
Yeah.
Aww.
Crossed.
You gonna make her help move in or something?
Yeah.
Grab a lamp.
She can get the big boxes.
Do everything. She would, trust me. But I'm hoping.
So,
anyway.
So speaking of, so you mentioned Ohio and that you were there not quite as long as you've been in Georgia, the 18, 19 years. Tell us a little bit about the Cincinnati tornado that you grew up with.
Yeah, that's what got me into weather. Well, you know, I say that, but then I was interested when I watched, of course, a lot of you, The Wizard of Oz is a big beginning for a lot of people in weather. So that got me interested. But then when I saw a tornado back in 1974, it was the super outbreak of April 3rd and 4th, the most tornadoes at that time in a 24-hour period. So 148. So we were eating dinner and it was about 5:30ish, somewhere in there. And we heard there were tornado warnings all day long, actually. And at that time, which was kind of, you guys, some of you know this, some of you don't, you're too young. But back then it was pretty much a radio. You know, they would break in on the TV once in a while. You only had 3 stations to look at, but it was really, you were following on the radio. So we had the map out and we were tracking where they were saying, okay, it's being sighted here. We were looking on a map and we're like, oh, wow. You know, this could be, if it's keeps going this direction, could be pretty close to us. Well, my brother said, well, I want to go out and look. And he went outside and saw it and came in and said, it's out there. So we ran out. There. We ran out and stood on the deck. It's a deck that faces to the west. And we've got this beautiful view and you could see it. And at that time, it was causing F3 damage. But when it was in Sailor Park, it was F5 damage. So it had weakened, but it was still the classic funnel supercell. And we just watched it. And my dad finally said, because it was getting closer, he's like, get in the basement. So we ran down to the basement and, you know, we were praying and crying. We could hear it, but it missed us to the north. So when my mom left the storm cellar, and because she's kind of like me, she's an adrenaline junkie. She's like, I have to go to the bathroom, but she didn't have to. She didn't want to go out and see. So she runs out there. She comes back and come out of here, kids. And we all ran outside, and you could see it. It was dissipating over on West Fork Road, and all the debris was flying out of it. It was mesmerizing, but terrifying at the same time. So after that, we went out and collected a lot of debris and things that actually were from Sailor Park, which was 10 miles away from us.
Wow.
Wow.
And the west side of Cincinnati is very hilly. And at that time, and you guys probably knew this, there was that myth that tornadoes don't track up hills. They don't go over mountains. So, we all had this kind of false sense of security that, shoot, if it's coming up the west side of Cincinnati, there's so many hills, we're not have to worry about it. But that was not true. But I think we did open all the windows.
I could just see like your mom going like, I gotta go pee. She runs, she comes back, her hair's all messy. Like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Doesn't tell anybody. I wasn't doing anything.
Oh, I would have
Kim's
been
mom's
so mad.
Kim's mom's like the OG storm chaser really of all time. And we all know, we're all just figuring that out.
And she mom, and she joined she was a spotter, everything after that. So my family, they were all part of the whole spotter group there for a long time. So it's kind of in our blood. But anyway, so that's it, Serena. I don't know. Was there anything else?
No, it's just such a cool story. It's just, phenomenal to hear and to be a part of that outbreak, the big 74. I mean, there's not many people in weather, I think, that don't know about that. So it's just fantastic to hear.
Yeah. And for me, a highlight of the Weather Channel was actually working with Dr. Greg Forbes, because, he's the one who studied, the whole outbreak with Ted Fujita. And so when I knew that, so when I heard he was coming to the Weather Channel, I was like, goo-goo eyed, like, oh my God, the man, Dr. Greg Forbes. And I just picked his brain like every day asking about, because he finally signed one of those, the map that had all the tornado, that they did, where they actually tracked all the tornadoes that day. He signed it for me and gave it to me. I got it framed. So anyway.
That's amazing. Oh my God, what a great piece.
I should say, when you're at the Weather Channel, does everybody have their own city that they're really, you're like, oh, stuff going on in Cincinnati, I got this? Or, Do
you mean that we talk about our hometowns more than usual, or a certain town that we love?
Yeah. Does everybody have their favorite spot? And so they're all like, I got this part,
Probably. I had, my mom would say, gosh, you talk about Cincinnati a lot. You've got to not talk about it so much.
How can you not? It's love.
That's what I said. Every time I say Cincinnati, I'm thinking of you. But yeah, I think so. And I think the same thing about types of weather too, that a lot of meteorologists and television, they have their favorite type, right? Mine was tornadoes, Cantore's was snowstorms, so hurricanes. Gosh, who was big down there? I forget who else was.
Everybody had their niche,
Florida State, everybody has their niche.
Yeah.
So anyway, and you kind of stuck with those as well. So it's kind of, you had your favorites, a little bit of everything there.
It's always helpful when you're from someplace and the terrain, the area, and that just gives you a little bit more help on what you think is going to happen. So
very true, because I could name all the interstates. I mean, all the little things going on. Some of the
you name the towns right. You don't say the name wrong.
That's right. You don't say Montana.
So Kim, what are you doing to still stay connected to weather? What are your what do they call it? Your indulgences that you still see yourself doing daily or weekly or monthly that still keeps you connected?
Well, I think friends and family, because they will text me, Kim, what's going on? Here, I've got this going on. So, but pivotal weather, I'm on there all the time. I'm just double checking, see what's going on, looking at the models. That's really it. I follow, some people on Twitter. I'll jump on there once in a while. I'm not on there on X, excuse me. Not on there a lot, but I'll get on once in a while. But that's really it. I've been so busy, Phil.
Yeah.
I look forward to when things calm down. I see a year from now, because it's probably going to take us a whole year to really get settled in. And, when you move, you got to find doctors, all that stuff. So,
oh, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, we miss you, Kim. And it
do.
was great that at least for 15 to 20 minutes, we had a chance to have our Chips reunion, if nothing else. It's been a lot of fun. So good to see you. We love you. Good luck with all of that. And if you always have a home here with the Freak. So if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, everybody. Cool. I miss you guys. Have a great
nice to see you.
All right, so we're going to keep rolling on with the telethon. Don't forget, you can donate, help us out, share the word, whatever you need to do to help us raise. We're still shooting and climbing to $3,000. So see what you can do to be a part of that. We're going to be right back with storm chaser Michael Binsky. So stay tuned.
The climate crisis is upending millions of lives across the country and around the globe. We are witnessing a striking number of natural disasters with greater severity than ever before. In fact, the number of billion-dollar disasters in the U.S. has increased by 70% over the past decade. The number of families affected will continue to rise in both volume and suffering. However, these disasters leave their most profound mark on low-income communities, as well as those who are older or living with disabilities. The people most impacted by climate disasters are already the most vulnerable. The devastation has a compounding effect on these communities, and we need your help in the face of this humanitarian crisis. Your support is critical and will help the American Red Cross remain at the front lines to provide aid as disasters intensify. As a leading disaster responder in the U.S., we're launching nearly twice as many relief operations than we did a decade ago in response to unrelenting and overlapping disasters. And sadly, many of the same communities are ravaged repeatedly. This crisis has stretched our ability to provide life-saving meals, shelter, health and mental health services, financial aid, and more to people with no place else to go. That's why we're expanding our capacity to deliver emergency aid, enhancing our large-scale relief and recovery services, using innovation where we can, and growing partner support networks in disaster-prone communities. Internationally, we're implementing new programs to reduce climate disaster risks in some of the most vulnerable high-population areas. We're also creating grassroots pre-disaster plans and engaging with youth leaders to expand their local impact. We each play a role in responding to this crisis. So at the American Red Cross, we are also doing our part to reduce our own environmental footprint through cutting emissions, waste, and water use. Even with all of these efforts combined, we need to do more. With your help, the American Red Cross will invest $1.1 billion over the next 5 years to meet the growing needs of this humanitarian crisis. Your commitment ensures we can continue to help those who need it most.
All right, welcome back to the Weather Pods Disaster Relief Telethon. We're continuing to move on, and we have got a great guest with us. And I'll say this: so Michael Binsky is with us, storm chaser. He's a filmmaker. He might, and I should look, but he might hold the record for the most appearances on the Stormfront Freaks of any guest that we've had. It might be 5, maybe,
Wow.
or something like that.
Really?
But he,
That's
as
good.
Saturday Night Live, they always like promote. They're like,
I'm the 5-timer.
5-timers, and 10 yeah. So Mike, you might be holding the jacket for the first time 5-timer.
Oh my God!
In
I had no
Stormfront
idea.
Freak. We're not going to count this because this is Weather Pods, and we got a bunch of other great people involved. I do want to do this, Mike, before we get to you. We've got Tim Pounds, Jared Smith, and James Brierton with Carolina Weather Group that are behind the scenes. They're all day today. They are bringing in our guests into the green room and our co-host and moving people in and out and coordinating all the breaks and all this stuff. And these guys are doing a tremendous job. So just a shout out to them as well. And again, we've got Dina, Serena, and Maz from Stormfront Freaks with us. So Mike, I'm gonna jump to you, and before the co-hosts get to their questions, first off, welcome to the telethon. But I want to know, you've seen as a storm chaser, I'm sure you've stumbled upon a number of disasters after the fact when you storm chase. And I guess you've always done a good job of being at a distance with some of your great time lapse stuff. But I'm sure you've come across something. What's been most memorable to you?
Well, like you said, it's kind of interesting. I get all twisted with that because I don't tend to hang back enough. So if there's a storm, I tend to be in front of it because I'm trying to capture it coming at me, and I'm a little obsessed with that, and that kind of ruins me. Last year I had to take a break and go on the backside of a storm by Roswell and just get the erupting storm moving away, and it was stunning. But even then I was mad because I saw the supercell structure pick photos from other people on the other side, and I was jealous. So I don't tend to so if there's a big tornado or something that hits something, I'm not usually there. And I know it's one of those things where if I go back, sometimes you're in the way and stuff. And I haven't been around a real damaging one other than Wynnewood. And that one was so crazy. And that was early on for me. So I think what I tend to see a lot, because I chase the monsoon out here more than anything, is a lot of, I see cars that like hydroplaned a lot out here because they're racing 75, 85 on the Arizona, highways, and a big thunderstorm will just drounce the freeway. And then I was doing a BBC show with these film crew, and we were driving in this pouring rain. I'm like, this is the kind of stuff that's dangerous, is people hydroplane in this. And I've seen cars flipped over and seen tires still spinning. And so sure enough, we turned around and went back that day to film something else. And there was a car and police around it that had hydroplaned into the median. So I tend to see that stuff, I feel like, a little more than I've seen like a really big kind of like disaster, I guess. So
now, where are you again? Because I see cactus in the background.
I live in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm born and raised, lived here for 48 and a half years. So it's a wonderful place to live.
What's the monsoon? What was the monsoon season like this year?
It sucked. It was.
I didn't see a lot about it, so I assume that was your answer.
Last year, I kind of did determine how great or how active a storm was based on the number of days that I have photographs in Lightroom. And so last year, 2022, I had like 45 days I chased monsoon, which, it started mid-June, like June 18th, and I was still chasing storms like October 10th, which was crazy.
Wow.
And
it was a crazy monsoon.
That was 2022. 2023, it started 2 or 3 weeks late. Like there was no storms to chase till middle of July, and then it ended early September basically, and that was it. I think I had like 23 chase days compared to like 45 the year before. So It was very it just was not very good. There was a few stretches. I got some nice pictures because when you get out there and work hard and are on these storms a lot, you can kind of make magic out of that, even a poor season. But and there was some good lightning storms and some fun stuff, but yeah, definitely not as good. And very hot in the Phoenix area, and probably other place in the desert. We had a stretch, and I can't remember now because I'm getting too old to remember like dates and records. But we had 110 plus temperatures for like a month or two straight.
It was brutal this summer.
And there are
That's
like
awful.
I had a ficus tree out front that they do good out here. It must have lost like a third of its leaves. I had like piles of leaves I was raking up once a week underneath it, like it had shed its leaves for the fall because it just got so shocked from the heat. And then there was places where saguaro, maybe they were replanted somewhere like the Desert Botanical Gardens or somewhere, but they were falling over, dying because of the heat. And you're like, Cactus can't take the heat, then there's
How do
something
you
really
live in that
wrong.
heat?
Yeah,
That's what I don't
Yeah.
understand.
So
Yeah.
for me, it was a sure, I'm looking around the valley, and it's not just the ficus trees. There were other trees that were turning brown this summer. I'm like, this is like the climate change kind of thing happening, where we are now going with a stretch of days where it's 110 plus for so long that certain types of, vegetation and trees and cactus, even, it might be too much for them, and they're not going to be able to survive here, much longer. So
yeah, but
it was
Mike,
rough.
it only feels like 100, right?
No,
It only feels like
that is such
127.
crap. That is such crap. But no, yeah, everyone when you're from here and you hear the it's a dry heat. It's sometimes, it's it's when it's like May or wherever, and it's 103 and the humidity is low, and at night it's 72. It's actually, it's kind of a dry. You go in the shade, it's nice. But in the summer and in July, when it's 112 and there's still, the dew point is still 55 degrees, and it only gets down to 95 at night for a low. When you walk out of your house at midnight to go on the patio, you're like, oh, maybe I'll sit on the patio and read a book, and it's still 95 degrees. It's just, it's kind of awful. So,
Oh my God.
So
This is making me far too uncomfortable. Let's talk about supercell thunderstorms instead.
yes, yeah, that's more fun to me.
Oh my God. So, I mean, I love how you were saying, you're standing back, we've got all kinds of storm chasers that are joining us here today. Ones that think zero metering is the way to go, and ones that don't. So talk to us a little bit, for those who want to know more about seeing that structure, getting those pictures. You have tours, you've got some photography trips, you've got ways for people to learn what you do and how you do, right?
Absolutely. I do like kind of 4 tours a spring for a week at a time, and they're very small. I take them in my 4Runner, and there's usually 2 people, maybe 3. Sometimes I have someone help me. The last few years I haven't, and it's just been me, and I'm kind of getting back to just doing it by myself, it feels like. And I've had people come along who've never done it before. There's a guy named Darren who lived in California, epic tattoo artist. And he went with us a few times. He was there for some really big days, this sublet supercell day, and we saw a couple of good tornadoes and stuff. And then he moved to Denver and chases storms on his own. And this last year I was south of 70, east of Lyman, shooting the supercell, and I pull up and there's Darren and this other girl, Paige, and I'm like, "What's up, man?" It's like he went with us and learned kind of how it goes, and then now he moved there, and he's doing it himself in the spare time. So that's definitely a way, I think, to learn it safely. If you go out by yourself to want to learn it, that's how I did it, and you can do that, but then it might take a little longer to get comfortable with, hey, how should I chase this? If you watch someone who knows what they're doing, then you can kind of get the strategy right away and then put that into practice. So I think that's very helpful.
But did you get a tornado tat from him?
No, I do want to get a tattoo. I haven't. I kind of want like a lightning one, or my kids' names or something, but I need something like that, but I haven't been able to figure out what it should
be. I think I'm going to say this, Maz, when you finally get on one of our storm chase trips, we'll all get some kind of a chase tattoo or something to honor that.
It'd be funny to hire. We could hire Darren sometime to do.
Hey, Darren, can you meet us?
That would be good. Yeah, have him bring his ink and supplies, and we'll hook up at a hotel. And
you can get your the Stormfront Freaks logo or some kind of logo put on. Have them do little logos for everybody. That'd be super funny.
Isn't Alec Baldwin going with us this next time?
Oh God.
No, not that I was aware of anyway. That's news to me. I'm going to ask you this. So Mike, I know you are a pop culture fan and freak. We're going to get off the weather here a little bit because I want to know, those of you that are fans of Marvel Cinematic Universe and the Marvel movies, of which Mike, and this can be part of your answer here, but Mike has actually got some footage in one of the Marvel movies. But I want to know what's happened to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It seems to not have the love and joy it had a few years back.
I saw an article pop up this week that they actually delaying 2 movies that were supposed to release next year to 2025 now. And there's only one coming out because they're trying to figure out what's going on. And I I remember when Disney Plus came about and they said, hey, we're going to do this WandaVision series and we're going to do Loki and all these series. And then they have all these new characters and movies. And I'm like, you know what? After Endgame was
after Endgame and no Captain America.
Yeah, it was the perfect ending, like 22 movies. And then they decided, hey, we need more. We got to, it's the same. A lot of these shows and pop culture, like things have, is that they make enough money. Like, okay, we got to do bigger and better, more TV shows. More. And now it's convoluted. They're not as good. You got to watch, if you want to go watch the Marvels, I think you have to watch the Miss Marvel Disney Plus show to know who that is. And I'm like, I ran out of time for it. And they've all, the quality has gone down.
Wait, can I just see Thor and Captain America and be done with it?
I know. I was like, hey,
pretty much.
They should just do one Avengers show a year, a series, and then a couple of movies. And that would be great.
So share, Mike, the film that you got some of your footage in and how that came about.
It was Thor 2, and back then, Reed, Timmer, and TornadoVideos.net, they had their YouTube channel, and my Booker Supercell time lapse that I had done had gone viral and was doing really good, and they published it for me as well on their channel, because back then they were published videos, split ad revenue. I'm like, I've only been doing this like 3 or 4 years, so I didn't even have a good YouTube channel at the time. And so because their channel was so big, someone saw it there and emailed them, and they're like, hey, email Mike, it's his video. And so it was like an email. I forget the name of the person, but it was from @Marvel Studios. And I was like, what?
Wow.
And I got very, very excited. And then, but of course I had no idea, how they're going to use it. And, it could have been anything. It could have been the background of a TV in the store window and been kind of pathetic. But then the movie came out. I had my name was in the credits because somebody in Europe, it came out first, and someone messaged me, goes, dude, why is your name at the end in the Thor 2 credits? Why? And I'm like, oh my gosh, it is, because I had kind of said like, hey, will my name be in there? And they're like, well, we don't always do that, but we can, but it was like Getty Images, Michael Binsky photography, whatever. I'm like, this is so cool. So we went to watch it, and I had no idea where it was in the movie, but there was just this big scene where Loki looks like he dies, like apparently, I could see this planet. The color was kind of reminiscent of that storm, which was kind of apocalyptic, like oranges, greenish tones. And I'm like, this feels like the spot. And there was like dust swirling the background of Chris Hemsworth. The music got all big and dramatic, and they panned back, and it's like the whole top half of the screen was like my time lapse swirling over this planet, and then Thor and Loki and Jane are all like kind of tiny, and I was like, oh my god. And I had 8 friends that went with me to see it that night, and they're all looking at me and they're like, is that it, and I'm like, that's it.
I've been crying like a baby.
Oh, I was so excited. And then we stayed, you stayed at the end of the movie in Marvel movies for the post-credit scene. And then my name popped up during the credits, and we all just start cheering really loud in the theater, and everybody's looking around like they, missed some big
like
Easter
Thor
egg.
sitting there and they didn't know it.
Yeah, they had no idea what they just missed, and we were just like not saying anything.
Good for you.
Yeah, that was real. That was amazing. I got on some local news interviews for that. That was really fun.
That's nice.
That's so
guessing
amazing.
Your follower numbers went up quite a bit, didn't they?
Well, it's one of those things that it was more like street cred, which there's the old photography thing that people tell you that is never do anything for credit. It's so you got to get paid for your work. Don't do anything credit. It doesn't help. I've had my name on NBC Nightly News with like dust storm footage or the Weather Channel, and it's not like my followers go skyrocketing the next day when my name appears on like NBC Nightly News next to a video. So I know though that, one time I ran into a storm chaser at a restaurant in Denver, and I walk in and they go, Thor, or whatever. And I was like, that was more worth it, for the street cred of kind of permanently you have your name in this movie, and it's a Marvel movie. And I love, granted, it's one of the probably lowest rated Marvel movies, but I love Thor.
It was
lowest rated
Thor.
by how many million those still saw it. So let's be honest.
No, it's very, very true. It's very true.
Be honest.
Yeah, so I haven't seen Thor 2 yet, and I tell you what, well, guess what the next movie on my list is? I swear I'm going to see it.
I've seen
just
it,
for
Mike.
that
It's
now.
awesome.
Yeah, it's not horrible. There's been worse. But it was that was a huge moment. So I was pretty excited.
Well, Mike,
Yeah, you
thanks so
told
much
me-
for. Oh, go ahead, Serena. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, you told me the movie has Chris Hemsworth in a supercell thunderstorm. I mean,
Yeah.
what more does a person?
I'm pretty sure.
How bad could this be?
I'm pretty sure he's shirtless at some. He's shirtless at some point in it.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
Hard
in
to tell the
theater
difference.
that night.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, on that note, Mike, thanks again for taking the time and sharing your time with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for doing this. This is really awesome. I appreciate it. I hope it goes well.
Where's the best place someone can find you? Some of your footage. Movies?
Just look up Mike Olbinski and all the places, YouTube and Instagram, etc., and you'll find me.
Very good. I do want to shout out. We do have an anonymous donor that donated another $50 to the cause. So thanks to whoever that happened to be.
Awesome.
We're continuing to kind of roll on with the telethon, but just want to remind everybody that all of these guests that are joining us today are donating their time to hopefully entertain, share some great stories, maybe some great education on weather for all of you. And if you can help out, even if it's just a little bit, $5, anything like that, every little bit counts to help those that suffer from these disasters, weather disasters, natural disasters, whatever they happen to be with the Red Cross. So again, thank you for everybody donating. We're going to continue on. We're going till 10 p.m. tonight. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with an interview with Janice Dean from Fox Weather.
Hello, my name is Karen Koski Miller, Disaster Mental Health Lead for the American Red Cross. If your child has experienced a local or large-scale disaster, you may see some surprising behaviors from them that you're not sure what to do about. While it might be hard to know exactly how to be there for your child, especially if you are struggling with your own emotions, it's important to remember that it is your love and support that will help them feel secure and safe again. After a disaster, certain thoughts and behaviors are common in children, such as anxiety, fear the disaster will happen again, worry about the safety of themselves and the people important to them, a step back in certain developmental milestones, such as wetting the bed after being potty trained for a while, and clinginess or separation anxiety with loved ones. They may also be more irritable or tearful and have some challenges with learning or remembering things, even schoolwork and chores. Children may also express their feelings through play, sometimes by replaying the disaster they experienced. These behaviors and feelings are common after a stressful and traumatic event, and your reassurance, love, and extra patience and affection can help soothe their worries. There are some concrete things you can do to help, such as listen to what they understand about the disaster, gently correct any misperceptions or misinformation, openly discussing what happened in an age-appropriate way. Identify and validate feelings your child may be having. Depending upon the age and developmental level of your child, they may not be able to understand or communicate their feelings to you without your help. Provide extra affection and comfort. Provide a bit of extra patience. Certain tasks that were routine before the disaster may be hard to remember or complete now. It's okay to step away for a moment if you need to, and remember to offer words of appreciation for the jobs they do complete. Try to keep at least one routine in your day the same as before the disaster. Simple things that you used to do before the disaster can help your child feel safe. Brushing teeth, cooking together, and reading a story before bed can bring security back into your child's life. Assure your child that you do everything you can to keep them safe. Check in with them on a regular basis about how they're doing and feeling. Stay positive with words and actions. Remind them what helpers are doing to keep people safe too. Be aware of your child's exposure to the news or other information about the disaster. Young children may not understand the 24-hour news cycle and think the images they see are the event happening again and again. Children may not understand the language and fill in the blanks, often with ideas that are far worse. And finally, remember to care for yourself so that you can be there for your children. Identify other adults for your support and whom you can talk to about your concerns. However possible, work on creating a safe environment for you and your child to have the time needed to heal and recover from the event, with no pressure from you to be the person they were before the disaster. While it may be difficult, remember that staying positive, routine, and providing a little extra TLC can make a huge difference in your child's resilience after a disaster. If you are concerned about your child in recovery, there are people who can help. Ask. That's the first step. If you would like to learn any additional information or to have a disaster preparedness presentation scheduled at your child's school, go to redcross.org/youthprep.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. We are going strong. It's only, 3:45 Eastern. We're going till 10 o'clock Eastern tonight, so I don't even know if we're halfway through. I can't do the math. All three of you are meteorologists, so maybe you guys can do the math a little better. Maz, Dina, Serena.
You're not quite there.
But anyway,
Almost.
so we had the joy. We'd reached out to Janice Dean, the weather machine with Fox Weather. She's a senior meteorologist there, and we reached out to her because we wanted her to join us as well. And she's actually, I believe she's down in Nashville, Tennessee this weekend for Fox. And so she's kind of busy doing that, but she was gracious enough to be able to pre-record something with us. So we're going to air this. Hasn't been aired yet before, so this is the first time anybody's going to see this. But here's what's interesting is, I mentioned Mike Olbinski, who we just had on as a guest. He probably, and this is unofficial, but he's probably been on Stormfront Freaks the most out of any guest. We're going, almost 198 episodes now. But Janice Dean might be in second place on that, because Janice has been on with us a number of times just because she's great, a lot of fun. She gets a lot about what our podcast is, which is, I mentioned earlier, I had already started drinking, I think, at 2:00. And mentioned, and you guys would appreciate this, right? That Stormfront Freaks, we've been known to be a drinking show with a weather problem. But Janice really gets that, and I know you guys all love Janice as well. So I think let's go ahead and we'll air that interview. So welcome. We are with senior meteorologist at Fox News. She's also an author and now also a podcaster. So maybe we've inspired her a little bit as well. But Janice Dean, welcome to the Telethon.
Thank you, Phil. And what a wonderful idea. I appreciate everything you do. And the fact that you are helping others, is really commendable.
So I talked about inspiration, and I think what's great about your story, Janice, because I know we've had you on a few times and had a chance to chat with you, but I think your story into weather is really unique and really inspiring. So for those that maybe aren't aware, if you can kind of share how you got into the position you're in now and where you came from.
Well, I know a lot of people that get into meteorology had maybe a big storm that they experienced. Growing up in Canada, I was born in Toronto, but I grew up in Ottawa. I remember ice storms impacting our area. At one point in the 90s, we had such a bad ice storm that the National Guard had to come up to our city, because it was shut down. So that certainly impacted me. I've always been someone who loves science and math. And when I go out to schools to talk to kids about getting into meteorology, I encourage them to do well in science and math. I was just telling somebody this the other day, that I was really smart in math up until 6th grade, where I was doing enhanced math and loved it, really excited about it. But then when I got into high school, I had this one teacher, Mr. Rowan.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I didn't do well on a test, and he kind of pulled me aside and said, math might not be your thing. And I just remember that day, it kind of changed my trajectory a little bit, right? Because before I was really pumped up. Yes, I'm good in math. Yes, I'm good in science. And then I was like, maybe I'm not. But circle back to when I started taking meteorology classes again, when I got to Fox, and I was really good in math. I mean, we had to do the thermodynamics. Obviously, that's the component in broadcast meteorology. And I loved it.
Ooh.
I loved it when I got the right answer. I also love statistics. That's something that we also had to take. So, I tell this story because it takes one teacher to really like make you feel great and want to do something. Also one teacher to kind of make you think that you're not good at something. So I think it's really important. I remember all the great teachers that I've had over the years. And when I came to Fox, I majored in broadcast, radio, television broadcasting. I started in journalism in university in Canada, and I was really upset that I couldn't get behind the scenes or in front of the camera or write my own stuff until 4th or 5th year in university.
Wow.
So I was very discouraged by that, right? So I took a year off to kind of figure it out. And I knew that I wanted to get into broadcasting, and I loved radio. I loved being able to tell a story with my voice. So there was a college in my neighborhood, Algonquin College. I took radio, television, broadcasting. I signed up and I loved it. I loved everything about it. The teachers were in the industry. So if you were a good student, they wanted to help you out. And that's exactly what happened. I started in radio. I worked at a lot of different radio stations. I did news. I was a reporter. I also DJ'd. So I had sort of that basis of broadcasting, being able to tell a story. And so I did that for a few years. And then I had a news director in my hometown say, I was doing a telethon, I remember, and representing the radio station. And he said, you're good on television. Would you like to come in and fill in for our weather guy? And I was just like, oh, that's an interesting job. I never thought about something like that. So that's kind of how I started. I was a fill-in, but at the time, 30 years ago, you didn't need the educational background that you need now to be a meteorologist. So that's how I kind of got into starting doing weather, is my hometown, and I was doing it part-time. And I remember we had to draw our own cold fronts and areas of low pressure and high pressure on this system that took hours to upload.
Artistic skills.
Oh, absolutely. So I didn't love that part of it, but I did love, delivering a forecast on television. So when I came to Fox many years later, actually, this is my 20th year here, by the way. So
well, congratulations. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
January 5th will be my 20th year at Fox. They hired me as, weather presenter, weather reporter. And then I went back to school, which is what a few of my friends did. They majored in something else, but they got into television, and then they maybe didn't fit the mold of a news anchor or a news reporter, and they maybe had an entertainment reporter already. So my boss at the time was like, have you ever done the weather before? And I was like, as a matter of fact, I have. And so that's kind of how it started. And then I went to, Mississippi State, did the broadcast meteorology courses there, and got my seal of approval many years ago. So I did it backwards, but it's not because I didn't have an interest in weather. I just did it, differently from everyone else. But I will tell you this, and I do encourage people that want to become broadcast meteorologists, is to do radio, do reporting, write the news, because all of those things I felt gave me more confidence and made me the broadcaster that I am today.
Sure. That's a good point. Very good point. I know your meteorological background, you have responded or been a part of a group post-Hurricane Harvey down in Houston. So you've seen the effect that weather disasters can bring to cities and communities, I guess. Tell me what was most memorable about that experience down in Texas.
So 2018, Hurricane Harvey was really an incredible hurricane. But the problem with that storm is that as it became just an area of low pressure, it sat around the Houston area and Louisiana area for days and dumped feet of rain. And that was, for them, obviously, to have a hurricane is one thing, but to have an area of just a low pressure. I always say in this business, it doesn't take a named storm to cause a tremendous amount of damage. And that's what happened. It was, I think in some areas it was over 50 inches of rain in and around the Houston area. And I lived in Houston for a number of years. So I had friends and who I consider family that lived there that was going through it. I remember actually texting my friend Karen and telling her, this is going to be really bad. Like, you guys need to really make a plan here. And at one point, the water was rising so fast that they had to go to the highest level of their home. And some people were, taking an axe and going onto their roof because it was rising so fast and furious. But the after effects of that, the impact was enormous, especially across areas that didn't have flood insurance. So I went down to meet them after Hurricane Harvey, and to, see these people who normally would not be able to rebuild or repair, to go into their area and say, I'm going to help you and you don't have to pay me anything.
Sure. Yeah. And volunteers obviously play a very big role for the American Red Cross as well. And I know that's a big part that we're trying to help support here. You are a very busy individual, Janice. You've written a few books. I've mentioned earlier your own podcast, I guess. What are some of the projects and things that you're working on here in the future?
That's a good, for many years, I was writing a lot of books. I did the children's series, Freddie the Frogcaster, which I'm very proud of. Freddie had 5 different adventures, a hurricane, a snowstorm, a tornado, flash flood, and a thunderstorm. And so, because I love teaching kids about weather in schools, like, you go out there and they all want to tell you about a storm that they went through. And I thought it's really important to be able to explain the science behind the storm, and that can kind of take a scare out of it. If kids are going through something, their parents can read to them and talk to them about something that maybe has happened or might happen in the future. And then I wrote a couple of adult books. I did Mostly Sunny, which is a book about my life and how I got to where I am today. I was also diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, open and honest about that. And the other 2 books that I did, Make Your Own Sunshine and I Am Doing Amazing Things Despite Challenges. So I've been writing for many years now, and I'm taking a break. I enjoy taking a break. I will tell you, the podcast is something that I really, really enjoy because it comes full circle for me. I started in radio. I love telling the story without the hair and makeup, which I'm grateful for, by the way. We have a village here that helps me with that at Fox. But there is something very intimate about telling a story on the radio. So be able to do that on a podcast and meet people and not have to go to a commercial break after 5 minutes is really awesome.
Right. Great. And a little bit of a shameless plug.
Yes.
And I didn't realize this. So January 4th of 2024. So Stormfront Freaks, we are celebrating our 200th episode, and we're going to be up on and at the Mount Washington Observatory. Cold weather, but we may as well do it either on the poles or where you have the worst weather in the world at Mount Washington. But you are going to be able to join us. So I was so glad we were going to work this out on the 4th, but didn't realize we were tying this into your 20th year anniversary at Fox.
Isn't that serendipitous?
That is great.
And it's a bucket list of mine too. I've always wanted to experience it. So when you emailed me and said, hey, would you like to do this with us? I was like, of course. And to put the cherry on top and the icing and some candles. Yes, we'll be celebrating my 20th birthday here at Fox News.
Yeah, that'll be great. So we're looking forward to a lot of fun with that. But again, that'll be January 4th is when we'll go live with our broadcast and share some time with Janice there as well. So let our listeners and viewers let us know how we can find you on social media and get some more information.
Well, you can find me, of course, on Fox and Friends every morning, Monday through Friday. You can also visit me on X. I can't get used to that. Can you get used to that now? Twitter,
no,
X.
we're still saying Twitter.
I know, me too. So you can find me at Janice Dean, and then on Instagram, it's Janice Dean FNC. On Facebook, at Janice Dean. And then I think I'm on Threads too, but that's enough information that you need about me.
You think so? It's you might be on Threads, but it's probably not maybe a lot of information there. But but thanks for joining us and giving us some time, Janice, to help support the American Red Cross and in our weather telethon. And certainly want to encourage people to help donate and give to help support those that need assistance during some severe weather disasters. So thank you again, Janice.
Oh, thanks for having me. And I appreciate all that you guys do as well. So thank you to the Red Cross. And I hope people will give generously to this wonderful organization.
All right. Well, we appreciate Janice Dean taking some time to be with us and really helping to support the American Red Cross. I do want, before we take a break here, shout out to Michael Binsky, who we just had on the show, donated $100.
Oh,
to
so
Red
nice.
Cross. So thanks, Mike.
Aww.
And we have an anonymous donor at $50 and a second anonymous donor at $25. So thank you for helping to support our cause as we're trying to push now to $3,000. Help us get to that point. I do want to say Janice is going to be joining us up at the Mount Washington Observatory on January 4th as the Stormfront Freaks. We're going to celebrate our 200th episode. And thanks to Serena Arnold helping to get us set up there as well. But we're going to be live from the Mount Washington Observatory. Janice Dean will be there. Reed Timmer's coming with us as well. So we're going to turn it over. Coming up next, the Weather Brains with Ken Graham, Mike Bettis, and Dr. Neil Jacobs. So we're rolling on. Stay with us.
We were watching the news and he was hearing that it was gonna be raining and flooding, but not even really realizing that, we're in that area to be affected. And so we opened up the door and then there was just like a lake. I really don't know how we made it out. The first thing that goes through your head is you've got to get home because you don't have nowhere else to go. Red Cross would bring us meals, and it fed me, Brandy, and Matt for the week. And it was really good. We lived like outside of the city limits. So for Red Cross to come all the way out here, that's something. That says a lot. No one's left behind kind of feeling.
Immediately after the floods, all of us at Rebuilding Together had the same thought. We've got to do something. We've got to make sure that we are helping our neighbors, our community, get back to their normal, to whatever that looks like. So that included helping them move their items out, which was emotionally heartbreaking. And then when we were finally able to do that, it was the cleaning, the making sure that we got the mold out so where it was, habitable for them to return, to reinstalling the walls and the insulation and the painting, the texturing, really adding the things that make a home a home. That's what we've been doing. But it would not be possible to do all of this without the financial assistance that we've gotten from the Red Cross.
Well, Brandy is Down syndrome. She's not vocal. As a mother, you're born to protect. You're born to protect that child. Well, we lost everything. And the Red Cross, Rebuilding Together, Baton Rouge, they helped put my baby's room back together again. And this is Brandy's room. You just do not know what that is for a mother. When you think you can't do, someone else got your back doing it for you. You all are the ones who bring the gift of possibility.
One in the weather world, I'm Bill Murray from Weather Brains, your guide and host for this hour's segment of the Weather Pod's Disaster Relief Telethon. We used to could say on Weather Brains, Jen Naramore, that we were the world's only weather podcast, but now all we can say is we're the oldest. Soon to enter our 19th year. We want to thank all of our friends at all the other fabulous weather podcasts, especially the other three that have put this on today. Phil Johnson, the Storm Front Freaks, the Carolina Weather Group, Chaser Chat. They've done such a fabulous job putting this together. It is truly, Rick Smith, a very professional operation, unlike anything we do on Weather Brains.
It's much more professional today than it is on Monday night. So I'm kind of nervous to be here, actually.
Me too.
Yeah, we really are. We don't have our fearless leader in this hour, but he is going to join the podcast, the Telethon, in the 5 o'clock Eastern hour. Of course, many of you know James Spann had urgent surgery Monday night. We started the show thinking he had a stomach bug, and we ended the show with me not being able to sleep because I just could not imagine, because he texted at 10 o'clock and said, I'm on my way to the hospital. So, boy, this escalated quickly, but by 4:45 in the morning, I had a text saying, I feel like a new man. Can you do the radio for me tomorrow? I'm like, yeah, we can handle it, boss. You just do whatever. Dr. Kim Cloco McLean, he scared us. I don't like that.
Right? James Spann doesn't ever get sick somehow, even though we can't say he ever